bunch of it on upgrading the ferries to take us to the island, and then they did this other where they did this cleanup of this area that we call the Gulch, which is definitely just it used to be beautiful, but then like during COVID it got all fucked up, and like it used to have like these really cool hiking trails, but everything, because they didn't maintain it for like, I don't know, 18 months, it got all fucked up. So then they spent money on that. They misprioritized shit. The other thing they did, which I actually don't mind, the Boys and Girls Club, we have the best Boys and Girls Club you've ever seen in your life. It's got a gym that NBA players would be fucking in awe of. It's fucking amazing. There's a whole STEM program that's in the Boys and Girls Club. It's really cool, but the money they spent on it is fucking absurd. By the way, they had one of the oldest Boys and Girls Clubs that they closed down. They fucking spent a ton of money on it. And so it's like they're just putting money into things that they know are popular. Like the people that like to hike and take their dogs through the Gulch, you know, they wanted to see the Gulch cleaned up rather than the bridge fixed. They, you know, if they want to drop their kids off at the Boys and Girls Club because, you know, they've got a second job or just want to get the kids out of their hair, they're all about like, yeah, we should fix the Boys and Girls Club. And so the bridge just becomes an afterthought. That bridge should have been fixed like 15 years ago.
Why don't your businesses just sponsor the STEM program at the Boys and Girls Club, and they just pay for the damn thing? It's literally self-fulfilling. It's the ultimate recruiting tool.
It's a smaller town,
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, fair.
Yeah, it's a smaller town. So, but it's a smaller town with God, to use Clubhouse. There's a lot of wealth inequality in my town. There's the people with the waterfront property are like extremely wealthy, and then those that are on the other side of the tracks are not as fortunate. And so,
oh, I get that. Yep, I got it. I know what you're saying. That's Minnetonka and Richfield. I get it.
Yeah, it's a very interesting place where like to give you an example, there's the poors that are in my town, and there is a decent number of poors. They go into a neighboring town where the prices are lower and everything, and then in my town it's like a little more bougie, and the people that have the money, like they know that. So like all of the restaurants, for example, if you were to go get a burger, just a burger, cheeseburger, bun, you know, patty, bun, condiments, $25 without fries, without a soda. It's kind of absurd, and then but you pay for it because you're sitting down and you're looking off into the Puget Sound, and you get a nice little view, you get some ambiance and all that kind of jazz. But most of the people in our town can't really even afford to eat there, and so it's like the same fucking bougie people that got, like, if I were to go to the pizza place or the burger joint with the good view, I can tell you who's going to be there and even where they're going to be sitting. That's fucking how pathetic it is.
Wow. Okay, fair enough. No, I get like, no, because where I am, we have, you know, like the $1 million homes, and across the railroad tracks is pathetic. But yeah.
Hey Rob,
I get it.
Hey Rob, you sure you don't live in the Truman Show?
That's fucking hilarious. Oh man. Did you like that movie?
It was okay. It was different though. Yeah, it was okay. It wasn't great, but I liked it.
I would think a flat earther would love that. It like helps like you to wrap your head around how they would hang the lights and all that kind of stuff.
Waxy Miz,
Yeah.
what have you done for your community lately?
I got Best Buy to help fund our church's community center.
Nice.
Damn.
And
You know, I'm pissed at Best Buy. I just went there the other day, and like I'm one of these like physical media guys. I like to get I'll still buy things on VHS, but I'll buy DVDs and whatnot. And I went into the local Best Buy to find out that they no longer are going to sell physical media.
Yep. It's dying. And I think I don't know, maybe because I grew up and so it was tactile, maybe I'm just because I grew up touching everything. I don't know how you can say you own something if you can't fucking put it in your pocket. Pack it up and move it with you. Like, it's just weird.
Yeah, and then they take these movies, right? Like, so I'll give you titles of movies that you just can't find. When I was a kid, we used to watch this fucking movie with Cher and Eric Stoltz called Mask, right?
Mask. It's on Plex.
Okay, it's not on fucking Prime. It's not on fucking Netflix. It's so.
It's on Plex. PLEX.
Well,
You're welcome. Plex has everything. You're welcome.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna have to look at that because what I did is I went and went on eBay and I ordered it on both DVD and VHS because I thought this is crazy. You can, if the streamers want to, they can make movies just completely disappear. Like if the wokies take over, they could say, oh, hey, these movies in the 80s, they're not sensitive enough to women or, this identity group or that identity group. We're just going to never play these movies again. And it's just, I don't know, it's just disgusting. So
I like that, the wokers. That's crazy. But how about this? You've probably never heard of this, but there used to be a movie series called Porky's.
Oh, dude, come on, man. I grew up on that shit. Where's Liz at? Me and Liz bonded over that shit.
Oh, really?
I love
that was
Porky's.
my show, dog. That was I love Porky's. It was so stupid and campy, but oh my god, Meat was my guy.
Dude, I'll tell you, I think the camaraderie around the cast of that show was perfect. And by the way, the guy that directed Porky's is Bob Clark. He's the same guy that made Christmas Story, but he also is the same guy that made like Black Christmas. Like Bob Clark is the most eclectic filmmaker of all time. Like he's done, like if you just look up Bob Clark on IMDb and look at the movies that he's directed, it's like, how in the fuck is this all the same guy? But the main dude that from Porky's, Tommy Turner, he ended up dying, and he committed suicide. He was very ill, and he just couldn't take the pain anymore, and he killed himself. I think if that wouldn't have happened, I think they could have brought those guys back. They could have, that's something they could have redone. But without Tommy Turner,
it wouldn't have worked.
Yeah,
they could have ran that for years. I mean, now, it would get chewed up and spit out, but which I think is stupid. They're way too. I mean, there's some things that are just wrong, but Porky's was just stupid, right? It was like over the top on purpose.
Yeah, for a long time, Howard Stern wanted to remake it, and there was like a big argument about who had the rights to it and all that kind of shit. But I
don't know if I would have trusted the Howard Stern version of Porky's.
Well,
no.
Well,
no.
He here's the thing. If you
love,
it's
not funny.
If you love the source material, he used to be funny. Like peak Howard Stern was great. The problem is like he's turned into a weirdo. He's probably better off as a human being now, but he's a lot less funny than he was. But if you go back to like when like the film Private Parts came out, which was about his life, that was around the time that he was talking about doing this, and he was still.
Maybe then it would have worked. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, he was still relevant back then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that Howard Stern probably could have did Porky's, for sure. Or the first edition of Sirius Howard Stern, when he was able to get off the actual radio and went private, like that first 3 years, where he was just kind of out there a little. He wasn't real. He was just Howard Stern, like just this is who I am. I'm interviewing naked people, blah blah blah, whatever. I think that would have worked for him doing Porky's. But now he's just no.
The closest thing that other generations would have to Porky's would be the American Pie series. The problem is that American Pie, like the first movie was gold, and then it was kind of went the way of like Police Academy, where it's like the first one's good and then everything just gets really bad. Porky's was really, really good, but Porky's 2 was equally good.
Yeah.
Porky's 3 fell off for sure, but that's
Porky
because
3 jumped the shark, but that was fine. You have to.
yeah. At some point it's going to go downhill. But those are the type of movies that I miss.
I take issue and umbrage with your Police Academy take. I think you were incorrect. We're going to have a debate. First off, Police Academy 1 and 2 were gold. Now, it did get stupid around 5, I think it was.
So I'm not a fan of Bobcat Goldthwait. So the second one, just like if you.
Oh, that'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah,
I love Bobcat. I thought he was I thought he was awesome because.
Yeah, if you could tolerate him, then it's fine. I always thought of him as like a milquetoast version of Sam Kinison.
Ooh, yeah. You know what? I never thought about that, but you're right. You're right. Yeah.
I wonder if Dr. Jordan's done writing his thesis here.
Wow, you're right. So right.
Dr. J, are you there?
Yeah, I want to know what you've done for your community. I don't think he's with us. What about... Oh, he's here. Well, maybe not.
Dr. Jordan, how we working on this Nolan Bushnell thing?
Oh yeah, let's do that.
You guys familiar with Nolan Bushnell?
Nope. I am not, I must admit.
He is co-founder of Atari. He is the founder of Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay. Yeah. One of my two favorite things. I still have my Atari, and Chuck E. Cheese used to be fire.
Yeah, so...
Way better than Childress. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so Nolan Bushnell, when they started Atari, both Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs worked there, and I'm trying to. He's old now. He's like in his 80s, but I'm trying to get Dr. Jordan to get in touch with. Dr. Jordan's got connections, so that like I was thinking about like people that aren't like A-list celebrities that you could get on Clubhouse and maybe have a conversation with, and I of all of the people that I think that are accessible for that, I think Nolan Bushnell is probably the most interesting.
Indeed.
Or Tammy Sitch.
I love women.
Jesus Christ. Do you guys know who Tammy Sitch is? Sorry, that's my dog. So Tammy Sitch is was a diva in WWE, and she came into wrestling with Chris Candido, and then she became very, very popular, and then she got into after her WWE career was over, she just became kind of like a drunk and a drug addict, and she got into a car accident, and it was a DUI, and she's like in jail for that. But I've been writing letters to her. She's in prison, and she hasn't responded yet. But I think Dr. Jordan could sell this. I think we could get her on Clubhouse. That's what I. Do you guys hear my dog in the background?
Not anymore.
I think earlier.
That's wild. Like, you could just straight up ask, so, why'd you fuck up? Nah. Drinking happens, man. Depression can fuck you up. Or just having to be in the bad mental space. Self-medication. Easier to stay drunk than deal with reality.
I mean, her story, though, is she was just a simple, small-town girl with big dreams. She happened to be pretty, and then her boyfriend was really athletic, and so he got into pro wrestling. That drug her into it, and then she got kind of exploited for her looks, you know, in that world, and then because of her looks, like she rode things to the top, and her boyfriend that got her into it, he died, and then she just basically got handed off to every like popular wrestler. If you could think of a popular wrestler, they've been inside this woman, and you know, she just got exploited, and I don't know. I think that having her tell her story to Clubhouse would be very interesting about, you know, like, you know, imagine just being that girl that wants to escape the small town, wants to make it big, has big dreams, and then you make it, and you're famous, and you've got a lot of money, and then all of a sudden, you know, like, the bad habits creep in, and, you know, people take advantage of you and all that other shit.
What happens when all your dreams come true?
Moose, I like the little emoji game we were playing in Critical Thinking for.
That shit was
You know,
funny as hell.
that's a good word. He represents both sides.
I actually like his room a lot. I don't like that he doesn't have the chat on, but I think now with the way that the emojis work, it's actually more fun. Like the one guy that came on mic, I just kept laughing at him, and like that's what got it all started. But yeah, the use of emojis now, the way it's big.
Hey, that was me hitting you with the thumbs down after you laughed at that one guy.
Well played. I didn't know who it was. I imagine that the hearts that I got was probably from Sarah, because she's trying to make up from last night when I had to kick her out of the room.
What she do to get kicked out this time?
You know what's funny? She was trying to defend me, but there was an argument, and this guy he was interrupting, but he was like the only person that was representing a different point of view in the room, and he came at me kind of hot, and I could take that, and Sarah used her moderating powers to like just move him down, and I was like, why would you move him down? And then when I figured out like who it was that moved him down, I think she just meant it genuinely to defend me. The problem is that makes me look weak, because here I am as a moderator in a debate with somebody, and then I got a little hot with him, he comes back hot, and then when he comes back hot, he gets moved down. It makes it look like I did it, and like I explained it yesterday, like it's one of the reasons why way back in the day, I used to like to mod all by myself, so then you don't have that, and then if somebody does get moved or removed, there's no mystery of who did it. So I used to like solo modding until Kelly came into my life, and I guess her and I have, you know, probably the thickest skin on this app in terms of dealing with that kind of stuff. So.
I haven't heard her annoying voice in like so much.
What do you mean interrupt voice? She is the greatest thing that's ever happened to this app.
Tell her I said that so she can talk shit.
When did you guys have a falling out? I thought you guys liked each other.
Right around the time Shire came. Remember you had a talent room, I came over there. I was like, Kelly just kicked me out the room. It was right around that time.
Well, you guys will get over it.
I think she just hate my voice.
I remember when you were like the biggest Bryn co-signer. Like Bryn can make any point, and you would just be like, "Bryn's a genius. Everybody needs to listen to him.
Bryn is fucking smart though, so not too much on Bryn.
He's a genius." You were like his advocate. It was like you were following him around, like everywhere he goes. Like if he said something, if somebody argues, hey, you better watch out. Watch how you talk to Bryn. He's a genius.
No, it wasn't that far. Come on now, you're going too far. I did call him AI a few times, but not that.
Who is this?
Bryn.
Brent with a T at the end, or who?
No, nobody would say use the word genius for that guy. No. Brent, BRENN. He used to do a lot of moderation, and I think when it comes to talking about the law, I don't think there's anybody better on this app than he was. He was amazing for that.
He just had a room today for the first time in like a week.
Did he?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if you guys knew all the backstory drama. Some of it played out like in front of your guys' eyes, but I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, it is hard to manage personalities, like, and stay like coherent. Like, people have personalities and they get these differences and they get in their feelings and all this stuff. And I'm not going to say that he was, I don't think he instigated any of it, but boy, when he got in his feelings, did he take it to an extreme that it didn't need to go. I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, he definitely done went off several times with a lot of people.
Let's bring Naveen up. Hey, Dr. Jordan, if you're gonna moderate here, can you bring up Beth and Naveen?
Hold on.
No sleeping at the wheel,
Now,
Dr.
put my
Jordan.
contacts in, which is making it hard for me to write. But let me see here. Who's wants to come Beth? Okay.
You guys remember that Canadian? This must be season 1. The Canadian lawyer, bald guy with a beard, who apparently made lines for the wrong reasons.
Bowie. James Bowie.
Yes. Like violating what's the equivalent of Hippocratic Oath for lawyers, essentially, and like sleeping with clients that were hookers or what have you. Yeah, it was awful.
Yeah, he was. You know what was crazy? And I don't want to make this too political, but all of the really heavy virtue signal lefties on the app, they all turned out to be weird creepos. And, like, I'm not saying that there's not weird creepos on the right, but, like, that guy would sit there and, like, simp for any cause that you can imagine. Like, he was the most virtuous person in the room. And when that stuff came out, I just loved it. Absolutely loved it. Beth, how are you? It's okay, you don't have to answer. Naveen, what's going on with you?
What's up, Roger? How are you? Long time.
Yeah, it's been a minute. You must be happy. Trump's making wise decisions all of a sudden. You must be excited.
Wasn't too happy with him, just dropping a bomb, but,
You weren't happy about that?
I mean, you go into a nation and do what's the limitation on that?
Well, I have to say, when you're the head of the snake of the terror organization that's, if you're the sponsor with money and weapons to Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, I don't mind us tapping them. And I'm probably the least aggressive, hawkish person, but when it comes to Iran, I think it's just a different story. That's my take.
Hey, Naveen gotta be trolling right now. Come on, Naveen, stop playing.
No, Naveen might be. I don't know what camp he's in, but he might be in maybe that Thomas Massey camp. I like Thomas Massey on domestic policy, but on foreign policy, I think he's kind of a bozo.
I would literally make it better. He's trolling right now.
Naveen, are you trolling?
No, I'm not. So a couple of things. I've always been consistent saying nobody has the right to go into a country and just drop a bomb on them. However, was this needed? Well, based on the intel that's there and what Iran has done and all the groups they funded, you could argue it is needed, like what John Fetterman said. But Again, right? My only concern is if you allow Trump to do something like this, where does it stop after him, right? Can a president go into India or go into Pakistan and just say, hey, I don't like what they're doing. I'm just going to bomb the hell out of it because the previous guy did. I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm saying there just needs to be a debate on that. Should this happen again? And what are the terms when this should happen and can happen?
I actually agree with that, Naveen, but let's not forget the key factor is that Israel. The only reason why Trump did this is because of Israel.
True. If Israel didn't soften the punch, he wouldn't have done it. I'll be honest.
Because this way, Trump and the U.S. do not look like the aggressor. They're just sort of dust cropping. They're just doing a drive-by in the neighborhood.
But if you look at history, Moose, right? When Iraq and Iran were going at it in war in the was it the late 80s or something, or mid 80s? There was talk where the U.S. was also talking about, hey, let's decimate Iran, because actually the U.S. supported Iraq. Believe it or not, they supported Saddam Hussein, against the Iranians. So, we could have done something then, but we chose not to, even though they were kind of softened up. I mean, some would argue that Iraq won that war, but still, I mean, we just chose not to do it. It was just really, and that would have been the time.
Well, I have no arguments with the idea that it's overdue, but I think of it as like that saying, when's the best time to plant a tree? It's 20 years ago. When's the next best time? It's now. So that's how I think this.
The first tip, watch it go say like 30 feet.
Yeah, we didn't hit Iran back during that war because we're the ones that put that stupid guy in charge in the first place. Based. We're the reason that screwed up. And that's something that people forget, right? We created, Osama bin Laden. We created, all these people. We helped prop up Saddam Hussein. We helped all these people get where they are, and then we bitch them on later when they're doing. I mean, these are things that are the realistic nature of what's happening in the Middle East. And so, again, that doesn't mean that, Iran has the right to, kill our people over the years. That also doesn't mean that, we have to give, plane full of cash to them, even if it's their money. It doesn't mean we have to give it to them so that they can go fund more terrorists who are going to kill us. And by the way, Roger, you and I spoke about this once before. The planes full of cash that Osama sent them. There's so many other countries that still have money that's theirs that we have, and we haven't sent them money, but as part of that, nuclear deal, they sent to them planes full of cash, which went towards Hezbollah, which you could argue caused January 6th. January 6th, caused October 7th.
I'm not a big fan of victim blaming. Look, when I look at October 7th, you could do the follow the money, and you could, talk about, quotes like, like I want to control the size of the flame, all that kind of shit. But at the end of the day, it was Iran sponsoring it and providing the weapons, and then Hamas carrying out these things where they literally were targeting civilians. So, I don't know.
Someone tried to argue that in a room previously a couple of days ago, before they removed me from the room, was trying to argue that Iran didn't do anything to provoke this with Israel. And I was trying to give the example you gave, and they said, no, there's no proof that Iran is behind Hamas and Hezbollah and all that stuff. I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, but the people that would make that argument are just retards anyways, man. From the river to the sea, and then you ask them, hey, tell me what river, what sea. They can't even fucking, they don't know. They don't know what they're talking about. There's just a lot of
100%.
really, ignorant people in this world.
And it is Iran that has really started that aggression with Israel, and Israel has responded in defending themselves. But this person seemed to think that Iran did nothing, and Israel is just defending itself against Iran because Iran is using proxies to go after them. And again, when Iran has money and they have all this stuff, they can do it if you cut them off economically. But when you give them money and then say you're signing a nuclear deal. By the way, what are your thoughts on that nuclear deal, Roger? Was that a mistake of Trump to pull out of that nuclear deal?
No, I don't think you should deal with terrorists. I don't think we should have I think zero tolerance is the better position there.
But someone was saying that nuclear deal was so effective that it was holding back Iran from doing this, and then Trump stupidly pulled out, and that's why all this happened.
It is what happened.
Well, holding back from doing what? The entire time they were sponsoring terrorists that were hitting Israel.
And getting money from us to do it.
Hold on one second. Dr. Jordan, you really got to pay attention. There's people in the audience that might want to come up. Hello?
Hold on, I just put my contacts back in. Who wants to come up? Let me see.
Why don't you just mod somebody so you can do your thing and then the room can...
No, I don't want to be rude. I'm sorry. Let me bring someone here. Let's see. Bro wants to come up. Let's see. I didn't mean to be rude. I just had my contacts in soccer. Journalist wants to come up.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I haven't got my yet.
No
So,
worries.
Roger, you were saying we were talking about, I think Hakeem was the one who just said it. He said that, pulling out of the nuclear deal is what caused all of this, Trump pulling out of the JCPOA.
Yeah, I mean, that's just historically inaccurate.
Thank you.
I mean, there's no truth to that at all. I don't even want to respond to it because it's so stupid.
Can I explain,
You can try. Go.
The reason for the recent attacks that we just saw in this so-called 12-day war was over nukes. The nuclear, it had nothing to do with Hezbollah, the Houthis. That's not the reason why they did a preemptive strike and why Trump bombed the nuclear sites. They bombed it over uranium enrichment. And under the JCPOA, whatever it's called, they were verified that they kept it at 3.67%. Which is nowhere near 60%, which is nowhere near 90%. So, if it would have still been at that 3.67, there would have been no need for the preemptive strike or the bombing.
And Roger, you and I discussed this previously. First of all, they were hiding stuff in other areas that inspectors didn't review, just like now they're hiding stuff in different areas that no one knows where they are. So what they showed may not have been the actual percentages, and that's actually in the reports that I substantiated previously. But
Yeah, I also think that we should think about the way that this stuff went down, right? First, Israel took out a lot of targets, took out some high-ranking officials within the IRGC. They also took out a lot of surface-to-air missiles. Well, why would they take out the surface-to-air missiles? You can argue because they wanted to make sure that they had the safe passage, but you could also argue that they were clearing the field so we could do what we did with less risk. I'm in the camp. I think it's more plausible that we knew everything we were going to do, and it's just now is the time to do it. Because here's the thing: you cannot allow Iran to get a nuke. Not with the IRGC being in power. You just can't have that. We North Korea, they got their nuke, and now it limits the options of what we can do. If we decide to go after North Korea because they have the bomb, what we will have to do will be horrific, because essentially everybody in North Korea will die. Everyone. And here's the thing: if you let Iran get the bomb, every Iranian will be subject to that same fate, because if we have to get into it with them and they have a bomb, it's going to be it's going to be hell to pay. And so I think this is the most humane thing we can do. We're aiding, and by weakening the IRGC, we allow people that if they want to rise up, they have a better chance as you weaken the IRGC, taking out their leaders, taking out some of their weapons, and taking out, just showing that you have some muscle that you can flex internationally against them, because we've been pretty impotent against Iran.
So Roger, Ro, maybe you guys know about this, but the claim from Hakima, maybe you guys know better, was that if we had stayed in the JCPOA, or whatever it's called, this today wouldn't have happened, because they wouldn't have enriched themselves, because look, they were maintaining it at 3% or whatever. All this stuff wouldn't have happened.
You seriously don't think that they would have kept on enriching to 90%?
Go on, Hakima.
I'm curious. I'm curious. Why do you think that they would stop where they went? They've gone to the extent over the last 20 years to be able to build a military network.
Hey, Ro, you answered the wrong question. I'm sorry to cut you off. I mean, I get from the 60 to the 90, I get that. I'm just saying, under the deal, it was verified by the IAEA that they was at 3.67%. That was in 2018. I'm saying they would have never pulled out that deal. They would have still been there. They had inspections and everything. So, like, I'm saying, they wouldn't have happened if they wouldn't have put out that deal. Or it wouldn't happen for this reason. Maybe another reason, but it couldn't have been this reason.
And my claim is that, first of all, these inspectors, and if you read all those reports, they actually say the inspectors claim and they believe that not all the material was inspected, and they substantiated that. So their belief is that the number that was given may not be accurate, because there's other sites that they don't know about. Like, for example, Fordo was deeper than the way it actually is, so they have labs on lower levels, and they have no way of knowing that, because Iran is not a good faith player. But so there's no way to know that, but you believe it.
And Naveen, do you believe the story about how they bombed Fordo? Did you hear what Hegseth said? Do you believe that it happened like that?
No.
That's some bullshit. This fucker said they dropped 6 30,000-pound bombs. The first one knocked the cap off. The other 5 went down a fucking chute, as if they would have a chute from the top to the bottom of the hole. And 5 30-pound bombs is not gonna fucking follow each other down a fucking line. Like, I can't believe you said that shit on TV.
Well, no, hold on. I don't believe that it happened the way it is, but yes, 5 bombs like that they're designed to fall in that way. I mean, these are strategic ones. It can happen. Look, I've seen the military trainings where they talk about how to do it and how to execute it properly and how to do this. Like, I've seen it. I haven't seen them actually bomb it, but I've seen the exercise.
A shoot. They about to shoot from the top, from the surface level, 300 feet down. How big you think
that's called a bunker buster. That's the special bomb. Why the U.S. needs it.
That's what I'm saying. 5 of them can't follow each other down a tiny chute. It's not gonna happen. 5 big ass bombs is not gonna follow each other down a fucking chute.
Okay. Well, anyway, I've seen the training for those things. I have some of my people that work on those kinds of ships and some of those kinds of aircrafts, and who do these kinds of things where you can have missiles and multiple missiles going down different chutes, different tubes, different areas. I mean, it's just incredible what they can do. So
I don't think Hakima has watched Star Wars or Maverick, because this has been done.
Oh yeah, definitely Hollywood. Hollywood can do it. They dropped 50 of them in a row. But in real life, it's not really.
No, it can happen again, but whether it happened in this case or not, I agree with you. It may not have, but it can happen, and if it's done right, it can be deadly. But if that many was really dropped and the whole thing wasn't decimated, that's a different story. Ro, are you still there?
I think he said he'll be right back. here's the question. Like, give me a good argument of why we shouldn't prevent the IRGC from getting a bomb.
No. Wait, before you do that, Roger, can we add to that? So, Hakeem again said if we had stayed in the nuclear deal, he believes we wouldn't have gotten to this point and we wouldn't have needed to bomb Iran because they were maintaining a certain level. He believes that, it's true what he's saying. They were maintaining a certain level based on what the inspector said, but the inspectors also said that they can't, say that there's not other hidden materials elsewhere.
If that's the case, I mean, they couldn't have a bomb then. I mean, if you feel like they can have stuff so effectively, which they probably can, then that means everything is a moot point and they're about to have a bomb like any day now.
Well, not any day now, because the most conservative reports say that we've delayed their ambitions by at least 6 months.
I'm saying, according to Veen, that's what we know about, but they got stuff hidden, like they say they got hidden. So all it takes is to...
No. So you need a facility to take that stuff. Just having the material.
They say they got them. They say they got facilities that no one knows about.
No, they don't have facilities. They never said. Show me a report where they say they have facilities that no one knows. They say they save the materials in trucks.
An Iranian report.
Yeah, that's recently said that they have facilities that no one knows about that weren't targeted. They said they have material that they've taken in trucks and brought them to other places, but they don't have a facility like Fordo where they can actually take that stuff and build a warhead. That's what you're missing, is that we destroyed their capability to take the nuclear material and build a warhead out of it. So they would need to rebuild those scientific labs and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know where I heard it, but I remember hearing that, I think it was last week, so somebody had said something along that nature, like, oh, well, there's sites that nobody knows about, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they have material, but they don't have labs where they can actually put it together and put like a warhead together. That's the whole point. That's why they hit these 3 sites, because these are the ones where the satellite activity shows that they were doing this kind of work.
Well, and then now they're saying that they don't know where the uranium is. It's just like...
Yeah, they're saying that some of the uranium, well, that's what I'm saying. They took some of that and hid it somewhere. And basically, so some of that uranium is still there. But again, if you don't have the facility and the ability to process, I think Christie's saying it correctly, is like, even if you're in the JCPOA, you really believe that the IRGC was going to adhere to it for a long term. Like, no, in fact, they were still talking about death to America. And then actually during that time, they were talking about, actually in 2018 and 2017 and 2016, after the deal, they were talking about death to America. They were talking about death to Israel. They were, that we gave them money. They were funding the destruction of Hezbollah. They were threatening, saying that, hey, we will do this, we'll do this. So to think that they were going to just sit idly by and let, Israel do what they wanted to do, was the country they want to destroy, it was crazy.
We've got a title for the room now.
Amazing. Again, I don't think they would have adhered to the JCPOA. But Hakima seems to think they would.
Well, I guess my question for you, Hakima, would be, why do you trust Iran?
When I say I trust Iran, I don't trust Iran. I don't trust the American government. I don't trust the Israeli government.
Got it. So if you don't trust anybody involved, why would Why would the JCPOA be a good idea if you don't trust any of the players in?
I mean, you gotta have something. Just because I don't trust them, I mean, the government shouldn't try to coexist. But I think they got a right to a nuclear program, and I don't think that I think they got a right to a bomb. I don't think they're gonna use it. I truly in my heart, I think they would just use it just to not get bombed. So that's how I feel about it.
Why don't you also mention some of the things you said, like Israel started a lot of this stuff also, Kimna?
What'd you say?
You were talking in the other room the other day, the one you removed me from, about how you felt that Israel started a lot of this stuff.
Tell me what I said. I would double down on it.
Yeah, you said that you felt Israel started a lot of this aggression.
I mean, you saying I didn't say those words. If you tell me what I said, I'd let you know what I said. But I didn't say that right there.
You said you felt Israel was at fault for starting these conflicts, that nothing Iran did that causes. I said, well, let's talk about, October 7th. And you said, no, that wasn't what started this right now that's there. And I said, no, it is, because they funded those people. And you said, no, Israel is the one who started this conflict.
I didn't say that. Come on, I am not afraid to double down on nothing I said, but you're not gonna make up nothing.
That's what you said, dude. You talked about October 7th, and I said it was Iran's fault, and you refused to accept that. I said they were funding those groups, and you said this is Israel's fault.
What I said is that this started. Okay, the part of you telling a partial truth. What I said was this started prior to October 7th. You said that all of this is directly because of October 7th. And I told you this has been going on long before October 7th, is what I said. So and
you said Israel was the one who started it.
Why would I say Israel started it? Right? Why would I say that? And when they've been bombed, I don't know who started. I never made a claim on who started. I just said it started prior to October 7th.
Hey, Kim, I got a question for you. When you look at the conflict, we'll be generous and call it a conflict, between the IRGC and the state of Israel, and all of the belligerent actors that have participated, these terrorist groups, with state funding from the IRGC, do you see a good guy and a bad guy in this? If we were to make this into a Hollywood picture that was filmed, in the 50s or 60s, where we put people on horseback, the good guys are wearing the white hats, the bad guys are wearing the black hats. What color hats would the IRGC and the IDF be?
I think they've both been doing some fucked up shit.
Right. Come on, dude, tell the truth. What you said the other.
So do you see no difference, or do you see them as equals, or do you see one as worse?
No, I would see them as equals, along with the U.S.
So you think that there's a moral equivalence between the U.S. and Israel with the terror that Iran has sponsored?
You say, do I think it's a moral equivalence?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if you think that they're all bad. So can you give me an event that you think is as just objectively evil as October 7th was, that was perpetrated by either Israel or the United States?
Now, I think what happened since October 7th was objectively equal. I think the preemptive strike that Israel did was objectively equal.
See, notice how he said this started before, but then he says that he can't cite anything that happened before October 7th.
I mean, come on, now, you want me to give it?
So that just proves that you're full of shit. Like, October 7th started this shit. They put aggression. They bombed the fuck out of it.
Hold on, guys. Let's de-escalate this. Hold on, real quick. I want to make sure that Naveen's not talking over you, because I want to be able to hear this. I'm just trying to understand your position. I'm not even going to make the argument. I'll let somebody else do it. Is it true that, like, so when you see that Israel and Iran are exchanging, shots at each other, do you I don't know, put it in your own words. Do you see that there's a good guy or a bad guy, or do you think they're both equally bad?
I said already, I think both equally bad.
And now walk me through how you arrive at that.
I mean, with all the killing that's been going on, from 50, 60, 70 years ago to today, I'm not separating from this part to that part. They've both been, all sides doing a lot of fucked up shit. And I don't think none of them are trying hard enough to come to real peace. I think it's about power and not peace.
I completely disagree with you, but you're entitled to your opinion. This is probably where Clubhouse is the most interesting to me, is where somebody can watch these events unfold, and then, like, to me, in my mind, there's a pretty clear cut, oh, those guys are the bad guys, and those guys over there are trying to defend their people and their country. Like, to me, it's pretty clear. I don't see it, like, I see it very black and white, and I don't see a moral equivalence at all. And in fact, my position is those that can't see the difference are a big part of the problem.
Roger, I just want to throw out a piece of thing here, since he cited 50, 60 many years ago. Does anyone, I don't know if he knows this, probably doesn't, but Iran was against the formation of a Jewish state. Does he know that? Do you know that, Akima?
You made the assumption that I don't, so just stick with it.
So do you know that? Okay.
Why wouldn't I know something?
Okay, so
deep knowledge or something.
So from that moment, Iran has been talking about destroying the Israeli state. Israel didn't come into existence saying they want to destroy Iran. They said, we just want a place for our people. We want a place called land. So you still believe, though, that both are bad. So one's entire goal is to destroy the other one, and you believe they're both equally bad. Amazing.
So you saying that Iran they don't even deserve an opinion? Like you got mad because they said that Israel don't have a right.
No. They started working towards destroying the state with terror and bombs and stuff ever since the state came in. Where, it wasn't like Israel said, okay, you know what, we're formed our state, let's send our people into Iran and destroy them. Well, what did they do? Hey, that state was formed, let's destroy them. Let's bomb them. I mean, you could look it up. And so they've been doing it since the beginning, but according to you, they're both equally bad. Amazing.
I hear Malaysia shooting to that all the time, so I'm happy to amaze you.
I hope Jewish people are listening to this, because, it's incredible.
Well, look, I don't even think we need to make it like, oh, hey, your idea. I mean, this is an opportunity to just listen to how other people think of this stuff. Now, to me, it seems very clear what's happening, and when people look at it in a different way, I'm just curious, how did you arrive there? Which part? Because to me, I feel like I've got a decent vision of what has happened and the events that have taken place. Not that I know all the history of the region, but the big moments are pretty well documented, right? And then you don't even have to go back that far, right? You could go back to October 7th. We could take it back to 1948. We could take it to the 60s. We could take it to the 70s. You could have any starting point you wish from 1948 forward. And by the way, if you want to go back even further, you can do that with this conflict. But if you just want to take it from 1948 or even 47 to today in 2025, I can't think of a single instance during that time where Israel was not defending itself against belligerent enemies that want to annihilate their entire existence. So that's why, it's very clear that Islamists are genocidal and they don't believe that Jews should exist. The very chant from the river to the sea means that they don't believe that Jews should live anywhere in the region. They want them exterminated. And in fact, they've tried to fight and they lose every time. And this is the other thing that I will say is that somewhere along the line you would think that they would learn their lesson and just stop fighting. But I think there's an insanity that's going on, which is precisely why you can't allow them to have the bomb. If they have nukes and they've been getting their ass kicked. I mean, like, if this were a football game, they're losing at halftime 100-0, right? They've been getting their ass kicked the entire time. And so if they went into the locker room and said, hey, now we got a nuke, they're going to come out and fucking use it. This is why you can't let them have it.
Hey, Naveen, are you aware that Israel and Iran was close partners up until 1979, and that Iran recognized Israel as a state in 1950?
Diplomatically, yes. But their funding of terrorism, are you aware that they continue to fund terrorism? See, why are you ignoring? Hey, you asked me a question, I'm answering it.
Started in 1979.
So in 1948, are you aware that they continued to fund terror? They started to fund terror networks, and they got
terror networks they funded in the 1940s.
There were terror attacks, but if you want me to look them up, I can do it for you.
So you're talking about the terror attacks?
Oops.
So, let me ask you this, Kima. What do you think changed in 1979?
They got a Muslim regime.
So, you would agree that Iran under the IRGC is hostile towards Israel?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to say, not me saying it, but according to them, they doing it because of the treatment of the Palestinians. That's what they say they're doing it for, which had been going on prior to 1979.
Interesting. So this regime that doesn't believe that Israel should exist, and since 1979 has had a position of funding terror groups to attack Israel. You don't see that as the belligerent actor in this?
Hold on, say it again, Roger.
Do I have to repeat Jesus Christ?
No, I was reading something at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, when you keep trying to educate a thorough idiot like this one, like, he doesn't know what's going on. He even said he doesn't know which states are doing it.
You're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, and from his ignorance, he stated firmly that they were both equally responsible. Like, why would you think you could educate this guy?
I don't know. Maybe
we're just talking. Maybe you're not trying to educate.
Well, I would like to get an understanding because you made the point that there was diplomatic relationships prior to 79, and my problem with this conflict is that the IRGC is extremely hostile towards Jews in general, towards the state of Israel as well. And that, to me, their commitment to funding terrorism to attack Jews and attack Israel, that to me seems like I would say they're the antagonist in this story.
That's why I have a nuclear weapons program, except to do what you've been claiming to the world and your citizens you were going to do for the past 50 years, and blow up Israel with a nuclear weapon. And then, like, should we be surprised when Israel, a country with an air force and citizens who happen to not have natural immunity from nuclear weapons, they blow up the nuclear weapons program, which, by the way, you know, Iran could go on any number of projects. They could be progressive in any of numerous social spaces. They could develop a navy. You know why they might want to develop a navy? To defend the very valuable geographic location known as the Strait of Hormuz. They do not have a navy. They have instead focused their military efforts on ballistic missiles that can reach, you guessed it, the land of Israel.
But Migzad, hold on. According to Hema, if they had just stayed in the JCPOA, this wouldn't have happened.
If they had simply organized their state around some unifying concept that didn't involve the death of innocent Jews, they would not have been struck by an airplane. Their air force wouldn't have been taken away. America wouldn't have joined in to carve the turkey. And Iran would be stronger, maybe stable, who knows. But yeah, if the world wants a simple lesson from this, don't declare you're going to blow up Israel for 50 years. They will continue to listen to you for the next 50 years.
And to add to that, don't continue to fund terror networks that kill and decimate Israel. By the way, Migzad, can you name some of the terrorist groups that, because Hakima says both sides are bad. Hold on. Can you name the terror groups that Israel must have sponsored that went and attacked people in Iran?
Israel doesn't have terror groups. But Iran,
according to Hakima, both are bad, and both were doing stuff like this, and yet one set out and used money that, by the way, we gave them from the JCPOA, and used that to fund Hezbollah and Hamas. Well, that's what you said. You said both sides are bad.
I said that. Yeah, I said that. But I never said Israel. I never said Israel sending fucking terrorists to Iran. You full of shit.
So no, I know you didn't say that. I didn't say you did. I said you're calling one side bad. You're saying both sides are bad. Yet only one side is sending terrorists to the other side to kill them.
Let me just stop. Listen, Hakima's position on this is flawed as it is. We should deal with the argument that he's actually making rather than you putting words in his mouth. I think that his own words are the ones that we should contend with, because this is not for him. I don't think he's going to hear something from us and change, but maybe somebody that's listening that doesn't know about what's going on there and is still forming their opinions, they might want to understand, without you putting words in his mouth, just let Hakima make his argument, and then just paint the reality of the situation that this, ever since 1979, you have had a government in Iran that has been hostile and committed to the death of the state of Israel. And on it. Yeah, so here's the thing. We don't have to put words in his mouth. He didn't say that Israel has terrorist groups that have operated and killed Iranians, but I think it's more powerful to just contend with what he's saying, is that minus that, he somehow thinks that they are equal, and we should just ask him, where is the equivalence? What has Israel done that puts them on the level of the IRGC that sponsors terrorism, that kills innocent men, women, and children?
question like 2 times.
Pretty sure Roger directed the question to you.
I said I answered it 2 times, but you can go.
Oh, you said you answered it. I thought you said you asked it 2 times.
He didn't answer it. We asked again. He only hold on, exactly. He only mentioned everything after October 7th, but then he told me earlier, well, this started before October 7th. So if it started before October 7th, then both parties were at fault. He also blamed the U.S. too, but all 3 are at fault. But then we said, so before October 7th, what did Israel do that made them at fault? And he couldn't say. He kept citing what was happening now. They keep bombing them. So, I mean, there's no answer.
I definitely said that Iran claims that they are reacting this way because of the treatment of the Palestinians from the get-go. I clearly said that. I said that's not my word; those are their words.
Why would Iran kill Israelis over the treatment of the Palestinians?
Because now you want me to, I can attempt to answer that, but there's no need because, like I said, that's not my words, it's not my opinion. That's what they said. And I'm pretty sure you know why they said it. You might not agree with it, but you know why they said it, though. So for you to act like you want me to explain it is crazy.
No,
I don't believe. I don't believe
that both sides are bad.
My question.
Yeah,
my question is not why people would be concerned for other people. The nature of my question is why would Persians be the people to show up and defend Palestinians from Israelis? Why would it be Persia? Why not Russia or Japan or Pakistan or the United Kingdom, France or Zimbabwe or South Africa or Mexico?
You know the answer to that question.
Why is Iran deciding that it's their sworn duty to destroy the state of Israel?
You know the answer to that question. Why you want to go all around?
I really don't know. Why is Iran killing Israelis to, according to you, defend the Palestinians from them? How does that make sense in your head?
Why the United States? Let me to clarify my point, please. And why the United States defending Israel, defending the children of Israel? Why the United States forces, air forces, and the air army defenses Israel? Can you clarify this point clearly?
I can't understand
know the meaning why the Persian?
Hold on. Can I just make a quick request? Quick request. And I learned this when we were playing poker. There's usually a rule in a poker room where we say English only, and I'm not sure if you were speaking English, but if you are, if you could just maybe put it in a dialect that I'm familiar.
Right. North American English dialects only.
Yeah, I mean, and respectfully,
you hear us, Rowan.
Respectfully, I just want to be able to hear what this guy's saying to be able to determine: do I agree with him? Do I disagree?
Right. You're next, Rowan.
Fuck you. I'm moody. Moody. Are you very moody? No, okay. I think what he was asking is why is America helping Israel? Maybe the question should be...
I mean, I can answer that as an American.
No, I want to ask him. Why shouldn't America help Israel? Moody.
Country right there, Mr. Cunning.
While he's waiting, I want to respond to... Hold on. While he's waiting, I want to respond to something in the chat where him mentioned the USS Liberty. And it's something that's... It gets brought up a lot, especially in like libertarian circles. They bring up, Israel attacked a warship. This happened. It's a reality. It happened. So here's what's interesting about it. yes, Americans died. It was a huge tragedy. But Israel immediately said it was mistaken identity. And here's the difference between, that says, Israel's killed more Americans than Iran. Untrue. He's probably not aware of any of the history of the region, or he wouldn't say that. He would know that the Beirut bombings were sponsored. As well as in Iraq and Afghanistan, there's probably been 1,000 U.S. servicemen killed because of the terrorists that were sponsored by Iran. But here's the thing. Here's the key difference. Israel acknowledged there was a mistake, paid the families of the victims, and to this date, I don't believe that any Iranian money has come to victims, U.S. soldier victims that have died in any of these instances where Iranians have killed. And by the way, the number is 30x of what had died on the U.S. Liberty. So I wish Lahim would have stuck around and jumped on the stage. I loved addressing the USS Liberty.
Rob, you told they gave the ancestors reparation?
I'm not home to anyone.
No, they didn't give ancestors.
I'm just joking.
No, I see where you're trying to go, but we're not gonna take it there. I know it's on everything.
When you say reparations, oh my God, we haven't talked about that in at least 24 hours.
I take that back.
Listen, you can't have Cash App and reparations. You have to pick one.
It's true.
So earlier we were talking, I think, that the argument was good. Why does Kimo feel that Israel was wrong?
My name, though. Yeah, you can have my name. Thank you to name yourself that. You love it.
Why was it wrong? Why were they wrong in this too? Because you said all three parties were wrong, U.S., Israel, and Iran.
Oh, America's also bad?
Yeah, he said all.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
So
they're all liars. They're all liars.
Well, I mean, Akim, if you think that America is also one of the evil actors here, why have you done such a shitty job of managing the most powerful military the world has ever seen? Like, are you calling your representative and telling him stop being as evil as Iran?
You don't know what the fuck I did.
I mean, it sounds like you're American.
But you don't know what I did.
As an American, I feel like you have to take responsibility for what the American government does if you're a citizen and you have the power to vote.
I almost said the R word. Talking about taking responsibility for what the government did, but okay.
You were going to say something retarded?
Yeah, just like you just did.
Still can't figure out what his position is on why Israel is wrong in this.
His position is...
Why do you care so much about him?
Inflicted by his American...
Because people are listening to...
Well, here's what I think. I think that there seems to be politics that get infused in people's brain, and it warps them, where you get backed into a corner, and the people that identify with you on a lot of positions, you'll then just adopt their positions no matter how crazy or poorly thought out they might be. And this is one of those things that when I'm talking to people that if they're reasonably intelligent and they're willing to communicate about it, I've never heard a good argument, by the way, never in my life, from a sensible person of why they think Israel is the bad guy. What they typically do is they ignore and wave away all of the atrocities, and then they isolate for a response to the atrocities that directly target the terrorists. That does have some collateral damage. There's no doubt about that. That's what happens in war. You should, that's why you should be careful of who you attack. But then to draw this moral equivalence, it's because the only thing that I see is there's a political ideology in the U.S. that has linked themselves to certain identities, and they've decided that, hey, if this group has less resources, we're going to say that they're the good guys, and then and the group that has more resources, they must by default be the bad guys. And I mean, honestly, like, I've not seen an exception to that rule. That seems to be where it comes from. But if somebody wants to argue and make a point that counters that,
yeah, the counter is that is the exact opposite. There are a group of people that attach themselves to the most powerful person is always right, and the lower class person is always wrong.
I mean, those both sound like biased reasoning, don't you think?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I definitely did.
So what if we looked at it from a different lens and said, forget about who's got the more resources, forget who's got less, and you just say, okay, what are the stated goals and objectives, and what are the behaviors that are in alignment with their stated goals? One group of people, their stated goal is, hey, never again. We don't want to see our people eradicated. We want to have a state. We want to be able to defend it from people that want to kill us, and we're going to do our utmost to protect our people. Sounds like a pretty noble goal. The other side is saying, I don't think they should have their own state. I think they should all die. To me, it seems pretty fucking clear-cut who's in the right.
I would agree.
The only reason I want to disagree with you is saying it is one thing, but when they actually act on it by paying these terror groups, it makes it even worse, Roger.
It's true. We could live with Iran if all they wanted to do was talk shit all day.
That's it. That's what I was trying to say to him earlier. It was like, one group is just actually taking money, and the biggest issue I have with the JCPOA is that we sent pallets of cash, and they used that to fund terror groups that killed Americans and killed Israelis. And who sent us cash to kill their people? Like, no one.
I mean, the French sent us cash to kill the Brits, but we were killing the Brits already, so it seems less bad.
Greetings, everybody.
Greetings.
G'day. What's going on?
I just got here. I don't know what exactly.
Well, it looks like the 12-day war may actually stick, so congratulations, history. It's a good name for a war.
Well, all I want to say is that, to all the Muslims that run, stop banging little girls, that's all I'm saying.
You came out for that?
Yeah, sure, why not?
It's interesting. The whole thing's interesting. Except, let me ask you this: do you think that Trump, with his coalition of people, some of which wanted him to be president because of his promise of no more wars, do you think he's going to be able to withstand the pressure from that group that's going to say, hey, don't do this again? Like, if there's a reason for him to do it, do you think that he will continue to stand on his 10 toes and bomb again if necessary, or do you think he'll capitulate to those in his support group that are saying, hey, not our war?
Trump isn't the type to shy away from war. Even in his first term, he had a couple of military engagements. He likes to make a big splash and then negotiate a settlement, which is not the worst way to engage in war. Like, he's a good example of, like, the model of a strongman politician. And, like, he likes that. That's how he governs.
To bomb again, I wouldn't call it strength. though. I wouldn't call him strong. He'll bump again though if he has to. I wouldn't call him strong. Strategic. He knows that he'll do it again. That's my input.
Does anybody have a comment for the title of the room?
Well, I just want to say that the Democratic mayoral candidate has, and I'm sure Mix knows all about this guy. He has said, similar position to what Hikima was saying about, he feels that both sides are wrong, but and so he has a very similar position. So, but he's also taking the next step.
He's not the mayor yet.
Right, I said mayoral candidate.
Well, but Kumo's running as an independent now too. Just FYI.
We'll see what happens.
Kumo called him to congratulate him and to concede, and was very nice. And Sauron actually, did an interview saying, Governor Kumo called me, and now Kumo's going to step in as an independent parent.
Hey, I'm going to go back to the question I asked that everybody ignored. The question of the title of the room. Anybody have any thoughts on the title of the room?
Well, that was the example they created an alliance. And that person is the example.
Well, that is one example. But is this alliance a little bigger than this mayor candidate?
Apparently they're going to try to deport Sauron now. Did you hear that one too?
Good.
I just think it's interesting how, if you look at what the lefties have traditionally claimed they were interested in, and then to have an alliance with Islamists, which, I mean, shit. Like if you're gonna look at, communist Russia, the atheists, if the atheists hate Christians, they're also gonna hate Muslims. I can't understand. I just can't wrap my head around the through line other than there is a hate for Jews and there's a hate for Americans. It just seems
Americans.
I think it's probably more about supporting the underdog and supporting a just cause, or what's perceived to be a just cause, despite whether there's any type of logic in it or reason or rationale. It's about leaning in with the heart. That's what I get from it. I think that's where it's really come from. This cause has been specifically targeted in a way that it appeals to the feelings of people rather than the common sense.
it's a pretty dangerous development, I think. But I think Americans are starting to feel a little more kinship with Jews in Israel, in the sense that for a long time, like, the U.S. wasn't hated. Jews have been hated for thousands of years, and now, like, Americans are like on that list. Like, we're competing. We're like, we're not quite Jew level hate, but man, Americans get a lot of hate, and so I think
we're competing for in the hatred category.
Well, yeah, because I think, to Rowan's point, people have this perception of the underdog, and I would just say, look at, like, what are the things that the U.S. and Israel have in common? And I think that there's a strong commitment to advancements in medicine and technology, and just having a civilized society that is moving the envelope forward when it comes to how do we technologically advance? How do we prosper economically? And then the people that aren't doing that then look over the fence and they say, oh, they must be doing something wrong because they've got all the gold.
Oh yeah. It's also based on both being pretty proud mercantilists. They like being merchants. America's very transactional. the Jews have had to bargain for their survival for millennia. They abide by terms because that's how the mercantile class does. The elites, the proper elites, the lords and ladies and kings, they just take stuff and then explain to everyone how what they did was perfectly justified by their divine heritage. All the merchants have to actually prove what they've done is above board. It makes for a different, more organized, well-justified state. So the Jews and the Americans understand each other. They both obey the law. Everyone else, they make it up as they go.
That's so funny. That's really funny. You must be joking, right?
No.
It sounds historically correct to me. C, do you disagree?
I wouldn't say that's actually accurate, but it's lovely in a story if you.
So you disagree?
We're not angels here. I mean, and Israel's not an angel either. I mean, let's just be real about that.
If men were angels, there would be no need for governance.
Great statement. Well said. Is that famous, or did you say that? I don't know. That's a great quote.
It's from the founders of America in the Federalist Papers, and they explain why they created the type of government they did. One of their explanations is that we have to presume that men are not angels, for were men angels, there would be no need for governance.
Hallelujah. Well, excellent. Thank you. I will write that one.
See, I'm curious, why do you, look, I mean, no government, is like angelic in itself, but when you sort of put Israel on the same sort of level as other entities, why would you do that?
Because it's a state like any other, made up of a group of people.
Yeah, I was asking C, by the way.
Because it's real. I mean, we are all different countries. Israel is not perfect. They're not angels at all. Neither, nor is the United States of America by far. I mean, so I don't really think that we should be, thinking that we're better than these. I mean, they all are trying to, move forward in this world.
You don't think that we're just maybe slightly better than a country that sponsors terrorists that targets?
Historically speaking, I have thought we are better, but I see a lot of weaknesses in certain areas. So, but I see that with other, I think the whole world is struggling in many ways. I think there's certain areas that we actually are having, I see a lot of weaknesses in terms of moving forward for us, especially with technology and AI and whatnot. The guardrails we're off the guardrails. Things are going to certainly be changing and evolving if we don't. I think some of the countries actually are going to do better because they actually may not have so much technical advances, but they have kept their normalcy in terms of families and just morals and ethics. So, whereas perhaps maybe we are off the rails in certain areas.
But you're not suggesting they're all as bad as each other. Like when we're talking about Israel, America, and Iran, for example, are you?
Oh no! I mean, certainly, no, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that we all, we shouldn't be involved in this. I mean, there's at some point we gotta, there's some point, that whole conflict over there has been going on for so long. I mean, I don't even want to speak about it because it's not really my place.
I don't get it. Hey, Rabbi, hang on a second. I'm just telling you what I want quickly. This is something that I don't understand. I do understand to a certain degree, but when you make a broad sweeping statement like, "Oh, we shouldn't be involved at all," that doesn't make sense to me. Israel is America's partner in this. They have each other's back in so many different ways. There are so many overlaps of common interests. Why wouldn't they? America has an interest in making sure that there is a degree of stability within the Middle East, and that doesn't get completely radicalized by Islamist terrorist, organizations and ideologies.
No, I've worked for Israel companies actually, so I've been all for like helping out Israel, and I'm a huge fan of the country, the people.
So why would you say that we shouldn't? America shouldn't be involved in this?
Because at some point, we've helped them a lot. At some point, we have to actually take a step in terms of making sure that we don't cross the roads. Look, we have to look at these things rationally and wisely. And did we do the right thing last weekend is yet to be resolved. And also we've helped them out with, what happened, the tragedy that happened, on October 7th. So I just think that we need to, these wars are never going to end if we continue to get involved in them and we continue to do that.
So, look, honestly, you've got, I don't know whether you're familiar with this, everything else that goes around it. These organizations, right, like the IRGC, Hezbollah, the Houthis especially, you can just do some research. They are not just anti-Israel. This war is not against just Israel. They're anti-American.
I know.
Okay, they say they're outspoken about it. They're
They tried to assassinate, Iran tried to assassinate Trump. That was, they tried to assassinate when Biden was in office. It was last November.
So then why wouldn't it? So why isn't it America's business to be involved in some way, shape or form? And by the way, I'm not a fan of Trump, okay? I don't from what I've seen, I don't like his character at all. In fact, I think it's crazy, insane that, one of the greatest countries in the world, right, has got this type of character as its president, okay? His values I don't agree with holistically, but, what he's done, I think was the right thing, not just for America, but for, I guess, for Western ways, for Western society. These, unfortunately, I think it's important to be able to address the cancer before it grows longer and stronger. And this is what it is.
You mean Trump?
I don't know. I'm talking about Trump getting involved and America getting involved in stamping out a nuclear threat, which is exactly what they did. They came in, they said, right, hey, we're on Israel's side. So they stood by Israel. They stood by the Western philosophies. They said, hey, look, let's talk about this. We've got 60 days. Let's get something together. There wasn't a response. Day 61, bang. You know what? This is how you treat a child.
I'll let you know in 2 weeks whether or not you're grounded. In 2 weeks, I'll let you know, but tomorrow I'll bomb you. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Well, there was 60, but there was 60 days that was given. There was no solution that came through. There was no answer to the call. Day 61, bang. When you're a parent, you look after a child. You got a responsibility to keep teaching boundaries. These boundaries, the more you actually give, the more rope you give, the more dangerous it is for the child. Same thing in this type of situation. Daddy did good. Daddy did real good.
Hey, Rowan, didn't they have they say that whole 60-day thing, the 61 day they bombed, but they had a meeting 2 days after that. It was supposed to be the last meeting for the deal that they had in April. I'm just so confused. And Trump just made that 60 days up. They ain't like, someone agreed. Trump just said shit like he always do. That wasn't no official deal. That wasn't that. The deal was that they got another meeting on June 16th.
Yeah. So, look, I'm not a geopolitics expert on this in the slightest. Maybe this is one way that Israel and America managed to be able to get the upper hand in the situation and managed to be able to ensure that lives were saved and that targets were hit effectively.
Of course, bro. They're down at over $1 trillion. There's a lot of people in Iran very angry right now. a lot of these far nutty Shias that are in, that provide a lot of money, and they're mad at the Ayatollah right now. No one's happy about this. Their infrastructure was shot to shit. They're not doing anything, and this rebalances our leverage when we negotiate with Russia and China on our when it comes to tariffs, because now we've got their weapons manufacturing, we've got their oil in the palm of our hands if we want to really make hell for them. So enough is enough, and we caused the problem. Who put the Ayatollah in power? Who said, hey Ayatollah, we're going to put you in charge of Iran? President Carter. One of the worst presidents of United States history. He took the Shah away and put him in power. So there you go.
President Carter never took Shah away. He made a decision that led to a revolution. Maybe he didn't understand what he was doing when he did it, because he allowed the Shah.
Oh, no.
Hang on, wait. Mute up for a second. Let him finish, Rabbi, okay? We're just going to do one mic at a time.
Carter allowed the Shah, the United States, for medical treatment, and that created a whole, kind of like reaction in Iran that led to a revolution. It was never Carter's intention to get rid of the Shah, okay, and install the Ayatollah. That's absurd. Now, the actions that he took certainly probably led to that, but they were completely unintended on Carter's part. He completely misread the situation. He misread the situation there. He misread the situation that led to our hostages getting taken. I mean, he made a lot of mistakes, Carter, but it was never his intention to install the Ayatollah.
Well, you can believe what you want to believe. I'll believe what I want to believe. I think he was reckless and didn't give a shit about anything.
Well, I don't know how old you are. I was alive when it happened. Okay.
Oh, I understand you were alive, sir. I just, from what I, and I give you that, but I just, I never saw him ever publicly apologize for even for not even reconciling what happened under his rule. He showed no remorse. He destroyed he had a big hand in destroying Iran. I'm sorry, it is what it is.
Well, no, he did, but not intentionally. He made. I just gave you all this that led to that. The Shah was very sick. He allowed him into the United States for medical treatment. Okay, and when that was going on, the revolution started in Iran. And he didn't understand the kind of the view of the people on the street, so to speak, because otherwise he would have evacuated our embassy. I mean, so obviously he didn't understand what was going on.
So you're trying to tell me that the might of the United States military at that time couldn't have pulled up like we just did right now, bomb the shit out of them, calm the uprising down, and say the Shah is your leader, shut up or die?
Yeah, I guess we could have, but that wasn't his decision.
Well, that's a bad president.
Well, unfortunately, quite frankly, I probably agree with you, but you know what? Most of America...
Yeah, go ahead, sir, excuse me. Yeah, go ahead, excuse me. I didn't hear you keep on talking. Go ahead, excuse me.
No, I said I would probably agree with you that we probably should have bombed the hell out of them a long time ago. Okay, particularly...
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, having said that...
Yes, sir.
Having said that, the vast majority of the United States would have disagreed with us at that point, and that's one of the reasons that Carter...
So what? So what if they didn't agree? He had the executive power to do it anyway. Who gives a shit if the people didn't agree?
Well, I'm not even sure. I mean, it is an issue with Congress's right to declare war, but yeah, okay, but yeah, Carter was not a good president. I'm not here to defend Carter.
No,
I just want to get the historical facts correct. That he did not intentionally install the Ayatollah. That is factually incorrect.
Well, he allowed it to happen. How about that? So there you go.
Yeah, mistakes should never happen, ever.
Never. Enough is enough. I'm Arab. I'm Christian Arab, and I don't look at this as like an Islam thing. I just look at this as a radical terrorist thing. I take the religion right out of it. Because when these people want to go and kill Jews in the name of Islam, they're not practicing Islam. They're just using war talk out of the Quran, so it applies to their terrorism. They're not real Muslim. You want to see an example of the real Muslims? Go to the Arabian Gulf. Go to Saudi. Go to Kuwait. Go to Bahrain. Go to Oman. Go to these countries. I'm not saying in the past they didn't have some crazy motherfuckers that were funding terrorism here and there. But if you see now, it's a time of globalization. Saudi wants to be global, the new entertainment family capital of the Gulf, to compete with what's going on in the Emirates. They want relationships with Israel. Do you realize what would happen if the might of Israel and the might of Saudi Arabia come together for business? Do you realize what that's going to do to the global economies? You know how much fucking wealth?
You're right.
Do you know how much
great
fucking
alliance?
Do you know how much fucking wealth is going to spill into these countries?
But what is preventing this alliance, Raph?
The Palestinian conflict.
Not solving exactly. So
yeah,
we need
the
to solve
Palestinian
the Palestinian issue. And how do we solve the Palestinian issue?
Well, for so many years, unfortunately, the Palestinian side goes to, we were here first, right? Going back to the Ottoman.
Analyze. No, hang on, wait. City
claims.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Dialogue. He's a big.
Hang on for a second.
No, if he knew where I was going with it, I get it.
We can have a dialogue.
Yeah. Okay. Great. We're just going to do one mic. No, City, you come off your mic again. I'm going to drop you down.
You're going to suck my dick.
Simple. Well, actually, I don't have a fucking microscope. Okay, so. It's fine. You got to find somebody else, dude. Somebody can do that. Look, we got rules around here. We've got guidelines for conversation. You want to come up here? You want to have a dialogue? Simple. Okay, it's one mic at a time. Easy.
You know what I think's funny is this guy Cynic was in the chat, spamming the chat, asked him not to spam the chat, welcomed him to come to the stage, and then instead of participating in the conversation, what he decides to do is tell moderators to suck his little wee wee.
Well, I mean, like that little IQ talk.
But I'm pretty sure me and Rabbit can talk. We don't need this guy to mod.
Well, why you gotta call him? Why you gotta call him that, bro? What's up with all that?
Anyways, so you tell me without giving me the claims, Rabbi, of each side of the historical.
That's not Rabbi. It's just Rabbi, like an E and E. Yeah.
What's your Arab name?
My Arab name is my name's Eric. You know what I mean? Yeah.
An Arab named you Eric.
Yeah, I'm Christian Orthodox. That's why. And my parents wanted to give me
Eric.
They wanted to give me a different name. That's all. And I fucked up anyway. So it is what it is.
I'm sure you're doing well. At the end of the day, no reason to go through the claims and the narratives of each side.
Okay, great, awesome. Take that out of the conversation.
Well, hold on. You guys are not going to be able to talk at the same time. It doesn't work that way. So somebody pick who's going to go first. You guys can Rochambeau for it, but you're going to take turns.
Okay. So what I was going.
Rabbi, I wasn't finished. Let me finish what I'm saying.
I apologize.
I want to make this very clear. If you guys are going to continue to interrupt each other, I'm just going to move you guys down.
Oh, I didn't understand there were rules like that. I apologize. I didn't know there was like structure to this or any type of format that you guys. I didn't read any rules. Let me know.
So typically in a conversation, one person speaks, others listen, and then somebody can then speak when that person's done. This app actually helps us in doing this because not only can you audibly hear when somebody's done, but you'll also see a visual cue where the microphone with the line through it, which indicates you're on mute. That's how people can be the indication can be very clear to everybody visually that you're done speaking.
Okay, so when you're not speaking, have it on mute 100%, correct?
Correct.
All right, just want to make sure, man. It's I haven't been in the room too long, so I just wanted to make sure. But yeah, man, so just leaving that argument aside of who was there first, there has to be some type of assimilation in culture. And unfortunately, with the Ayatollah playing puppet with Palestinians for war games, it's just how many billions have they received? You know what I mean? Just look at how much money that the world has given Gaza, and there should be 5 Singapores there by now, and there's nothing, There has to be the solution in my eyes, if there's any. You have to go to the Saudis. You have to normalize relations and see if they'll pay the bill and sponsor some type of open government that is open with Israel and completely disarmed. And all these people who are there, any militants now, let them go to Russia, let them go somewhere else, let them just get out the region and rebuild Palestine. But it's got to be like a pro-Saudi, Sunni-sponsored government with Gulf Arab support and complete transparency of government as it pertains to, no military whatsoever, nothing. So, and then if that can happen, if I had the magic wand, you build the Bangor Canal and you start pulling the oil from Saudi into Israel. And then you put all the oil brokering offices of the Saudi companies in Gaza and you make it into a metropolitan of business. If I had my way, if you're asking me what's my... I believe that's the solution. Will it happen? I don't know. Probably not. Because a lot of the Palestinians are mad at the Gulf Arabs for not doing more in their conflict with Israel right now. So, but Saudi's biggest enemy is Iran. It's not the Jews. So, this is reshaping, the control of the West in the region. And I think that's how it has to be, because we live in a time of globalization, and I believe all Middle Eastern countries should be able to make money with each other, man. Like, what's the issue?
Get with the
Saudis got a lot.
Get with the times.
Yes, ma'am. The South. Oh no. Like I said, I'm not a moderator, man. So I don't,
Well,
but,
I agree.
yes.
I mean, I understand the sentiment of what you're saying, man.
Yeah.
The thing is at the end of the day, this has already been offered to Israel. Normalization with Saudi Arabia. The Arabs have already...
Not like I described it, but go ahead, sir.
Yeah, if you got something else to say, man, go for it.
When you say try to normalize, yes, they try to normalize relations with the Abraham Accords, but at this whole time, there was no idea of demilitarizing Palestine. That was never on the table. What I'm saying is now that it's decimated, the leverage is on, Israel and Saudi to be able to take control. But like I said, a lot of the Saudis don't want anything to do with them. That's another problem. Like, the Palestinians, unfortunately, have a very negative, reputation to their neighboring Arab countries. No one likes them. I hate to say that, but it's
Eric, let's land it, Eric. Just land it quickly. So
I just want.
We don't have to.
Yeah,
a monologue, okay?
I just want peace in the Middle East, commerce, and I just, the Jews are allowed to have their one country, man. That fuck. Let the Jews have their country and let everybody else, deal with it. And if they don't like it, bombs away. USA is what it is. God bless.
Anyways, so the Arabs already offered Israel normalization, and that these countries opened up, like Bahrain and UAE and Morocco and these countries, and that they even accepted normalization to begin with. This was greenlit by Saudi Arabia itself. And this was an initiative. This was on the initiative on the behalf of Arabs that we are willing to normalize the existence of the state of Israel, even though we don't believe in the legitimacy of how it was established. But we're willing to normalize its existence in the fold of the Arab world, in return that there would be a solution to the Palestinian problem. And there can only be one of two solutions. Either there is a one-state solution, and the Palestinians are integrated within Israel and they're given citizenship, or you give them a state. These are the only two solutions that are acceptable and feasible. And in return of this, we would allow normalization with the grand prize, which is Saudi Arabia, which wouldn't just allow Israel to normalize in the Middle East and North Africa with the Arab world, but even the Islamic world as a whole. We're talking countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, Iran, Turkey, these countries that we're talking about. So normalizing even among the people as well. So if you see the leadership of the Muslim world accepting, the Muslim peoples as well would be more accepting of Israel and the existence of Israel. So it would cease that kind of hostility that exists. Now, Israel is the one that isn't accepting this. Israel wants to have its cake and eat it too. At this point, they just want to get rid of the Palestinians, and they're appealing to Jordan and Egypt to just take in millions of Palestinians to solve the problem. Because they want Samaria, Judea, and even Gaza, and they don't want to relinquish anything to the Palestinians. They just want to get rid of them. So at this point, who's the one who's really halting progress towards normalization, towards this economic powerhouse that can take place between Arabs and Israel? But also, there needs to be an understanding of whether this reality, if this reality takes place, who's the one that gains hegemony out of this? Is it us or is it going to be them? We're the majority. We're the ones with the resources. And the only reason we've been stagnant is because we had to deal with this conflict. Israel going around and destabilizing our state because it fears that any monopoly by the Arabs, any hegemony by the Arabs, is going to lead to an existential threat. So at the end of the day, even in a future where the Palestinian problem is solved, Israel needs to understand that it is going to be part of the greater Arab world. And it's not going to be the other way around where we're going to be subservient to a minority. It's not going to exist. That's not going to happen. So Israel just needs to accept this. And it doesn't seem like Israel's willing to accept this. It seems like Israel wants to be the hegemony in the region, wants the Arabs, the majority, to be subservient, 400 million to be subservient to 10 million. And it wants to get rid of the Palestinians by ethnically cleansing them and taking over the land. And these are solutions that are unacceptable. And at this point, this is the reason we're fighting.
Cedric, I have a question. How can you ethnically cleanse a group whose population has been growing?
Such a repetitive, point, honestly, that continues to be brought up. If Israel didn't conduct an occupation on these territories, and these territories, the people in these territories were allowed to prosper and grow, do you think that there would only be 3 million in the West Bank and 2 million in Gaza?
Well,
do you really think that that would be the current demographic?
Hold on, you didn't answer my question. So you said they're being ethnically cleansed, but the population is growing, and I'm just curious how you would get to ethnic cleansing on a population growth figure.
Maybe I'll add some context to that as well. That would be really important, because we're talking about, I guess, pie in the sky stuff. I'll make it cemented. So in was it 1948? I think it was. There were 156,000 Arab Muslims that were in Israel itself. Now in Israel proper, there's over 2 million. Those Arab Muslims, who some of which identify as Palestinians, they have got the greatest freedoms out of any other Arab Muslims in the entire region. So there's no suppression of Arab Muslims within Israel. For that matter, in Gaza, there was 80,000 people who were living there in 1948. In today's numbers, it's over 2 million. So if anybody was trying to commit a genocide of Arabs and Muslims and so forth, they're doing a terrible job. Now, transversely, you can look at what has happened in Arab Muslim countries, because one of the key things that we're bringing up was about living underneath, subservience, like the Jews or Israelis want to be, make sure that others serve him. I think that's really an interesting thing, because what's happened, in fact, is that almost, was it between 850,000 to 1.2 million Jews have been forced out of or have left Arab Muslim countries, to the point where instead of having positive growth patterns, there are literally no Jews left in Arab Muslim countries. So this paradigm that you try and create, especially with a state or a country which only makes up 1% of the total land, the land in the whole region, is just an absurd notion. It's fantastical. I don't know why there should be a fear that any Arab Muslim country should have against this tiny little country. But if you start a war, If you start a military aggression, you can sure as hell bet that there's going to be a response, and you're going to be responsible for that. It's pretty much simple.
Yeah, thank you. Even though it's kind of a deflection, but whatever. Back to Mojo.
Well, no, I was actually dealing with the core question, issue that you were bringing out, and that was the fear of Arabs, Muslims being under some sort of Jewish control, and that was the core of your argument, whether you realise it or not.
Cool. No. So just going back to answering Mojo's question, you can still stifle an ethnically cleansed population even if they continue to have positive growth rates. So as long as you have something above a 0.1% growth rate, you're increasing in numbers. But the point is to diminish your growth rate to allow the Jewish demographic, to continue to increase at a rate that is higher than yours, to eventually lead to a ratio that is similar to the ratio of Jews and Arabs within proper Israel today, which is 1948. So this ratio is more akin to like 20%, less than 20% Arabs versus Jews. And so that's the whole point that's happening in the West Bank and Gaza. It's stifling these regions, forcing a brain drain in this region, forcing people to migrate for opportunity and to have a better life. So at that point, and then systematically killing them through triggering wars and uprisings. So that's the whole purpose of what's happening. And that over 100 years, 150 years.
Cynic, hold on. Listen, if we're going to have a conversation, we should go point by point here. So, I still don't see how you can make the argument that a growing body of people is being ethnically cleansed. If they were being ethnically cleansed, you would see a decrease in the number. The other thing is why is there a conflict in the first place? Do you think it's a wise move to elect a terrorist group to represent your people? I would say that that's a pretty irresponsible thing to do. And then when we talk about the conflict and October 7th, they go and they target innocent women and children, right? And then the response, then they want to cry. They want to cry like little babies. When the smoke comes back to them, they like the fuck around part. They don't like the find out part so much. And what's very interesting about this is that they cry about, oh well, evil Israel, they're dropping bombs on us. What? Like instead of building offensive weapons to go and target women and children, if Israel was so evil, why wouldn't you have built bomb shelters?
I'm going to ask a question.
I think you asked several questions at that point. I'm not sure you're talking about let's go point by point, but then you asked several questions. It's just kind of weird. But again, you can still have a positive.
Hang on for a second, Cynic. Hang on.
You can't be piling up points right after he added like 3 points.
No, I can't. Just because I've got to get going.
At this point,
I love these conversations.
You're machine gunning.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions.
And he already
I'll ask you one question. All right, great. And then you can have. Okay. I'm sure you used machine gunning. Where have the Jews in Egypt gone?
Like it doesn't care.
Yeah. Let me ask you. No, it's simple. I'll rattle off some details. Where have the Jews of Egypt gone? What about
the Jews of Egypt have gone because of.
What about? Hang on, no, I haven't finished.
You said 1 point at a time. One point at a time.
Hang on for a second. Just bear with me for a second. Okay.
Good God.
Okay. You gonna control yourself?
I can control myself. Why don't you control yourself?
Just try it. Just try it. Okay. Where are the Jews of Egypt? What about the ones in Syria or Iran or Iraq, Lebanon?
The ones in Iran or in Iran?
Yemen, Algeria, Libya, Tunisia.
I got it.
Where have they all gone?
I got it.
Where have they gone?
Yeah, I can tell you. I can tell you. Yeah. The ones in Egypt after operations by the Mossad were planting bombs, especially around American embassies and vital regions, and going and planting these bombs in an attempt to put the Egyptian government in conflict with the American government. Yeah, that there were a lot of spies that were Egyptian Jews that were caught facilitating this, and yes, out of this, a lot of the Jews ended up leaving. So that's one. The second one, mainly Morocco. You can look up Operation Operation Yachin and Operation Munel, and where literally Zionists went and bought, the king of Morocco to allow Jews to leave Morocco in the hundreds of thousands. And they were paid for. So, there was, I think, a base payment of like $1 million or $5 million, which is a lot of money at the time. And then after that, over every Jewish head, it would be like $200. You can look this up. Operation Munal and Yachin. And these operations came about after it was exposed the smuggling of Jewish children out of Morocco and Algeria as well, and where there was a ship that was caught fire, and in the attempt of rescuing it, they realized that actually it was smuggling children, Jewish children, to Israel. So yeah, you can look up Operation Munal and Yachin. What happened in Iraq is that there was a bombing. There was a series of bombings. And you do have Israeli historians, I forgot his name, but I'm pretty sure maybe you would know who he is. But I can find him relatively quickly if you're interested. And where the Mossad is the one that actually facilitated, at least I think it was 5 bombings, I think 4 of them were facilitated by the Mossad. In Yemen, you have the Magic Carpet, Operation Magic Carpet. It's not like the Yemenis kicked out the Jews. Israel's the one and went and facilitated, Jewish migration to Israel. Syria didn't really have that strong of a population of Jews, like a few thousand at best, and a lot of them also left, especially with the French mandate. So these are Iran. Iran still has its Jews. I mean, not sure who else you want to talk about. I don't know.
Yeah. So all the Jews just pretty much decide to leave their countries where they've been, the places that have been for generations and generations and generations. It was an interesting, like this really ahistorical version of reality. I'm just wondering, I'm wondering if that's a fairly normal thing to have. Then why wouldn't the Palestinians in Gaza and Judea and Samaria just have got up and left? Interesting.
Because we don't have to get up and leave. That's one. And no one is trying to facilitate our migration to a different region. It's not like we have a Palestinian organization. Let me finish, thank you. We don't have an organization out there in Cyprus or somewhere around the world that is trying to facilitate with billions of dollars or millions of dollars and have Rothschilds backing it. Yeah, we don't have that. And monarchies from like empires. We don't have that. We don't have anybody backing that up. So and second of all, we don't have to go anywhere. At the end of the day, this is our land. We're an indigenous people. We're literally Semites. We belong to this land. If you want to look at Israelis today and a quick just haplogroup breakdown, you're going to find that only a very minority of them are actual Semites, like less than 20%. So yeah, this is our land. We don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, enough of the bullshit. Okay.
There's that bullshit.
I can understand
anything I'm saying can be bad. You can look into it. But going back to Mojo, because
Mojo, I've got to get out. Hang on. Wait a second. Just hang on for a second.
What are we doing?
Mojo,
what are we doing?
Well, I'm talking. You're going on mute.
But he asked some questions. Why can't I answer his questions? You said you were going to give me the time.
Said it. Got it. Happy to do that. Absolutely fantastic.
Control yourself, Rohan. Control yourself.
Yeah,
you don't have a machine gun.
Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. I will control myself, but the first thing I'll do is control you and push you down there for a little while and have some time out. You can be a little bit more respectful. Just try and have a brief one-on-one with Mojo. Mojo, you there?
I am here. I'm listening to this Jew-hating nonsense that this guy was spilling. He sounds a lot like that idiot that was on this app back when I was on here before, named Mikhail. Sounds a lot like that.
Yeah, that's the guy. One of the, I don't know, most profound Jew haters that I've ever come across in my life, actually. Slimy and slippery. Anyway, he's that's my value judgment of him personally. We can actually attack the points one by one. Yeah, hi Gibble. Mojo, I've got to race off. I'll leave you to it.
Sounds good, man.
Okay, actually what Cynic was saying, the same thing which I'm bored about actually. There's nothing which is interesting, the usual things actually. The title which I'm talking about, have Islamist and leftist formed an unholy alliance. Because the leftists don't have a domination across the world with the capitalist. So they want to destroy the capitalism. So they need to have a tie-up with people. That's what the Muslims want them as a Ramadan goat. They used to sacrifice the goat. So that's what they get, which has happened in Turkey, that happens in Iran. When the Khomeini back in 1979, hundreds of thousand people, they have been slaughtered. So they ask for it, they get it from the Islamist regimes. That is what they have it. So they are still having this unholy relationship even right now. And what Cynic was saying, the most the Jews, they have gone through such a tough time for the last 1900 years all across the world. They have been moved out from, they have been thrown out from Israel, they have been scattered in the Middle East. From there, when the Islam comes, they have been scattered again to Europe and other nations. And at last, they come back to their homeland. The richest history which was sleeping there in Israel. But there is no Palestine which has not existed ever on the planet Earth. And the people, those who are thrown out.
I don't mean to interject, but I just love the point that you're making. I mean, isn't it funny how, especially in U.S. media, they like to take all that chronological history of the Jews being there in the region and just erase it completely? Don't you find that disgusting? But continue.
Exactly. I do have so much problem with current media, what CNN, CNBC and all this bullshit they're doing. Even I don't listen to them as well, actually. And just imagine the time the Israel has been formed, 1948, there are 700,000 people. They are Arabs, they are not indigenous people. Now their population, which they have been scattered, more than 12 million people as a refugee in Jordan, in other places of the different countries, right? How it is a genocide, how there is a elimination of a group of people? No, they're multiplying. They're multiplying. Even 2 million people are in Gaza. West Bank, I think 3 million or something, I don't know exact numbers. And still they're crying. The people, the real victim is who? The Israelites are the victim. But they are not crying, they are a victim. They are trying to defend their homeland. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. But these buggers don't read the history. They don't try to read it.
You on history, man. You want to talk about history? They're going to educate you on history. Like I'm quite an expert.
Can you show me a Palestine which ever existed over there? Who was the king?
Well, you got to understand what Palestine
the area of the land which ever existed.
Well, there were
Israel.
What are Palestinians?
Which had a monarchy. I mean, just because Palestine is just a region. It's just like you have Syria, just like you have Anatolia, just like you have like.
No, but where did the people come from? Where did they come from?
The people are the same people who've been on this land since the Bronze Age. You have
no, you're wrong. They came from modern day.
Okay, well, here
you
are
wrong. Because
Palestinians talk about this. Like
Palestinians come from modern day Jordan. They are the tribes of Jordan that did not
want if you say modern day Jordan, where does Jordan come from? You show me Jordan.
All Arabs come from the Arabian Peninsula and migrated.
That's not true. That's just not true.
I can just prove. Where is Yasser Arafat?
I'm sorry to tell you.
Where is Yasser Arafat from? Tell me.
Irrelevant. So.
Where is Ismail Haniyeh from?
Irrelevant.
Where is Zayd Barakat come from?
It really doesn't matter.
80% of the people, they are not the indigenous.
Anyways, you're talking about Palestine.
And you're talking about the haplo group and all that.
Yes, haplo groups are important.
And this is come on, man. I just want to tell you.
Let me educate you on some history. You asked.
Cynic, listen to me.
It sounds like you just want to keep talking. It sounds like you're talking. It just sounds like you're afraid. That's what it sounds like.
I'm not. I'm talking.
Okay,
I'm talking this topic for the last 2 decades. It's not started in. No, it is not. It is not started.
First of all, Palestinians are descendants of the very people who have been living on this land for
I'm talking this
people living on this land,
20 years.
Jews, it includes
and I have enough documents.
Hold on. Everyone shut the fuck up. Listen, If you're going to talk over each other, I'll just move both of you down. I don't care who's wrong. I don't care who's right. If you can't take fucking turns, then you can't have a conversation. I mean, honestly, the fact that you guys can't get that part right, how in the fuck can anybody expect that you know anything about anything? You can't even hold a conversation.
Well, this Vegeta just wants to keep talking. Like, I mean, you made your point. Why do you have to keep talking when I'm talking? Like, so just chill the fuck out and let me talk. And let me respond to the points that you made. If you're so confident, you can control yourself. If you're not confident, you're gonna scream, and you're gonna talk over me, and you're gonna leave the room. That's what's gonna happen. So thank you. You asked several questions. You're asking, where does the name Palestine come from? Well, we can tell you where the name comes from. We can showcase to you the etymology of the word comes from Peleshet. It's from 13 centuries before the Common Era. We have Egyptian hieroglyphics that talk about this. We have Herodotus, the first historian, 5 centuries before the Common Era, describes the region of south of Phoenicia all the way to Egypt as the region of Palestine, a southern district of Syria. We have it in Roman records. We have Roman historians and Roman records that talk about Palestine before the Common Era, before Ptolemy came and took over Judea. We have that. Not only that, we have the references of the region within the Common Era that also describe it as Palestine. We have this region being called Palestine, or the provinces, the province of Judea, being renamed Syria Palestina after the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 2nd century, early 2nd century. In 135. We know this. We know, actually, that Jews continued to remain on this land along with other demographics, including Edomians, including Arabs, because Herod himself was half Arab. Did you know that? Oh, I'm sure you didn't know that. So there were other regions. There were the local people of the land, if you want to look at that also. The Amharites, which are people that are described within Jewish literature, that talks about, even the Bible talks about the people who are described as Canaanites, like that Canaanite woman, even though there were no Canaanites. Those are described as the indigenous people of the land. So you have Jews, you have Edomians, you have Arabs, prior to Islam coming to the area, because Herod, again, is half Arab. You have Greeks, you have Romans, you have a bunch of demographics that are in this land. Now, what happens to all these people? Is it true that all the Jews just disappeared after the destruction of the Second Temple in the 70 AD? That's not true. How do we know that? We know that because... Are we going to soapbox or have a conversation? We're having a conversation, but unfortunately, people need to understand the basic history.
No, hold on.
But I am landing.
No, hold on. Hold on. The soapboxing doesn't help a conversation. I just have a quick question for you. How do you justify the targeting of innocent civilians, and just terrorist attack after terrorist attack, targeting these innocent civilians? How do you defend that?
Can I land my plane, or you want me to just answer that?
Well, I asked you a question. I'm just wondering how you would defend that.
How I would defend that? I would tell you that there's mandatory conscription in Israel. Israel itself was established through terrorism and attacking civilians.
Wait, hold on. I'm asking you a very specific question.
I answered the very specific question.
Hold on. Let me be very, very specific. On October 7th, Hamas came over the border into Israel, killing innocent women and children. That is a fact. And my question is, how do you
Can you tell me how many children were killed?
I will have to look it up. I'm not going to just make up a number. Hold on. I don't care. Like, why would you defend the killing of any women or children?
Well, again, in any war, there are going to be women and children.
No, but the targeting of civilians. No, I'm talking about the targeting, intentional targeting.
Deliberate targeting of children and women.
Yeah, actually we can.
I don't think you can, no. But also, you're not taking into consideration.
No, hold on. No, you're not going to talk over me. I want to understand how you defend the intentional targeting of civilians.
Like I said, there is really no civilians in Israel. You have mandatory conscription. Every woman.
So you okay?
Female and
so
male
let me get this straight. So let me get this straight.
Of 17, 18
so,
is conscripted.
So let me get this straight. So you believe that every man, woman, and child in Israel is fair game to be targeted to kill?
And stop using children. If you don't even know the numbers, stop using them. But if you're talking about women and men, absolutely, these are combative. Wait,
hold on. So you believe that killing any man or woman in the state of Israel is just?
Well, they're not really civilians. That's the whole point.
Do you believe that killing every man or woman in Israel is justified?
I don't believe killing every man and child and woman is justified, even though.
Well, what about men and women in Israel?
Men and women have the potential to be combatants, and if you are dealing in a
hold on. My question's very specific. How do you justify killing men and women in Israel?
I don't know how many times I need to repeat myself, man. Am I speaking like Chinese?
No, I'm just glad you're saying this out loud.
No, it's
because
said out loud. Why do you think we're reminding this stuff?
No, I'm glad you said it out loud, because typically people don't have the balls to say that out loud. I hope everybody was listening. What this guy just said is that everyone in Israel is fair game to kill. This is his ideology that he subscribes to. I'm glad he said it out loud. I'm glad that he didn't capitulate. I'm glad he didn't water down his answer. He literally believes that every man and woman in Israel that dies at the hand of a terrorist organization like Hamas is justified. That's what he believes. He just fucking said it. Thank you for saying it. I'm glad that you support terrorism and you do it verbally, because now everybody that knows who you are knows that you just said this. It's recorded, and I don't know if you knew this, but supporting terrorism is a fucking crime. But thank you for your support of these terrorist groups, because when your ass goes to jail, we're all going to have rooms and laugh about it.
Mojo, I mean, you might as well just lock up all of CNN too. You know what I mean? I mean, this isn't anything new. I mean, this is like the Jew hating campaign. This is what's going on right now. I mean, you gotta understand, this is popular stuff now. This is what everybody wants to do. It's like the new wannabe cool thing they're doing. It's not cool, but it is what it is. So I can thank the left, man. Thank them.
See, actually, these guys, he's got a fabricated history. Everything is a fabricated story. That's what he also is trying to do. The same typical things. That's what.
Yes, so I guess here's an interesting thing for this room. I guess there's more terror simps in the chat. So Human Being says, such a fucking loser, fucking Mojo. And Cynic says, I'm shivering in my boots, you clown, but why you took me down? Listen, I don't have to fucking invite anybody up to these fucking stages. I'm certainly not gonna fucking continue to talk to somebody that legitimately just fucking said that they condone the killing of innocent people. What a fucking trash fucking take. But I'm glad you said it. I'm glad you said it out loud. I'm glad that this is fucking being recorded. I'm glad it's being streamed. The one time that I actually appreciate Edmund being in the room. So, for those of you that didn't know, even though the replays are not on, this was being streamed. So I'm really glad that we captured that, and I'm really glad that the people in this room got to hear the real face of evil, the people that genuinely, they hate Jews so much that they want every man and woman in Israel to die. That's what this man's just saying.
Yeah, but Mojo, but that's the coward in people, because he's not going to come to Southern California and walk up to my friend who's ex-IDF and say that to his face. He's not going to do that. My thing is if you want to be so vocal about it on the internet, go outside and go up to one of my IDF friends and say that you can see some type of jaw movement and breathing movement you're going to have after that little encounter. All I'm saying is don't be a punk about it. Then get out in the world and press your issue.
Yeah, but the people that he supports, that's not how they roll. Like, they could be enemy combatants. They have guns. Why don't they get to a battlefield? Why do they have to hide behind the skirts of their own people?
Exactly.
Like, they're just not men. They're not men at all. They're not civilized. They're not men. And I'm gonna tell you, every fucking time these terrorists fucking get destroyed, Angel gets their wings. And guys like Mikhail, I'm going to tell you right now, Mikhail's little reign of terror on social audio is going to end with him going to prison. There's no doubt in my mind. Because what we have now is an administration that will actually go after you. Not to mention, don't let the fucking IDF fucking figure out who the fuck you are. Don't let them blow up your pager.
Yeah, he moved himself or he moved him. I just want to tell you, because actually that is a reality what Cynic has said actually. The fight between uniform and the terrorist group. Hamas is a terrorist group, period. And what atrocities they have been committing since 2005, so you have to pay a hefty price for that actually. So they should not invade or disturb a peaceful community. So they have to pay the price for that. That's what they did. That's what they're doing right now. So you have to pay the price. There's no E4 but.
Well, I will say I am glad we've captured the audio. That's what terror simps are like. We've been having these conversations. The good news is he was willing to say the quiet part out loud. Most of them are afraid to say it. They try to engage in some pseudo-intellectual babble where they try to defend these things. He literally said that he thinks it's defensible to kill every Jew. Fucking crazy. What a fucking lunatic.
He's in the chat talking shit. Hey, Cynic, I'm in Southern California, bro. I'm in the San Fernando Valley. You ever want to have a debate in person, bro? I'll drop a location anytime, bro. Anytime. I'll let you know.
See, the Quran allows to do that actually. That is a final word for Muslims. They simply say the Quran, what they follow.
What's going on, everyone?
Hi.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, man.
I'm not gonna lie, it's just always been on my mind. What's the definition of an Islamist?
For that you need to read Surah Tawbah and Surah Maida, you will get the answer.
So, is every Muslim an Islamist? Like,
it is mandatory to follow what the Prophet has done. What Muhammad did, they have to follow.
Yeah,
somebody got spine, somebody doesn't have a spine. That's the difference.
So every Muslim, you guys are the Islamist, pretty much. If somebody,
no one said that.
No, hold on. Let's make sure that this is not getting sloppy here. So, an Islamist supports political Islam, the idea that government and law should be based on Islamic principles or Sharia law.
But every Muslim believes Sharia law, correct? That make them all Islamist?
No. There are plenty of Muslims that live in the United States that respect the laws of the United States. So if what your goal is to obey Sharia law in its strictest sense, and up to and including killing infidels, I would say that that's an ideology that's on a collision course with this civilized world, which is why the terrorists are being killed now.
I understand what you're trying to say, but obviously killing, just going around killing people, it's against Sharia law. And in Sharia law, if you were going to follow it, you would have to, as a Muslim, you would have to follow and respect the laws of the land. So if I'm following my religion to the T in America, I would have to respect the laws of the land in America if I want to follow my religion to the T.
That's what one has to do it. You're in America, you're in Europe, you have to follow the Constitution, what they're following. But there they want to implement the Sharia law over there. No, but they forcefully want them to implement the Sharia law. That is what they're trying to UK. Look at what's happening over there. They're publicly proclaiming.
What's happening in the UK?
UK, they just wanted to have the Sharia law. They just wanted to have.
How many times do I have to tell that guy to shut the fuck up? I think it's important to understand that in the Quran, if you were to impose Sharia law, then adultery, you could receive death by stoning, theft, amputation of a hand, leaving Islam, you get the death penalty, blasphemy, you could put people to death for that. So these are the
in America or in like a Muslim.
No, that's what Sharia law calls for. Hold on. Listen, that is what Sharia law. Sharia law is in conflict with the U.S. Constitution. It's in conflict with any civilized government setup, which is why any civilized world would reject Sharia law. Unless of course that you support those things. Let's go through those things again. Do you think that somebody that commits adultery should be stoned to death?
You said a lot, and I'm definitely going to answer your question. I don't want you to think I'm going to avoid it. But dude, there's a bunch of things you said. I don't know. Do you want to do that?
No, I'm asking you. Do you think that adultery should be the punishment for adultery should be death?
I believe in Sharia law, which is under a Muslim country that is following Sharia law, after due process, if the person is convicted, it's up to the judge, and the judge, death penalty is applicable in some scenarios.
For adultery? For adultery.
Yes. Do you know?
For adultery.
Do you know the criteria?
For adultery?
Yeah. Do you know how somebody would be found guilty of committing adultery?
You tell me. But before you go there, I want you to tell me. Do you think that adulterers deserve to be put to death?
What are we talking about? Deserve?
I'm asking you if adulterers deserve to be put to death, stoned to death.
You would agree that
I asked you a simple question. I don't have to agree with anything. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a very simple question.
Answer the question, bro. Stop that.
So here's the question.
Answer your question.
Okay, great. Do you think that somebody that commits adultery, this is going to be a yes and no question, right? Yeah, great. Do you believe that an adulterer should be stoned to death? Yes or no?
I believe in death penalty for certain crimes. Do you?
Do you believe in death penalty for adultery?
I believe in Sharia law, if a person, as I said before, if the person after due process is found guilty
of adultery, but let's get very specific for adultery. So just so everyone in the room can hear this, I just want everyone in the room to hear this. So hold on. No, I want them to listen to this because the question. No. Sometimes I have to dumb it down. Listen, I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to the audience. I want them to understand that what I'm asking is. Shut the fuck up. How about that? How about that?
Answer, you little weasel, and then you interrupt me, right? You little coward. So that's what people do. Let people talk.
No, you're not gonna fucking talk. How about that? Anybody that fucking thinks that you should be stoned to death for adultery is a fucking retard. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? I'm so glad that the fucking evildoers are out. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. This is fucking hilarious. This guy fucking turned to fucking mushmouth when you ask him a simple ass question, but the truth is, he believes that if you commit adultery, then if you went through due process, that's his big qualifier. If you go through due process, the penalty can be stoned to death. So a man and a woman get married, and one of them cheats. You can stone the cheater to death. I mean, this is why. This is why there is a civilized world and an uncivilized world. The fact that you believe that that's fucking okay, I mean, seriously, go fuck yourself. I hope your fucking wife cheat. Oh yeah, Cairo, you want a fucking healthy debate, but you want to be able to stone to death people that commit. Fuck yourself. Jesus Christ. I bet you don't have the courage of your convictions to go live in one of these fucking places. I bet you this fucking piece of shit lives somewhere like goddamn Baltimore and fucking and has all of the safeguards that Western law provides for him, but then talks this shit on the internet. What a fucking coward. You're a little bitch.
Call me a tyrant, but I think you should be stoned to death for not answering the question. But oh well.
See, these guys will never give a straight answer. Don't expect.
Oh God, fucking idiots. Jesus Christ. Kelly, I'll give you an update on what you missed. These fucking retards. We've literally heard from people that say that we should stone to death people that commit adultery. And you also had a guy here that's no longer here that said that he could justify killing every man and woman in Israel. So, very, very crazy. It's been a crazy night. Cairo, you should fucking move to Cairo.
So, what's interesting to me is that, the marker of anti-Semitism has kind of surfaced since the Iranian conflict, because it's one thing to be critical of the conflict in Gaza, but the conflict in Iran serves to help everyone, Americans, civilization, frankly everybody. And so to then go pick on Israel, particularly after the U.S. got involved in the conflict, is just kind of amazing.
See, Carol, what you have to know is when somebody is raising a question, you have the spine to answer. You don't have the spine. You're beating around the bush. That's what the Islamists always do. The Sharia laws ask for the adult what is the punishment as per the Sharia law? You don't have a form to answer that actually. Simple. They have put to death. The fourth person has to put to death as well. You know that? He is such a great adult. You want to be going to consider a person and you are the one applying Sharia law. What a shame. What a shame. Conversation that into it. Not with it. What is the meaning of LGBT? What is the meaning of LGBT? Is your claim to have some kind of spine, some kind of truth? It doesn't have truth. So, return your health, the green help has to be strategic purpose. Now you come here and talk about it. Because we Muslims can argue against the Muslims. It's trash. That's what happened. You wanted to kill people at the same time. That's a trap. So the people who long for exactly Islam's mind in way replace what they want.
You guys are out of your feelings now?
Hey, I got a question for you, Kyra. So, what else in Sharia law do you think would be a good idea? You believe that stoning to death an adulterer is a good idea. Is there anything in Sharia law that you would?
I totally 100% with every single fabric of my body love Sharia law. I don't think Sharia law and secular law is compatible because Sharia law is better in every single sort of way. Do you believe in the death penalty, Mojo?
No, of course not.
So you are against the death penalty in your country?
Yes. Did I stutter?
Well, they're still applying it, correct? Does America need regime change?
In some states, I think we could use regime change. Absolutely. Look, when you're barking up the wrong tree with me, if the U.S. government or the state governments are doing things that I disagree with, I'm not going to simp for them. The thing is that you bought into the wackiest of wacky ideologies, and you've gone full fucking retard that you're willing to kill adulterers because you read some fucking book.
You kind of have a genuine convo or just insult each other?
I prefer to insult you because you're too stupid to have a real conversation with.
I assure you, I feel like I'm definitely smarter than you.
Where do you live? Baltimore?
Negative.
What city do you live? Oh wow, now you sound like the fucking kid from Fat Albert. Jesus Christ. So let me look at this PTR. Everybody zone in on this guy's PTR. This guy in the Adidas outfit. This is the guy standing in front of a $400 a month apartment. This is the guy that believes.
You think that's me?
Is it not? Oh God. Okay. Well, why would you put another man in your fucking PTR?
Because you were the ugly motherfucker in the picture made me laugh.
You sound like an ugly motherfucker, and the picture makes me laugh too.
Okay. You're probably a cuck.
Is that language permitted in Islam?
Can I ask you a question? Are you a homosexual?
No, but if I was, I would be a fabulous one.
Are you a trans-Semite? Are you a trans-Semite, Mojo?
What's a trans-Semite?
Somebody who lies and says they are from Semitic descent. European, Israeli, they're trans-Semite.
Oh, so you think I'm Israeli, or you think I'm Jew? What is it that you're trying to identify against?
I asked you a question.
Well, what do you think I am?
I don't know. I'm not asking.
I'll tell you this: I'm blacker than you are.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know how I look, right?
No, I'm blacker than you are. I'm just saying. I'm just saying I'm blacker than you.
Okay. Are you?
How does that feel? No, I'm not an atheist. How does it make you feel to know that I'm blacker than you?
I wouldn't care if you were. Then why would I care?
Well, let's go on to some more of this.
What did I have to put in?
Well, I just want you to know that if I went to your hood, I would have more cred than you would. You're the guy that sucks dick for beer money.
You know, niggas will probably slap you until you go to the store, right?
Not in the hood. Not in the hood. Not in the hood.
Are you Christian?
No.
So where do you get your right and wrong from? Where do you get morality from?
Oh, I believe in an objective morality.
That comes from where?
Common fucking sense.
That's objective. Whose common sense? Yours?
Yeah, I would say I have a pretty keen sense of it. Like, for example, when I hear somebody would be willing to stone somebody to death. Hold on. For example, when I hear somebody would be willing to stone to death an adulterer, which, again, I don't condone cheating, but I don't think the punishment for adultery should be death. I think.
Would anybody care what you think? Or you?
Well, why would anybody care what anybody that practices Sharia?
Objective morality from? How's it objective? What makes it objective? Where is it coming from? It sounds like it's subjective. It's just your idiotic brain. Hey, I think this is right and this is wrong.
Have you ever heard of the harm principle?
Yeah.
Oh, you have? Who came up with the harm principle?
I forgot his name, to be honest. One of those weird liberal people at the time. Like John Stuart Mill, John Locke, one of those losers.
Took you about 4 seconds to Google it.
I swear I didn't Google it.
Of course you did. But let's get back to the fun part. Let's get back to the fun part. Let's talk. If you interrupt me again, you'll be back in the fucking goo. If you want to play internet tough guy, you can just fucking do it in the fucking hallway. I'm gonna ask you a question, and if you're not a fucking big pussy, you'll answer it.
I'll answer the question. No problem. But are you gonna answer?
Hold on. I'm asking you a question. This is where you listen. This is where you mute yourself. Do you think that people? Okay. All right. I'm not doing this. You're just a faggot. Little fucking faggot. He's too afraid to answer the question. This is why he interrupts me. The question I was going to ask him that he's too afraid to answer is, does he believe that you should have your hand amputated for committing theft? Because that's what Sharia law calls for. I don't know if he'd be willing to answer that in the chat. Probably not. I wonder in Cairo's morality if he gives a pass to the Prophet Muhammad for having sex with a 9-year-old girl. I wonder what he thinks of that. I guess that passes for his morality. What do you guys think? You guys want to vote on whether we should bring Cairo back up? I'll play with them a little bit more. I'll bring them back up one more fucking time.
I just tried to bring up Michaela, but
stop talking like a homosexual.
Are you willing to answer questions, or should I remove you again?
Where's your evidence for somebody steals something, they get their hand cut off?
It's part of the Hudud punishments.
Bring the evidence. Bring the penal code.
So you're denying that the punishment in Sharia law for theft is
I know what the reasons are. I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
Okay, so
I'm asking you a question. Hold on. I know that in your religion you're permitted to lie, but I'm going to ask you to tell the truth. Of course you are.
Okay, bring the evidence. Go.
So here's the question: is it permissible to remove somebody's hand after committing theft? Yes or no?
Are you going to bring the evidence?
Yes or no? I'm asking you. Like, you're the guy that says you practice this shit.
So you want me to?
You're the guy. No, you're the one that says you practice this fucking godforsaken. I'm asking you a question. If you're too stupid to answer simple questions, you can go back to the goo, and if I move you again, I won't be able to bring you back up. But that'll be your fucking choice, not mine.
You want me to teach you or no? Or are you going to teach me?
Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm done. What a fucking little weasel. Little fucking weasel. This is what happens. You know where he became a Muslim? Probably in prison. This is the guy that probably just got fucked so much in prison. Too much jail sex turned him to fucking Islam. That's what I think happened with this fucking.
Actually, if you start checking, Muhammad was a gay, he was a cross-dresser, go and beat him.
I couldn't understand a word you're fucking saying.
I think he said Cairo was a cross-dresser.
Yes, Muhammad was a cross-dresser.
Well, okay. So let's get into this. Does anybody want to answer for Cairo, who doesn't have the balls to go live in Cairo? Let's answer this. Does Sharia law call for people to get their hand amputated if they commit theft? Does it, yes, sir?
Yes, according to OJP.gov, quote, theft, stealing in secret is punished by the amputation of the offender's right hand, and armed or highway robbery may be punished by execution, crucifixion, or amputation of hands and feet from opposite sides of the body, depending on the severity of the offense, end quote.
And what does it say about punishment for adultery?
Give me 1 second, I'll pull that up for you. Alright, so here's what I can get for you. It says, in Sharia law, the punishment for adultery, zina, can vary depending on whether the person is married or unmarried. For unmarried individuals, the punishment is typically 100 lashes. For married individuals, the punishment is stoning to death, although it's a controversial interpretation of the Islamic law. Unmarried individuals, they committed 100 lashes. Married individuals go through rajam, which is potentially stoning to death. And it says, while the Quran prescribes lashes for zina, some interpretations, particularly from hadiths, sayings, and actions of the Prophet Muhammad, supporting the support for the stoning punishment for married individuals. In confession and witness testimony, the stoning punishment typically requires either a confession from the adulterer or 4 male Muslim witnesses who have seen the act of penetration. And controversy of the stoning punishment is a point of contention, with some Islamic scholars and modernists arguing against its validity, as it contradicts the Quranic verse that prescribes lashes. So it really just depends on which school of thought you come from, but there is a punishment, whether it be lashes or death.
I wonder if Cairo would have stated.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead.
No, yeah, I think one of the last things you said was, I think, the most important thing. It depends on what school of thought the country subscribes to. For example, most of West Africa subscribes to the Maliki school of thought, which is common in places that have been influenced by the modern sort of Saudi movements, where Maliki law was popular. So, for example, Sharia law in Nigeria, which I'm from, is rooted in Maliki law. So, for example, there are 4 schools of thought. There's Maliki, Hanafi, Hanbali, Shafi'i. But yes, stoning theft is usually punished by amputation. But of course there are precursors to that, so it's not just as simple as just amputation. The idea is that in an Islamic state, there should have been, for example, ample, say for example, provisions for feeding and all of that. And if in the absence of that a person still commits theft, then they should be. So often people point to like punishments and don't point to the obligations of the state under Islamic law. Under Islamic law, a state is obligated, in the same way as the Constitution, for example, is obligated to provide certain things to citizens. It's the same in Islamic law. And the problem is, although Islamic law itself might provide harsh punishments, and in fact, punishments I would personally consider unconscionable, horrible, like stoning to death, or adultery, for example, I would say that there are obligations of the state which would prevent them from carrying out those punishments. So, for example, the state is supposed to provide a situation where a person should not have to steal for food. So, under Maliki law, there are exceptions. For example, if you were hungry, you couldn't eat, you were starving, and you took a thing, and you ate it, those, for example, fall under exceptions. In which case, the issue.
Okay. But what if you stole a pack of baseball cards?
Oh, of course. This is the punishment would be amputation of the right hand.
Right. So let's just talk about this. So we're talking about mutilating a human being because they took a pack of baseball cards that's valued at about $2.
Yeah, like I said, I consider these punishments to be unconscionable and having no place in civilized society.
Well, it now helps to illustrate, though. It now helps to illustrate how guys like Mikhail could get on the stage and talk about his justification for killing every Jew that's in Israel. He said that there is no civilians because they're all militarily trained, and so he believed they were all a target. And so
that's nonsense. I mean,
well, hold on. I just want right. I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying that for people to understand this ideology, when people start trying to figure out what's going on in the Middle East, they start thinking about who are the good guys and who are the bad guys. There is literally one group of people that's saying, hey, we want to have our state, we're going to protect our citizens, and we're going to mind our own fucking business. And then there's a whole other group of people that are saying, we hate you, we want to kill you, and we don't believe any of you are innocent. And hold on. And it's the same people. It's the same people that that think that they're on the right side of history. This is truly a battle between good and evil, and I think it really comes down to that. Is when you start understanding that the same people that want to kill all Jews are the same people that want to remove your hand if you steal something, and they want to stone to death somebody that commits adultery. And that's only the beginning. Well, I mean, we're just getting started on the weird ideas they have. And they got these weird ideas from a guy that married a 6-year-old girl and had sex with her at 9.
Okay, so I mean, I get where you're coming from. Can you allow me to complicate this a little? So I do think that most religions, if you interrogate them closely enough, have these weird parts. And that applies to Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Perhaps Islam more so, because Islam, I think, is the religion that comes closest to providing more practical sort of guidance for day-to-day life. Judaism also does this, but in a far less violent way than Islam does, So Islam, for example, provides for everything, criminal law and that kind of thing. Jewish law, for example, it's easy, providing for personal law, how to, say, for example, do things in your private life, how to observe the Sabbath, blah, 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 how to do all of that kind of thing. With Islam, it's a more complete and political religion in the sense that in the era of its formation, it was also involved in state creation, which is not the case for Judaism and it's not the case for Christianity. And so what I'm saying now is not a defense of Islam. It's saying that if we understand the historical antecedents of what led to the creation of Muslim states, we can understand why, for example, people in Muslim states believe the things that they do or act the ways that they do. If you think of Christianity, for example, 500 years ago, where people believed in the merger of sort of religion and state, they burned witches at the stake and all of that. And I'm by no means comparing Christianity to Islam or anything like that. I'm saying that, of course,
you actually just did. Well, no, you just did. That's exactly what you just did. But then you backtracked it. You walked it back by saying, "In no way am I comparing Christianity to Islam." Well, but that was after you made a comparison.
No, I'm providing facts that may seem to overlap, but they are no, for example, the core premise of Christianity is completely different from the core premise of Islam. Christianity doesn't provide for this kind of, the way what Islam is doing now. It doesn't. So I'm not doing that. Also, I'm not interested in comparing religions. I'm saying that I actually don't want any sort of religious society, whether it's Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. I think that there should be no Muslim state in the world, period. This is what I believe, So and certainly not in 2025. There's no room for people to be saying you can't drink alcohol, you have to wear it, you have to cover your hair, and this kind of bullshit. Of course, certainly, I'm completely opposed to this. But as a person that studied Sharia law, I'm very interested in the reasons why people do what they do, and not just, for example, saying these people are all batshit crazy, because they're batshit crazy people in every religion. And this is where I come from. I'll stop.
Yeah, but what you're doing is doing the moral equivocating, where we just talked about removing a hand for stealing. We talked about stoning to death somebody for adultery. And then you decided to, let me show you all of the problems with Christianity, and then tried to walk it back by saying you weren't making a comparison. The truth of the matter is this: if you were to distill these religions down to the basics, right? I think that what you're going to see is that Judaism gives you an instruction on how to live. Christianity gives you, additional instructions, but then promises this great afterlife, and then it tells you about how God walked the earth, and then Islam comes along as complete fan fiction of both, and just says anybody that disagrees with us, we're going to kill, and so there's a big problem with.
No, but so here's the thing. I think if you would step back from being sort of, if you would just see this as a normal conversation, you would realize that that's already what I've said. I already said in the beginning very clearly that the very premise of Islam is different, and Islam itself is far more political as a religion than Christianity or Judaism is. I already talked about this. So again, like I said, because my work is to study religion. I'm not.
What do you mean your work is to study religion? What does that mean?
I study religion. That's like I research religion. Like I'm an atheist. I don't give a shit about any of these religions.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, so your work is to be an atheist? That's like was that like an ad on Craigslist? Like how do you apply for like, hey, I want to be the atheist? You do that for.
When you listen, if you listen, you wouldn't say this. Like I said, my work is studying religion.
You said your work is studying religion. Can you explain? What does that mean?
I study religion.
You study. Study's not a job.
Like, are you a fucking idiot? Like what's wrong with you? Like,
hold on. Do you know what a job is?
Do you understand English at all, or do you just want to say what comes from your anus? Like, what's wrong with you? Do you want to have a conversation, or do you want?
Hold on. I'll give you the list of things that are wrong with me. I'm a little cranky. I'm shorter than I'd like. My hair's thinning on the top. I've got a lot of fucking problems, just like everybody else. Hold on.
I didn't realize that it was a fucking idiot speaking to me.
Got it. Oh, so we just heard from the intelligent atheist. Okay, so everybody, just so everyone's clear.
That's the problem.
So you think that the
conversation, you want to speak to your in-group or whatever. I came to this conversation calmly and trying to talk about, broaden the conversation, but you appear to have no intelligence to carry on.
I just asked you a question about what do you mean that you study religion for a job, and you completely fucking melted down because you can't explain what your job is.
Google me, you fucking idiot.
You want me to Google you? Like, okay, so now you're a famous atheist. Who are you, fucking Hitchens?
Well, compared to you, I am famous. Like, you are nobody. Like, you make me do, I thought we were having a civilized conversation.
I just did Google.
But you want to be a fucking idiot. I don't know what you're doing.
About life in Nigeria.
Like, you just, yeah, I thought, sorry, when I came to the debate, I've had conversations with you before that
why did you just clarify your famous for atheism? It's just you talking about life in Nigeria. You've only written books about Nigeria and life in it. You haven't talked shit about atheism in any of your books. So why are you trying to put yourself up like some magical atheist?
You don't know what I've written. You like just shut the fuck up.
Wait, hold on.
I can't think that
Hold on. You can leave if you want, but you're not gonna fucking talk. Okay. Got it. Okay. So we're nobodies, and you're somebody because you study religion, but you're not a practitioner of a religion. So let's get this right. You're so obsessed with religion that your job is to study religion and you don't believe in any God. I would say you're wasting your fucking time. That would be like saying that somebody with no dick that they should jack off. Like, I don't know why you're fucking obsessed with things that you don't believe in, but atheists are fucking weird. I would bet that, here's what I'm gonna bet. I would bet that your parents were very religious, they drug you along to church, you got upset at them, and now you claim to be an atheist. Honestly, you're fucking dog shit. I don't think you're fucking famous. I'm gonna go look you up. I would bet that you're not famous, but if you are famous, how about this? I will debate you anywhere on the fucking planet about your fucking views, and I will embarrass you. Let's chat.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting there, Roger, but the reason I called in is because when people say the Google me thing, I love to take him up on the challenge, so I did Google him.
Wait, hold on. Somebody just said in the chat that he's famous because he's got 70,000 following.
I have more than that on my K-pop TikTok. That's fine.
Jesus Christ. Dude, I mean, like, look at this house has 45,000 people. So, like, does that make the people in this fucking Clubhouse app are famous?
I guess I'm a fucking A-lister because I got 100K on TikTok. I guess I'm an A-lister now. So, woohoo.
These guys are fucking retarded. Like,
but when I looked into him, the first thing that popped up was that Nigerian novelist. So he's been, let's see, it says, Nathan John is a Nigerian novelist, satirist, and lawyer whose stories have twice been shortlisted for the Kane Prize for African Writing, but all his writings, none of them are about atheism. If you look through it, he has 9 things put out under his name. Born on a Tuesday in 2015, and this is his debut novel. This is not speaking about atheism at all. Then if we go continuing on, Becoming Nigerian, and then Becoming Nigerian, a Guide. Those are 2 books that he has about Nigeria, not atheism. On Ajayi Crowther Street.
Hey, pause, actually, pause. Well, we can get back to reading the list, but listen, this Fai Lee, or whoever it is, I can't pronounce this name, probably doesn't live in the U.S., says, you have wrote nothing, which is untrue. I have had tweets that are more popular than all of his writing put together. So don't tell me that I've wrote nothing. I can put 3 words together, put it out on the interwebs, and it's gone far more viral than this retard ever has.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I make parody covers of K-pop songs, just talking about LeBron James on TikTok, and I have at least 5 of them with over 500K views. I'm pretty sure people know more for LeBron parodies than they know him for writing. My biggest audience ever for a tweet was me just tweeting a meme from Howard the Duck, and I got paid several $100s. Yeah, back when shit pays well, you know how much I get for shit talking BTS on Twitter on a K-pop scene? That shit goes crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. That one little meme had like 4 million views.
And the impressions too. All the impressions you get off of those get you a lot of money too. So that's all good. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've probably made more money off TikTok, and Roger's probably made more money off Twitter than he's made off his books. I'm not gonna lie.
Listen, El Mojo. I don't know how you're up here making fun of a man who won the Nigeria Prize for Literature. It's a big deal. Show some respect.
Did you say the Nigerian Prize for Literature?
Yes, he has a Wikipedia page.
Yeah, he has two. He has two. It says, what's it called? He got shortlisted for the Kane Prize for African Writing.
Dude, that's right up there with getting the fucking card in Monopoly that says you won 2nd place in a beauty contest.
That's right there up for my verification badge too. That's crazy.
Indeed.
But
Liz, how are you?
The thing that pissed me off wasn't the fact that he brought up his credentials. It's the fact that he tried to appeal to authority when none of the shit he wrote about had anything to do with the topic of conversation. Like, if we were talking about, like, life in Nigeria or something like that, if we're talking about Nigeria, the country, sure, you want to bring that up, fuck it, I'll cede the floor to you. You've written on that, you've got a ton of shit on that, go ahead. But we're talking about religion and atheism here. What the fuck is you being a Nigerian novelist have to do with any of them?
I bet I can use ChatGPT to write something for people in Nigeria, and it would go more viral than the shit that he wrote. I'm gonna try this. This is gonna be a test.
You know what, Mojo? I am awesome. And I saw something last night that reminded me of you. I thought you'd get a kick out of it. I was driving down the 405 and needed gas and got off in Inglewood. That's my new band name. And there, across the street, I saw Randy's Donuts and an Arby's. And right next to the Arby's, I saw this little gym that's in my PTR. Tell me when was the last time you saw one of these? And I am like, how does this place stay in business?
They have those near me too. I forget what the name of it is, but those still exist. It's very weird.
They've got DVDs and VHS.
I do like physical media. I just don't watch porn.
That's amazing. I drove by and instantly felt very, very 80s/90s. So what did I miss other than the Nigerian Pulitzer Prize?
So there was, Mikhail did a drive-by here, and he told us that he believes that every man and woman in Israel should be targeted to be killed. He didn't think that any of them were civilian, that they're all enemy combatants because they all get conscripted. That was his position. He wants to kill all Jews.
Absolutely. And this is why I don't engage with him, because if we ever run across each other in real life, he's going to try to kill me, and I'm not going to.
I think he's all talk, though.
No, he's serious as hell.
You think? Was he like the other guy? Did he get converted from prison sex?
Probably, but, you know, I don't question the source. I feel like this is the movie Predator, and I just need to live and.
Which character do you identify in Predator?
I am Arnold's. I am definitely Arnold's character. I don't remember his.
I like the black guy that's shaving. Like, it was like a nervous tick. He was just randomly shaving his face. Remember that?
Oh yeah. He got it terribly. He got it lying down. You know what that lying down. I wish I was the Billy character, but nope, I'm not right. He was too badass to die that early.
Is that the Indian guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably the toughest guy for that entire show, right?
Oh, definitely. But see, that's how they get the minorities killed in the movies. Is he had to do the call back to his ancestors and do the hand down hand combat with the monster from outer space that can kill people in an instant. Yeah, don't do that. You'll die early in the movie. How did Action Jackson die in that movie? I know he went early. You know what I'm talking about.
Carl Weathers? Honestly, I don't remember. I don't remember
either. The only thing I really remember about him in that movie is when him and Arnold Schwarzenegger did like the giant arm, like they clamped hands, and you can see like 200 pounds of muscles in both of.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite memes to use.
It's Predator handshake, exactly. Alright, so we've got Pulitzers, we've got like random stuff. Did he go into jail?
I don't know. I would say that he's probably a good candidate for suicide at this point.
Well, I mean, you mean kind of like how Epstein, quote unquote, committed suicide?
Yeah, little assisted suicide, kind of like the John McAfee.
Gotcha. Yeah, I hate to break it to people who think otherwise. Diddy's going to the penitentiary. Carmelo Anthony, not the basketball player, Carmelo Anthony, the one with the K, he's going to jail. Who else is bubble kind of?
What about Bill Cosby?
They let him out for some unknown reason.
I will say, now that he's out, I think they should bring back the Cosby Show reruns. That show was lit.
So, this is the deal, the mental deal that I make with myself. Is if I enjoyed something, some type of entertainment, and later it turns out that everybody connected with it was an evil, diabolical bastard, I am allowed to still like that thing because I've already spent the money on it. I've already spent it's part of my life. So I am allowed to like that. So I don't think that the Cosby Show should have been pulled to begin with. But once I know you're evil, diabolical, like bastard from hell, once everything from that period on, I'm done with.
Yeah, I wonder if Muslims make their same little deal with themselves where they say, oh, as long as I get to kill Jews, I'm okay with the fact that the Prophet molested a little girl.
They don't care that the Prophet molested a little girl. They're waiting for a time when that comes back in style. So they're just riding it out that they have to take that one on the chin for right now. And they don't feel bad about killing Jews.
Well. You know what's glorious about this room was we've got a non down there, which is no doubt John Kitover. So we can guarantee that the greatest hits of this room have been streaming for the last few hours. So that's good.
That's fine. That's why I don't have my normal PTR up.
Alright, I think I'm gonna go to bed. This was a good room though. Some familiar faces came through. I see the homegirl, Kelly down there. Lauren, my favorite Japanese gal. I can call her Japanese. She lived in Japan. I think I can call her Japanese. Anyways, Christy's always holding down the fort down there. Yo, Ev. Man, we got Moshe, Randy. This is like all-star goo. All-star goo. The only thing we're missing is Wallace. Where the hell's Wallace?
You know what? Wallace was here. He must have ducked out. Hi, Kelly Bean. Hi, Goo. Hi, Chat Warriors. You all are the badass to this.
I used to call them chat rats. Now I call them goobers. I think it's a little softer and kinder. So, to the goobers, hello.
Hello, fellow goobers. Alright, you wanna, Pepsi commercial?
I don't know. Has Beth got anything to say? Beth's probably asleep, huh?
Beth is knocked out.
What about Dr. Dr. Jordan? Did you get your thing written?
Close.
Okay. You wanna read us the first line?
I can't. It's one of the. I would, but I can't. I'm not allowed to.
Dude, just ChatGPT.
That's what I told him. He was struggling earlier. Like he had to, every time I said, "Hey, can you moderate the room?" He would be like, "Hold on, I got to put on my bifocals." It was fucking hilarious.
I wish they were bifocals. They're just reading glasses. I need to get bifocals.
Yeah. All right. I think I'm gonna be planning my next LA trip soon. So hopefully, see you fine folks out there.
Happy to drive you everywhere.
Well, is it the plan? I think we agreed on Knott's Berry Farm.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Some of that.
Okay, so Knott's Berry Farm. So now that I fly, everyone, I'm on a tour. Mojo's on tour. He's gonna come to a town near you. That would include you, Kelly. I won't dox where you're at, but I'm gonna come see you soon. Anyhow, I think we should wrap it up. This has been a good room. And to Edmund for streaming all that chaos, thank you. Thank you for your service. And have a good one.
Just one. So there's been fights as well in certain rooms, and some people know a lot of information on you. It's not the Muslims, Ron. It's your abnormal. He did it to a lot of people. He even did it to Sister Eze here. He called Sister Eze's former workplace. So Ron, get your facts straight. Instead of opening up your stupid, disgusting mouth, right? Make sure you get your facts straight with everything. It relate to the history, historical facts, relate to Israel, to Pakistan, India, and relate to a whole bunch of histories. This idiot made a claim in the chat that, this is why the Hindus are kicked out Muslims. How many Muslims live in freaking India, man? So many of them. They say because of the Hinduism, right? They didn't like the Muslim, that's why they kicked the Muslims out. This is what he thinks, this idiot. Such an idiot, man.
No, the reason why I asked this is because I've had many Zionists call into my workplace and none of my bosses ever were willing to fire me.
Oh, they did?
No, they never did.
Okay,
so they're not. Well, all of my bosses are Jews.
Yes,
They never once thought about firing me.
Only American of clever. Everybody it's
Amos, can you please clarify for this idiot sitting in the audience called Ron? You want to kill 20,000 Gaza baby to save 20 hostages, right?
Right.
There you go. You said it, Ron. Do you need more testimony? Slap yourself, fucking bitch.
What's new dictator?
Bro, you're the dictator. People telling me you keep muting the whole room over there. You don't allow people to speak, shout. You don't allow nothing. You're just an idiot. You don't know how to run the rooms.
People don't tell you you're in the
People texted me. No, people texted me.
You're a liar.
They're not gonna come to your room. Some people, they said, well, I'm never going to Amos' room because he wants to keep muting.
Pay $70. You're coming anonymous.
Nope. It has nothing to do with that. Amos, your room? Yeah, I rather.
You know everything what's going on.
Oh my God.
You've been there.
People tell me.
From your honor to say you come to my room, it's not of your honor, you're a liar.
Oh my God. Okay. So think whatever you want to think, Amos. Think whatever you want to think. There's too many people on here. Everybody has a plus.
$70 a month you pay for anonymous, yeah?
Okay, check the audience. How many anonymous in the audience? Check it out, Amos.
Right now,
Check my account. Check my account. Look underneath. How many Anon in the account right in the room right now?
right now only one.
Okay. Do you know in the morning there's two? Check all the way in the bottom. That fucker in the bottom, he records my rooms and he streams it in a different room, and then from different room to the YouTube.
It's exactly what you're doing.
You see? You see at the bottom. There's two in it. There's two in it. Okay. So are those you? Is that you, Amos? Is that you? Is that your other account? You're just a stupid fucktard. You don't know who. You don't know who's in and who's not in it.
Who is doing it now on the?
You're an idiot. Amos, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Moderator, it's not you, both of them.
What'd you say?
The two moderators. I mean, it's not you, both of them.
Yeah, that's me. AI. One is AI. One is me.
Yes, you read it. Yes.
Yes.
You're very experienced in Clubhouse. Yes, you know how to record. You know how to make moderators. You know how to make a lot of time. I'm only one.
I don't know. Is Anna in your account in the audience? Is it your account?
You're a liar.
Stop lying. It's your account. You come into my room. You listen to my room. Why you listen to my room?
Why you need two accounts?
I need to account because I have Android phone. Every time I get a call, while you're shouting like a little bitch in the background, I can't listen to my calls. I have to leave the room and I have to answer my call. Because I don't have an iPhone, I use Android.
So, but what does it make any difference? Why you want to listen to telephone and to your room?
So I can talk to my work. I because I get a lot of work calls on my.
Of course, you get phone calls from the Iranians. Of course, I know.
Wayfan calls me. Wayfan is he calls me. Wayfan, these people they think I get paid by IRGC, man.
Oh, they pay you to
That's what the Zionists think.
From the morning till the night in Clubhouse. So you have a big room, big deal. I come to you. What does it make any difference? It was so boring in your life.
Like to talk about
people like truth. People like truth. They are tired of Zionist bullshit.
With their wait fun. It's wait fun. It's a new.
Wayfan, don't go to his room, man. This guy is a dictator. He mutes everybody, kicks everybody out, kicks everybody down. Yeah. Don't go.
No, I used to like him. So is it really a normal call your employer? Is he such an animal?
Yeah, he's a big animal.
What a nice room we had yesterday night, you see? What a nice room. Teach me how to run it. Everybody can speak, also my enemies.
Everybody can speak. You like to mute everybody. You simp for women. The woman comes in. Oh, I'm gonna give you the green bean to the.
Did I give a green bean to the woman?
I don't know. Did you?
But you're a liar. Every second.
You are a liar. You lie. You simp. You like to freaking make women mad for no reason. They don't have any knowledge. You got women like Fatima. She's a dumbass. She doesn't have any knowledge.
So much liars. So many lies. How people can live like this with lies and lies and lies. As I told you, Bibi Netanyahu are so common together. You and him, so common.
You look like Netanyahu.
Yeah. Why don't you put your face? We see how ugly old you are. Like
yes, I'm very old. I'm ugly and old.
Why don't you put your face like Jindi? Why don't you put your face on? Why don't you put your face? Let's see how ugly you are. Stupid dummy.
I am very ugly, Amos. I'm very, very ugly.
Sitting in America, doing nothing in his life, open Clubhouse room. So the Palestinian coming here. I'm from all abroad. I don't see maybe Jindib, maybe one from
Shamul, Jindib, Edward. There's other ones that come in here as well.
Where is it?
Palestine.
Edward, where is he from?
love
you
them.
do realize you were also in here, so you're the who's that you're talking about.
You're a disgusting Israeli, you know? You're occupying my room right now.
Palestinian, he's the most clever Palestinian.
Hey, boss, what did you say about me? He said you got a good picture. He said, why don't I put a picture like Jindib? I was laughing. I know I'm gorgeous.
You are a real Palestinian.
He wants me to take the picture of Google Baba and turn it into 3D and put it on a PTR.
This dictator Amir come with his real face and so
He mutes everybody. Jindib, he kicks people out of his room. Like, this is a disturbing behavior. He became dictator.
Yes, I become dictator like him, yes.
But you're as well, right?
We have a good teacher, stupid. Can I call you Bibi Netanyahu, Amir?
I think you look like a Netanyahu. You should change your name from Amos to Netanyahu.
You're so much the same, you and Bibi Netanyahu. So much the same.
Amos, honestly, I have respect for you. I just lost my respect for El Normo. What do you think about El Normo calling Izzy's employer? I mean, Izzy is a Jewish, lady, I think. What do you think about this, that he called her employer?
You just lost respect.
No, I really have respect for her. Now El Normo must see my bad side.
Yesterday night in my room.
Yeah, he did, Elijah, he did.
Who were the two speakers in my room yesterday night, you know? There were only two people, two dogs barking. Sinai and El Mero. Sinai, the Hamasnik from your side, and El Mero from my side. Yeah, that's it.
Look, Amos, I have another Palestinian. She left. It was X. She was in the audience. Look, we have Bulbuli. He's partial Palestinian. You see?
I don't see anything. I just see.
He's partial Palestinian. You see, he's giving the hand. It means he says he's a Palestinian.
Bully.
Yeah, Misha is a Palestinian. She's sitting in the audience. She's a Christian Palestinian, almost.
Christian Palestinian?
Yeah, you keep saying Muslim. It's Christian and Muslim and Jews.
Who controlled you saw any Christian in Gaza? If there are any Christians in Gaza, who control us? Muslims. But anyway, you know exactly what I said Muslim had, you know.
No. You always say Muslim. Instead of saying Palestinian, you say Muslim.
Oh, when I say Muslim, you can't deny ISIS is Muslim, Hamas Muslim.
ISIS is not Muslim, it's a Catholic, it's a kafir. Just like you are a kafir, they're a Catholic.
South Arabian Muslim, you cannot deny it. Muslims, Muslim are the biggest in the world. That's true, that's why I'm in the Muslim room. Because you are big, you have a lot of people. And to be honest, you have big people. But
Almost look, your Jewish brother in the chat.
A Muslim man don't think with his mind. The Jewish, very few, but they have a big mind. They think Muslim.
They think with their dick a lot, you know. Yeah, people like you. Almost they're very flirtatious. They're sort of like always, wants to slide into girls' DMs. Look at Stein down in the audience, Amos. Stein is your Jewish brother. Look what he wrote in the chat. He said Amos is always drunk. He's your Jewish brother.
Let's see. I don't like to read the chat because I can't. Amos always drunk. You see, you don't know me. I never drink. I'm a driver, but I can drink. You know, the police coming the Yanchuf. Somebody knows what is the Yanchuf is? Somebody know a little bit Hebrew, what is Yanchuf?
They let you slide it was promised to you.
Gigi, somebody know what is Yanchuf is?
We felt I can't believe you trusted normal.
Hey, Amir, have you watched this movie, Fiddler on the Roof? Amos is this guy.
Very crazy.
Oh, what is good for you when somebody written Amos drunk, then you can say, find Shuki, tell more for things.
Amos, you are drunk. You sound drunk all the time.
I'm drunk, yes, of course I'm drunk.
Look, he wrote it in Hebrew just for you, Amos. He wrote it. He's using Hebrew translator, Google Baba. He's asking Google Baba because Stein is an American, right? He doesn't know how to write Hebrew, so he just copy and paste. Stein, why do you have to copy and paste, man, from Google Baba?
He writes about you that you're always funny. That's what he writes in the chat.
Okay. But what I'm saying is you have to.
What's with Amos? What happened?
I asked if you know what is Yanchuk.
Amos called them.
Isn't that like an owl or something?
Yanchuk is this what the policeman give you to breathe inside if you are drunk or not.
Ah, the Yanshuf, okay. But Yanshuf in Hebrew, isn't Yanshuf the night owl or the owl of the bird?
Yeah, night bird, yes, night bird. That is their eyes are very. This is what we call it. He said I was drunk. I said I'm the driver, I never drink, I don't like to drink. It tastes not good, I don't understand how people can drink.
No, I know Amos does not drink. I know he doesn't drink.
I just want to show you how the people who speak so stupid don't know me. Don't know nothing about me. I don't smoke a cigarette, I don't drink. But you have, so many dummy people like you understand nothing. You're too many, you think you're clever, but I haven't find one. People like Sumud I like, even Fias I like, but so much inside the narrative of the Muslim head, so much not understand nothing, and bring nothing to nowhere. Edward is the only reasonable man. Always, as Edward come to my room, straight away. This you don't say. You say, oh, women. Edward straight away, when he come to my room, he become a moderator. So many rubbish you're talking.
Amos, you like women too much. You need to get off the women, no?
True that I like clever women, Palestinian or Muslim, like Galileo, like Noah, yes, I like them, it's true, because they are independent women. But if I speak freely with those women, and I ask them personal life, intimate, sex, things like that, you're not allowed. What you say?
And that's not clever. But that's not clever. A clever woman would avoid you altogether. That's a clever woman. So if you're talking to someone that's like that, then she's not clever.
Yeah, it's true. By showing
look at you, a clever, intelligent woman would look at you and say, "You stupid idiot, get out of my face."
Exactly. I agree with you, Sarah. Who is this fucking Sarah? I didn't ever see her the first time. Who is Sarah?
Just a bus driver.
But what is it that everybody praying to this rabbi? What's it mean? I don't understand nothing.
It's the U.S. Army. That's the U.S. Army praying to them. They're bowing to their God. The U.S. Army is bowing to their God, the Zionists.
The Zionists are good, so it really seems
the U.S. Army is bowing down to their God, the Zionists.
It's really show how clever you are. But Zero, listen, you want to come to my room to coexist and so?
Again with the recruitment, man. Calm down, Amos.
Yes, sir.
Why are you hiring people? Why are you stealing people from my room, man?
I take all you people.
No, calm down. I don't wanna promote your disgusting room.
Yeah, I'll take you too.
No. You are damaging these innocent people's brains by bringing them into your room, into your disgusting room. You have people like Normal. You have people. You have crazy psychopaths. They don't make any argument, no discussion. But anyways, Amos, do you know Israel lost war against Iran? You heard about it, Amos? That's new news.
Against Iran, Israel lost against Lebanon, Israel lost against...
No, against Iran is lost.
Against Egypt, against Jordan, against Syria, Israel lost. But still Israel exists.
Israel lost war against Iran.
if it's good for you to say Israel lost against Iran, then it's okay. If it's good for you.
Yeah,
Israel
everyone needs.
Israel have a free sky. Israel can fly on the
America needs to petition their politicians.
the Iranian sky.
Yeah, but Americans need to petition their politicians when the Zionists come begging for more money. Because they lost.
Don't want that regime. They are.
Because your country suffered $20 billion in damage from fighting against Iran, and they said they don't have the money, and so they're begging people. We need to make sure that our country, our politicians, do not give these Zionists more money.
You want to come to my room tonight, 12 o'clock, so I can fight against you and show you what is Amos, what is the real Amos? Come to my room if you have the courage tonight at midnight, and I'll teach you with Amos. Here I can't speak, because I put you in your real place. Your real place is not, in the virtual life.
You are a dictator, Amos.
What are you talking about, Mr. Amos? What are you talking about?
What am I talking?
What are you talking about? Dude, you ain't shit. You ain't shit.
Tell me something, Cameron. Where are you from?
Yeah.
Cameron, speak to me. Where are you from?
Where am I from? Shimak.
Where are you from? I'm from a kibbutz in Israel. Where are you from, you stupid dummy Cameron? Where are you from?
Okay, it seems you are not reading. You're not reading.
But
Cabran from, yeah, Cabran number 4 from Morocco.
Cabran, Hama.
Yeah. Just look. Yeah, just look up the picture.
No, I want to educate.
Morocco. Do you know Morocco, Mr. Amos? Do you know Morocco?
Dirty mouse. I didn't put attention to you. So now first.
You ain't shit. You ain't shit. Amos, you ain't shit.
I like people who think garbage of me. I like, because then I can quarrel with them. I can give them a good fight, And the only thing that we can do is throw me out of the...
So Cabron, by the way, Cabron in Spanish, do you know what it means, brother?
There is no cabron in Spanish. There is cabron. Cabron.
Cabron, yeah. Cabron,
Yeah,
it means jerk,
I know,
jerk
I know.
bastard. You know this,
Yeah,
right?
but I'm not cabron. I'm cabran. Cabran.
I know, but people always,
Yeah, I know.
What do you want to do? Why you want to date him? How old are you? Why you want to date him? You want his address?
How old are you, Cabron, that you dare to open your mouth to me? How old are you?
I am 39. 13.
You're 39, you're married, how many children you have?
No, I'm 39. I'm not married and I have no children.
You're looking for a wife. You're gonna find him a Jewish wife, almost.
Because no woman wants you in your life.
Almost set him up with Yasmin.
Slowly.
Yael would be a good candidate, almost.
Age 40, an old man, your dick is not standing anymore. You can't make sex anymore. And you don't get married and you say slowly. There is no slowly. I want to know why any woman don't want you. Can you explain me? No, tell me more. There's no woman wants you.
It's not the question.
What is the question? Why are you saying that?
Listen, I will tell you the question. Listen. The question is, Cabran don't want any woman. Okay?
Why you don't have? Are you coccinelle? Why you don't?
I don't want to get married. I don't want to have children.
Why? Asking why? Answer me why.
I don't want to have children. Yeah.
You can beg for women, not only.
I don't want to have children. And
Can you find him a Jewish wife? I think Jewish wife would be good. You want to live inside Israel, Cabron? Because Amos lives inside Israel. He's a kibbutznik. He's a little farmer.
I'm not living in Israel. I'm living in Morocco.
No, but he lives inside Israel. If he gets you married, you're gonna have to move to Israel.
Amos is living in Israel.
He's Israeli.
Listen, Amos, you are living in Israel. You have to listen. You have to come to Morocco to make I don't know how to say that. Yeah. To make a paper, to make a paper in Jewish, Jewish name.
Aliyah, to do Aliyah.
To the kingdom.
Yeah.
How many tax you pay to the kingdom in Morocco?
What?
How many tax you're working? How many percent you pay for the kingdom?
I didn't understand.
How much tax do you pay, Captain?
No, you're the king. Yes, you don't have a parliament, members, and you're the king.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Amos?
I'm a driver.
You are a driver.
Yeah, that's his cover. He's really a pimp and a drug dealer. He pimps prostitutes and he's a drug dealer.
You two down in cover. Let's go back to zero.
Listen, Amos, I'm an engineer.
You're an engineer.
Yeah, I'm an engineer. You are a driver.
Almost the tax rate is up to 38% in Morocco. Up to 38%.
Yeah, 35%.
She's a woman and dependent.
Up to 30.
Can I speak to Zero?
See, that's why he's trying to get you a woman, see, because he's a pimp, so he'll find you a woman. He's got a few in his harem. He's got a few of them.
Zero, you know what is zero? You're zero, you're nothing. That's what you mean, zero?
Yeah, what is zero? Do you know what is zero?
Zero is nothing. Oh.
Dude, read the whole thing. It's a zero Celsius. Zero Celsius. In my mother tongue, in my mother tongue, zero is nothing. It's Anya. It's Anya. Zero Celsius. Zero. Look at the words. 0 Celsius. That's 32 degrees Fahrenheit.
Listen, you stupid dummy.
Listen, Mr. The scientist. Please. The scientist. 0 degrees Celsius. Let's speak about the zero, the absolute zero.
Let's talk about how Israel lost the war against Iran.
And they lost $20 million worth of damage.
Amos, you're a loser. Your country's a loser.
Israel.
And you're begging for money already, begging everybody to pay for it.
Listen. Israel is a powerful country. Okay? Israel and the United States of America. Yeah, powerful.
They lost the war against Iran, Captain. What are you talking about, powerful?
Iran.
Israel lost the war against Iran.
Listen.
Lost the war, yes, exactly.
Listen,
right.
Iran and Israel, it's just a joke. It's just a joke.
How is it a joke? How is it a joke?
It's a joke.
How is it a joke? More than 400 people died in Iran. More than 40 people died inside Israel.
No, it's a joke.
More than $5 billion worth of damages. What are you talking about? Where's it a joke?
Yeah, I will tell you.
Yeah, Netanyahu begged. He went through Qatar. He begged Iran for a ceasefire deal.
Iran, what's happening in Pardo? Iran and Pardo.
Yeah, Iran won almost. Iran is a big.
Did you ever seen a war where yeah. Listen.
It was started by Israel. It wasn't started by Iran.
The ceasefire Iran agree about coming.
Where are you from? Amos? Where are you from?
He's from Israel. I just told you he's from Israel, man.
Where are you from, Amos? Where are you from?
He's inside Israel. I don't know. Are you okay, Cameron? Are you alright in the head? He's inside Israel.
And Amir.
He lives inside Israel.
Yeah, he's living in Israel.
How's Israeli?
Israeli.
In the beginning, when I saw a Cameroon Moroccans, I thought they were a little bit clever. But more you're speaking, more I see how dummy you are.
Yeah, but Cameroon, Amos, I came across some of the Moroccan Zionists on this app as well. Some of the Moroccans are Zionists, man.
There is 300,000 Moroccan in Israel. Do you know that or no?
That's what I'm saying. Some of the Moroccans are Zionists. That's what I just said.
Yeah, Zionist. Okay, what is the definition of
Okay. Did your country normalize deal with Israel?
Listen. I mean,
Did your country normalize deal with Israel? Yes or no?
yes.
Okay, that's it. That means they're in bed with the Zionist entity. What are you on about? And, if I was you, stop being embarrassed. There's a lot of stuff that they have done together, Israel and Morocco.
Long live Israel.
Okay, there you go. See, this is a Zionism. This is your. Do you want to suck Amos' dick? Do you want to suck Amos' dick?
لا تندير لك لا
Yeah, you should go suck Amos' dick. I'm gonna take him in private room, man. Go.
لا attends.
Disgusting, man. Disgusting. Listen to this Moroccan character.
Hey, Mr. Bring him a
your
prostitute.
country.
Bring him a prostitute.
Israel.
Yeah, this guy normalized.
On your bus.
This.
Israel ولا
And he's laughing. And he's laughing. Are you Muslim?
That was an idiot. That was an idiotic laugh.
Yeah. Are you Muslim?
Yeah, I am Muslim. Yeah.
Okay. So you're Muslim and you're promoting the Zionist entity flag. That's good.
Yeah, I am Muslim and I support Israel. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't support the Palestinians. You wanna kill your Muslim brothers, sisters, and kids? More than 60,000
just
people died in
ask him, why do you support Israel? What do you like about Israel? Let's hear it.
Israel are creative and there is many things invented by Jewish people.
Like what?
Well, like what? Like bzaf.
Olive trees, right, Cap?
Like bzaf, what? What does that mean? Say it. Keep going.
Okay, got a question for you. When Muslims have or had the power and they go to the Andalusia, to Spain and French, there are no worries because we were strong. But nowadays, Israel is powerful and that's.
Is that why you support? Is that why you support them because they're powerful? Is that the main reason?
Yeah, what is powerful? What does that mean? Powerful. What does that mean? They just have a lot of shit.
So if they're not powerful,
they don't know how to use it.
So if they're not powerful, you're not gonna support them. You won't support them if they're not powerful.
Powerful.
Black Rabbi,
does it mean powerful?
Black Rabbi,
do you know what does it mean power and powerful? You know what does it mean?
So you support Israel because Israel is powerful. Is that the reason? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Yeah. What about the plastic? How about the plastic dome?
It's not
plastic dome didn't hold up.
No, I'm not saying that. Listen. In for example, in the past, we were strong. For me, as a Moroccan, we were strong, and we went to Europe, Spain, and Portugal, and France, and all of this. This is 1,000 years ago. Was powerful, and and when we do this or we did this, there is no problem. But no, when Israel is powerful and it makes it did things, it's not okay. Why? We are weak. Arab Muslims people are weak. They don't have technology. They don't have nothing.
No, you
they
are
don't have
weak.
Nothing. They are weak.
Your king has a lot of syphilis. give him some fucking penicillin or something.
No, the topic is not my king.
Your king does have syphilis, no?
My king, على راسي وعيني فهمتي؟ على راسي وعيني. I don't know
He doesn't have syphilis?
Translate this to you. But Arabic Muslim people are weak. They are weak.
Yeah, of course.
They are weak.
He has syphilis, of course he's weak.
Yeah, why Arabic people are asking Moroccan people who are far from
We're not
Arabia,
asking you come here and
far
you
from
finish
Arabia
because we're not asking you shit. We're not asking you shit. No one is asking you.
Palestinians.
You come here and you say you support.
Where are the Arabian?
Does Morocco make enough penicillin for your king's syphilis?
That's messed up. How did he get syphilis, man?
I mean, you don't like Arabs. You don't need to like Israel. You can like Persians. Hey guys, did you hear what happened to Iran?
I don't like Arabs. I don't like Palestinians. I don't like Persians. I don't like Israel. I don't like anyone. I like Moroccans. I'm Moroccan.
So why do you like
Right,
Israel?
yeah, we can tell
I'm so far from.
Every now and then I run into
from
some
Palestine
dumbass
and
Moroccan.
Israel and Iran. I'm so far. And I'm not
Why you
Arabic.
come
As
here?
a Moroccan, I'm not Arabic. I'm Amazigh.
Yes, we can
كي
tell.
أمازيغ أرسل حتى شي حي أمازيغ أرسل حتى أمازيغ. I'm not Arabic. I'm not Arabic. Moroccans are not Arabic.
So do you get satisfaction to come and tell Arabs they are weak? Do you get satisfaction from it? Do you feel good? Are you getting hard on now because you told Arabs they're weak and Israel is strong? Do you feel good, man?
No, I'm not feeling good. I'm not feeling good. I'm against wars. I'm against wars.
So why do you like Israel? Israel just attacked 7 countries.
That's just a fact. It's a fact. It's a fact.
Effect what?
It's a fact.
Like in attack like a border and then you attack 7 countries. That's the effect.
ودي ما عرفتش كيفاش نجاوبك.
Of course you wouldn't know how to answer because you're too fucking dumb to answer anything.
هو انت هضر معايا بالدارجه تشوف اش
He is cabron, by the way.
You're still too fucking dumb to answer any question.
So, just
Fuck
in
you,
Spanish, we
son
call
of a
it
bitch.
cabron.
Fuck you.
He is a fucking cabron, right? In Spanish, it means a
Puta.
bastard.
Cabron puta.
He is a cabron, right? He's a nationalistic son of a bitch, right? Cabron, you should look into Islam, right? First, go ask your scholar, where did Islam come from? Go look into it, right? Instead of, coming up here and, talking out of your behind.
Yeah, can I speak on there?
Yeah, go ahead, Mandy.
So, I'm Moroccan. Cabron, I have a question for you.
If you are Moroccan, speak بالدارجه. هضر معايا بالدارجه. دوي معايا بالمغربي يا خويا Moroccan.
واش انت ملحد؟ انت ما تكذبش ملحد. ملحد انت. جاوبني اجل.
والله لا شوف. والله ما غادي نكذب عليك. غنجاوبك.
جاوبني صراحه ما تكذبش جاوبني.
والله الا غنجاوبك الصراحه. والله ما مازال ما عرفتش انا.
لا واش هادشي اللي كتقول بصح زعما انت ملحد ضد الاسلام هادشي اللي بغيت نسمع بها بيني وبينك زعما بالرجوله.
لا بالرجوله واخا بالرجوله نجاوبك. لا ماشي لا ما كنتش كنهضر في داك الاكستريميزم والاسلام واليهود ماشي لا انا واحد الانسان انا مغربي فهمتي.
انت امازيغي شلاه ضد
انا شلاه ماشي كنهضر
ضد الدين زعما. لا سولت كبران سولتك سؤال مسلمة كبران
If we could do it in English for the Mahdi, assalamu alaikum,
he asked me if I am against the religion. I'm not against.
No, I'm asking you. No, that's not what I asked. I asked you.
That's not what he asked you.
Yes.
He asked you something different.
Yeah, it's a direct question, Kabran. I asked you if you are a Muslim, yes or no. If you ask me, I say yes. If you ask someone who's an atheist, is going to say yes. I'm asking you a question. Are you a Muslim or not, Kabran?
أنا نجاوبك. أنا مسلم par défaut. أنا مسلم par défaut.
Okay, you're not a Muslim. That's why. Okay, so Kabran, you're just embarrassing the shit out of all of us, man.
He's not a Muslim, Madi?
Because of you, man. No. ما كله هو ولا صاحبي. شو كده كيضحكوا علينا كاملين سواب كده بنت خبر كده كبران.
So he's not Muslim, right? That's the
He's not. So there's this trend. I mean, there is this trend in Morocco, Algeria of ex-Muslims, atheists. You know, they don't like Islam anymore. So what they will just side with the Zionists, with the Christians, with an atheist. Just
it's the same problem all sides, brother. It's the same problem in all countries.
This is what it is. This is what it is. You know, that's why I think Kabran is like that.
Yeah, he's not Kabran. He's Kabron.
يعني إذا بزقنا في وجهه we're okay, right?
No, for him he's okay, yeah. But most Moroccans that I know that are against the Zionists, you know, they're not like this. Deep and everyone in the room, you know, we're not like that, you know. But Kabran, that's the way he is. I think he's an ex-Muslim. He doesn't like Islam. He doesn't like Arabs, you know, he's an Amazigh. I'm an Amazigh too, but I'm Muslim. I'm going to stand against the Zionists. Most Moroccans that I know that like that. Algerians that like that. But he is a special case, I think. There are a few people like that, you know, in Morocco and Algeria. You will see them coming. They will say, yes, we are with the Zionists. We're against the Arabs. We're against the Iran. Just because they have complications with Islam, you know. They left Islam and they're still talking about Islam, you know, just like an ex-wife. That's just what it is, so...
واخا سي مهدي واخا انت قولتيني شي حوايج ماشي شي ديالي.
No, but talking English.
How do you explain Muslims اللي كانوا against Israel وهذاك الشيء.
Yeah.
And at the same time إيران مثلا. إيران بالنسبة للمغرب.
Come on, man.
Come on, just try.
Yeah, but there's millions of Christians in Europe against the Zionist state as well. There's millions and millions of Christians too.
All you have to say is, there is not a single Muslim country who is with Palestine, okay? The governments are all Zionist puppets. But the people, we are not, okay? Regardless if you are in Morocco, Syria, Afghanistan, or whatever you are. We know the governments are all puppets, but we are not. The people are not. So when he asks you that question, you don't want to say the king, you don't want to bring the government. He's talking about you. We're talking about the people, the common people. We're not talking about the governments. You don't represent your government. I know Morocco, UAE did the whole relationship, you know, the Abraham Accord, but it doesn't mean that you should side with the Zionists, with Israel, Kabran. That's all I'm saying.
دابا الموقف الرسمي يعني the official position of Morocco,
right,
about Palestine and Israel conflict is دولتين. Two countries. هذا الموقف الرسمي للدولة المغربية صاحبي. الموقف الرسمي هو هذا.
Man, solid.
Amir, push this fucker in.
I did. Send it down. It's demon hour in America, that's why. Yay, demon hour.
Your name is solid. Your name is solid, but you're not solid, sister.
He's not a sister, we don't know if he's a brother. Oh my god.
But anyways, Kabran, you know, that's the government stand, but you don't have to represent the government, you know, it's okay. These people are not against Morocco as a country, but they may have opinions about the government just like we have opinions about their government, you know, but it doesn't mean that Just because the government is standing with Israel, you have to be as Moroccan, okay? That's all.
اخوي مهدي وش تفهم الدرجة
والله اخوي لك فهمت درجة غريب اخوي انا
لا اقول لك
we can't talk in Arabic. كبران.
هو اسمع دير لهم الترجمة
because they don't understand.
ودير لهم الترجمة انت دير لهم الترجمة دير لهم الترجمة
They don't want that.
دير لهم الترجمة
They want to talk to you. They want to talk to you. The room is
إنسانية يعني اسمع هي.
Okay, Cabron, sorry, I had to move you down because this is the English room. I want to keep it in English. Thank you. It's okay. You can believe whatever the hell you believe in, man. Go, you know.
I thought you pushed him into a ditch a while back, Amir. What's the matter?
I wanted to give an extra chance to this brother Mahdi. He knows him. I know Mahdi. I'm like, let him roast him.
Amir, you know me, brother. Hey, remember me?
I know. You keep changing your name, man. It's okay.
Yeah, I did. When I get to your, I come always to your room. I listen, but I don't talk. But it's good. It's good.
I know. You're a silent person, man. Silent people are more dangerous.
No, I'm just tired. It's almost 1:20 here. You know the time. It's a long day. I just come to. But
anybody else want to come on up? Yep. But I think, you know, what's your take, Mahdi? You think Israel lost to Iran?
100%. Of course they lost, you know. Of course they lost. But I don't think it's over yet.
Definitely won't be.
Yeah, I don't think it's over.
So I was on Twitter, right? Twitter Spaces yesterday. They're talking about there might be another attack by the end of the week. I don't know. And that's why Trump is trying to get him immunity and get him off the politics inside Israel. Because if he's still in power, this son of a gun is going to keep on trying to attack Iran. Not going to work.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I think Iran, they made it very clear for them not to attack Iran, not to attack them again. You know. I don't think they're going to be able to attack Iran again. Well, who knows? We'll see.
It's not even that. I would say that attacking Iran now just makes America look even weaker. Because forget about how Israel looks for a second, right? Trump can't do another strike on them because he now went ahead and he's known for ceasefire. It'll make him look weak. It'll make him look like an idiot. It'll make him look pathetic if he goes ahead and attacks them again. And the Iranians just went ahead and got the entire permission structures to build nukes and to get a ceasefire out of this. I mean, they got whatever they wanted while America and Israel lost out on everything.
Yep, it's a tiny country, right, called Israel on the map. What is it, 8,500 square miles? I think it's called square cubic miles or whatever. Tiny, teeny bitty country. You want to pick a fight with Iran or big nations, right? On purpose. And even in relate to Lebanon and what was happening, the Sheba farms that they took over that they stole, that's where Hezbollah was attacking, into Sheba farms so that way they could leave. You know, that's how it started on 8th of October. But since they occupy Sheba farms, they're like it's part of Israel. So anything happens to that stolen land, it's an attack on Israel. You know, they killed over 3,000 people, did the pager attacks, and a whole bunch of other crazy shit. What's up with you, Mazi? What's going on, man?
Yeah, Amir, I have a question for you.
Sure. Assalamu alaikum.
I'm just more curious on this whole line of thing, right? So you were talking about how Americans are, let's say people on Clubhouse lost their jobs, all that stuff, whatever, or whatever stances and all this stuff. Can you provide me more details as to what was exactly said? Because I'm just interested now of what the Zionists are trying to say.
So there was one Palestinian on this app that I'm aware of. Then there's other stories I heard from indirect source. Okay. Mazi, do you remember the guy, Mike? Mazi,
Yes. I used to do rooms with Mike. Yeah.
Do you remember how he got doxxed, right? Do you remember?
I remember he got doxxed, but I only heard about him being doxxed afterwards. I wasn't there when he actually got doxxed. But we used, he used to be in our rooms though.
The story I heard was he got doxxed because he was very vocal on this app, and somehow they found his information. I think he had his real picture on here, whatever, and somehow they found his information, and they found out his workplace, and they actually got to his manager. And that's one of the I would say probably about 5 or 6 stories, but there's other stories as well that I heard when I went to Twitter. On Twitter, if you put your real stuff there and you were very vocal about it after 7th October, some people, you will get raided. You say some crazy shit or whatever, your house will get raided by the feds because they would have everything on you on Twitter, right? On here, this person, Mike, he was a Palestinian. There's other ones that got doxxed as well. Some people actually come into this room from the Zionist, from the Zionist side. They're actually into doxing people. You have people like Al Normal. Al Normal called, the Sister Ezzy here, called Sister Ezzy's old workplace. Because she's very vocal, she's anti-Zionist.
Crazy. But doxing was
and she's Jewish.
Yeah, she's definitely. Yeah. Doxing, Amir, correct me if I'm wrong, but doxing was a bigger thing a couple years ago on this app. I don't think it's as big as they used to. People don't dox as much, right?
It's a dying app, that's why, Mazi.
No, the reason why it does is...
This could be for tactics, right? We heard. We don't really know for 100% to get people to not talk publicly. Doxing, I know has happened, but actually people getting fired, I don't know how incredible.
Yeah, because the reason why I ask is, I particularly work with, I have 3 Jewish bosses, right? 2 Israeli, 1 just not an Israeli at all, just American dude. And they know my staunch positions. And I made a claim a couple of days back or whatever that I probably do more for the Jewish people than any of the Zionists could go ahead and imagine that they've done. Solely for the fact that I work for civil rights, and I work particularly for Jewish rights, Jewish, Black, and Latino rights. And the interesting thing is, if people are getting doxxed and the managers are firing them or whatever, right, it's more of it's illegal for the managers to do shit like that. Because they have to have some sort of evidence structure or whatever, all this kind of bullshit, because they stopped doing all of that when the whole cancel culture movement was really hyped up back in the day.
So Sam, the thing is that they may not go after everybody, but if you say something which hit the nerves, I was here, I think yesterday was talking about some stuff which was hitting the nerves. She was saying that how come you have gay parades in the holiest point of the world? This is really, really big thing, she said. And then I can see they go after you, and personally, they can fire you and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, they don't need any reason to lay you off. They give you a packet and they say, oh, we don't need you anymore. So it is very straightforward, very peaceful. You don't have any reason. They don't even tell you that that's why you are getting let go. But it doesn't matter. You can be here talking loudly and nobody cares. But if you hit a nerve, then... And I think Sister Easy, I believe that they do that, and it's possible.
No, the reason why I point this out is, and the reason why I even pointed out I have even Israeli bosses, is
I work with the Israelis,
Sam,
right?
Sam, go to CanaryMission.com. That's a Canadian doxing website. And they catch people at the protests or whatever. They'll record you. They'll check your Twitter account or this account.
Yeah, to be
They'll
fair,
put everything on there.
the Canadian government doxes everyone if you have a business.
Yeah, they do.
It's not like you can avoid, like, the actual thing of doxing doesn't exist in Canada because the government doxes.
I'm not talking about the government. I'm talking about it's an organization. It's a Jewish organization, Zionist organization that literally at the protest recording your video and connects the dots. What's the person's name? What did they actually say? And everything. The whole log. It's called CanaryMission.com. Check it out, and you know some of those people. And there's a big page on Twitter, anti-Semite or something, or and what they did is the person that got doxxed on this app, that Mike, they posted his pictures and stuff over there on Twitter. It's a pretty big. I think they got like 500,000 followers, 1 million followers on there.
No, I understand all of that's going on. I'm not saying no to that. I'm just really interested because, like, my bosses know I'm anti-Israeli, anti-Zionist, all that stuff, whatever. They know that, and they're Israeli themselves, right? And I think what I'm done Zionist or whatever. But the thing is, they also know that they can't do anything to me, right? But if other people are having this issue, specifically on this, I want to go ahead and take another look at this on a working angle. Because I didn't know that this was going on.
Sam, you're self-hating Jew?
I'm not even a Jew at all.
No, you're not? Oh, okay. So.
Actually, I don't even know, but yeah. Why, Black Rabbi, are you having an issue?
I just want to know, Black Rabbi, have you heard what happened to Iran?
Well, they're rebuilding their enrichment.
No, nothing happened, man. Nothing happened.
Yeah, I was gonna say a 12-year-old in America built a reactor, but I didn't want anyone to, like, freak out.
No.
I'm sorry, bro. Like, yo, you can't kill scientists and just stop physics. That's not how it goes.
No, but I just kind of want to point out, and this is really funny what Black Rabbi just did, because, he called me a self-hating Jew, not knowing if I was Jewish or not, right? But you do realize people can have, anti-position against a government entity or whatever, and, that's completely fine. But then, if someone's like Jewish or whatever, they're all of a sudden hating themselves if they speak against the country. That's just interesting. Like, who cares?
I care. I just can't have people with reactors that can't heal.
Let me put it like this, Black Rabbi. Even if I was Jewish, right? I'm an American, right?
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck about Israel? In my eyes, honestly, I'm more.
You wouldn't be
Israel, right?
You wouldn't be a Jew.
Israel can kiss my whole ass, right? Because I'd rather put America first, right? So
yeah, sounds good. Does America put you first?
Their eyes for that.
Does America put you first?
Kiss my whole ass.
Does America put you first?
Yeah.
No, you're not. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, it has.
You're part of the working class, and you feel good that some little new sentiment Trump is saying, and it makes you feel good inside.
You're pointing out that I'm in the working class. Okay, sure. And I'm proud of the fact that I can work.
So America's not working for you.
That that is needed for people to function on, right? But you're just here with your broke ass, just talking about like how you have connections in freaking California, how you run New York City when you clearly don't, how you run Timbuktu.
I have nothing to do with that.
And then you're in Israel, but you're not as well. Like, again, I can be truthful about who I am. Well, you just kind of lie about.
The difference is you're a schmuck on this app, and I'm actually a mainstream personality.
You're on this app too.
But Sam, but people know who I am. I sell books when people hear me talk. You know what I'm saying? You're just here because you have no social life. You know what I'm saying? I'm a brand. I'm a brand. I'm a brand. I don't care. I don't care what you know. Who are you? You are a low-graded You're a low-grade attorney.
What is
Cares what you think. A low-grade white attorney. That's all.
What book? I want to know what book.
You figure it out, bro. I don't have to figure it out. I'm on television.
So you haven't read a book then?
He says,
Why are you so?
You were a low-grade white attorney doing shitty cases for a living.
I love
okay?
now that
That's what you
I'm
do.
now apparently white. This is interesting. Okay.
A lot of assumptions coming
just
from a
claim that
black
you wrote
rabbi.
that, and then now apparently you won't give me the thing of that book, the title of the book.
Come on, please. You're not at my level for me to have to quantify anything. You know what I'm saying?
If your level is all the way below the piles of shit that we lay out in our waste system, then you're right. I'm not on.
Well, go and do your little civil rights cases. Go and do your civil rights cases.
Black rabbi.
Cool.
Yeah.
Black rabbi. You like, for you to say that to Sam without even really knowing who Sam is, right?
Yeah.
Kind of shows a little bit of ignorance.
Israeli behavior. That's Israeli.
A little bit of ignorance. At the same time, saying that you're a celebrity or like a media personality about a fucking URL in your bio. Like,
in my URL.
I mean, congratulations, but
I don't. But you guys have nothing going on, so like, there's nothing talking. I personally. Okay, I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you low IQ. I'm explaining to you. No. I'm explaining to you. No, because I heard you in your spirit. I come in this room because I'm. No. You have nothing. No.
You are a personality.
No.
So and
dickhead.
You're in the same fucking room.
Dickhead.
You never even say if you're in Israel or America.
Everybody knows where I'm at. Everybody knows where I'm at.
Where you fucking come from? Your stance is illiterate.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, white guy. Finish.
No, I'm fucking done.
Okay, good. Your whole race is done. But the point is like this.
I'm racist.
My whole point is.
You know what? Suck a dick, bro.
Yeah.
Fucking dude. That's the most bullshit take that I've ever heard because I have some beef with you because I think that you're fucking standing for a Zionist colony.
I think you're white.
This colonized. You want to be impressed by fucking white Jews so bad that makes me fucking racist. No, it makes you fucking dumb.
You're not Jewish. Anyways, the point is like this. The main.
You never said he was Jewish, man.
Amir. The main thing is that because of Amir, and he gets credit for this, right? Because of Amir in his room, I have come in here, I think, for the last 7-8 months, right? Maybe even longer. And because of that, I demolish pro-Palestinian people in podcast debates, television, because I have a chance to build the website.
Wait, how do you morally justify?
The only thing you demolish is some fried chicken.
Jenna, go and hide in your house.
How do you morally justify what's happening?
Jenna, we'll tell you when you can come out. We'll tell you when it's okay to come out.
Black Rabbi, I need to just ask you, because I'm loving this whole bullshit life that you're apparently living on this app, right? Okay, what have you crushed for Palestinians on? I really need to know now. What happened?
You know nothing about Palestinians. You've never been to Israel. You know nothing. You're just an idiot reading news clips. You're an idiot reading news clips. That's it. You know nothing.
Do you need to know about a place to be there?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been in Palestine?
Yes.
You have been in Palestine?
Yes. Where is Palestine?
Tell me, where is Palestine?
You tell me. Where's that?
No, you tell me.
No, you're the loser who's never been here, who sits around and talks about places you've never been to.
The denial of Palestine actually proves Palestine exists because you're mentally supposed to know what Palestine is to deny it. So, like, think about that psychologically, please. Thank you.
Yeah, but you guys are the losers. You have no connection to it. If I wasn't in Jerusalem right now, I wouldn't be sitting here wasting my life talking about something I have nothing.
I wish you were in Jerusalem.
You'd rather sit on the
this guy's an idiot.
Radio.
Dude, I love it.
I've done that too. I've done those too.
I know.
I've done those too. Yeah.
You gotta love it.
Every media outlet I've done. Go ahead. What'd you say?
You said last time that you were in California, now all of a sudden you're in Jerusalem? How do you teleport?
Bro, I never said in California, bro. Shut up.
Yeah, sure.
You guys are just stupid people on this app.
Bro, you're denying something that you need to know to exist to deny it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
you guys have nothing.
Psychologically, bro, you don't even see how that's kind of like
You guys have nothing to do with this. You losers that have nothing better to do with your life.
Bro, I can do anything I want. I'm not.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
What do you mean?
Stop lying to yourself.
Black Rabbi, you have to understand
This is a masterful debate.
You don't understand who you're talking
right.
to.
You must get paid for.
No, I'm not. I'm just telling these guys. They're losers.
No, he's some broke ass bitch somewhere in the world.
Yeah, broke. I'm broke in Jerusalem. It costs much more than where you live.
That's quite rich, but you're broke. Like you're short circuited somewhere, bro.
Yeah, that's cool. But let's look at track records in life.
Okay, Black Rabbi, I have another question to ask you. I want to ask you another question, right? If you have been dominating Palestinian voices, all that stuff, whatever, right? I really need to know. When it comes to Palestinian being dispersed into other countries, how do you deal with that issue?
They want to go.
Huh?
People have a right to live live in a different place. They don't have to stay Palestinian for the rest of their life. It could be whatever.
No, I'm talking about disbursement.
How do you deal with that? It's voluntary.
Disbursement. I'm not talking about voluntary. I'm talking about disbursement. How do you deal with that issue?
What are you talking about disbursement?
This is a very easy Israeli talking point. If you've been dominating pro-Palestinians, how do you, disperse Palestinians?
I don't understand what you're talking about. Disperse, what are you talking about?
Okay, I'm going to dumb it down. How do you get rid of Palestinians when they're too, too stubborn to leave a certain area?
They're not too stubborn to leave.
You're actually stupid. Okay. I'm going to make this even dumber for you.
They've been kept hostage.
In Israel, right? In Israel.
Only a broke attorney wastes time making no money in cases. Is wasting his time explaining this to me.
Disperse the Palestinians within its own borders.
There is no Palestinians. There are no borders. Like, what are you talking about? Like, if you want to say Gaza is a territory.
How are you speaking against pro-Palestinians if you're now saying there's no Palestinians?
It's just a true denial of, well, you just denied Palestinians.
You don't have a
there isn't any.
There is a flag, though.
Okay, wow, I made a flag too.
That's awesome. I'm proud of your flag. Is it the LGBT flag, or what kind of flag is it?
Nah, let's kick the white man's ass. Flag.
Amir, wallahi, he takes the cake as the dumbest person I've ever talked to in my life.
Like to be in Israel and to kick the white man's ass.
I feel bad for the people.
Israel kicks the white man's ass. Israel kicks the white man's ass. That's why we take all the American taxpayer dollars. We take all the white man's
problem is,
we kick your ass. We kick your ass.
The IQ level.
Y'all Gentiles. Y'all white Gentiles working for us.
Black Rabbi, why is your IQ level so low?
Black Israelites fucking are weird, bro.
Look, here's the problem, Black Rabbi.
Sure.
Israel.
We'll get reparations.
Did you know that Israel just lost the war? Do you know Israel just lost the war?
Yeah, sure.
Do you know that Trump wants to make it more?
I think it was Trump.
Israel.
Israel? When did Israel declare war?
Israel was the one that did the attack first.
No. Israel.
No one declares war.
Yeah, Israel.
War is a historical concept to generalize time period.
We're talking about it related to Israel and Iran. It was overdue for Iran to do the Promise 3, but Iran decided not to. But Israel, in the middle of nowhere, all of a sudden, his court date showed up inside Israel. To save himself from the court date, he had to shoot a fucking rocket do a preemptive attack on Iran.
Oh, because
My question to you,
because of the court date.
Yeah, because of the court date. And this is why Trump came out. Yeah, Trump came out, and he said he wants to, give him some sort of like immunity,
maybe influence the ruling inside Israel, so that way he can, sit back and not, and get off his high horse and not be a politician anymore.
Does that bother you?
No. Because if he continues to be a politician, there's going to be more wars and more killings. Trump decided, he has to step. If he steps down right now, hold on. If he steps down, he's going to jail right now.
No, he's not.
This is just 3 corruption charges on him.
It's not okay.
Attorney General inside Israel, she's after him. She's after him with the baseball bat.
I get it.
You know, right?
It's going to be okay.
You do know, right? Attorney General inside Israel, she's after him with the baseball bat.
Good. I mean, there's a lot of...
Yeah, she wants him to, serve the time in jail.
It's a lot of people feel that way, but the point is just saying...
Mm-hmm. And guess what? Trump wants to give him immunity.
Trump, BB's going to be rewarded by God.
So if he comes to New York and we have a New York, the Muslim mayor, he wants him. He's going to get him arrested through NYPD. Can you believe it?
Yeah, we'll arrest the mayor. So the point is just...
No, you can't arrest the mayor.
Of course I can.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
Because he's wanted by the ICC. He's a war criminal.
No, I get it.
Yeah. The state government can go against the federal government. Did you know this? I think you didn't know this. Look, the federal government, the federal government doesn't really have jurisdiction over state laws. Did you know this?
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you is the same, that everything's going to work itself out with BB. It's going to be okay.
I think he's seriously a
Puff Daddy's going to beat his case. Everything's okay.
Like Rabbi, why are you such a dumbass, man, for real?
Why? What have I ever said that was dumb?
Right.
You be disagreeing and say dumb.
No, but it just doesn't make sense. Like, you're intellectually dishonest, man.
How?
Okay. Yeah. You're making a claim that you're going to arrest the mayor of New York, correct?
If he ever thought about touching BB Netanyahu, yes.
Okay. How is he going to do it? Can you tell us? Let's walk by step by step.
He could have drugs planted on him. All types of things going on.
Okay, so you're gonna plant. Do you know that there's a lot of clout on this mayor right now? And guess what? Anything, even if he gets bitten by a mosquito, do you know who everybody's gonna blame? Israel. So Israel, they need to make sure to protect him.
No.
If they don't protect, if something happens to him, all fingers are pointed at Israel. Watch.
Who cares? The working class...
No, you're going to have more problems in relating...
The working class has no power. They don't. All you guys can do is talk and complain and chat and go back and forth, but you have no power. You guys go to work every day, you make your money, you go home, you come to sleep.
Yeah, but my tax dollars are going to your shitty state.
Yeah.
If that's the way that you're looking at America, how is that different?
I'm looking at you. You.
Oh, okay. So how is that different than your life?
It's none of your business, because you're working class. It doesn't matter what I did.
And you do podcasts.
Focused on.
Yeah, no, I'm focused.
Focus on your basic life.
You see those videos? I put it in the chat, bro.
I would love to watch.
I want everybody to watch it in the audience and up here. It's beautiful videos. I got beautiful.
And there's one of my Muslim fans. So he's constricted different visual experiences around me that he finds good for doing.
Oh, he's on Rumble. Oh no, okay. First thing that's... Oh no, he is on Rumble. Jesus Christ.
This is Amir. Amir.
I'll get you more videos. Hold on. So just watch, everybody, please do watch these 3. I'm gonna put on more videos, okay? More. Even Ariel was chasing after Black Rabbi.
Amir, did you tell him I'm running for president 2032?
I don't know, man.
You didn't put that on the video?
This guy's over here, and he's talking as if he's like chairman of the DNC.
Oh yeah, make sure to watch this one as well. The one that Ariel chases after is Black Rabbi.
I was actually chairman of the California Republican Assembly in 2015.
I put all these videos. Actually, let me put more videos in there. Let me make you more.
I don't think you can make me more famous, but you have your content.
Hey, Black Rabbi, I have a quick question.
Why should I answer it?
No, I'm just curious about what you think about this. So you know how you say, Trump supports Israel, all that stuff, whatever, right?
I didn't say anything about Trump.
No, but you've mentioned this in the past. I just really want to ask this way. If, let's say, I don't know, Ulysses S. Grant was to stand for presidency, right? And he says he was going to support for Israel, you would vote for him, right?
Stupid question. That's what I'm saying, bro. You're low IQ, bro. That's why you're not.
Again, it's just a simple yes or no.
That's why you're
It's just a simple yes or no.
This is why you're not doing real legal cases. This is why you're not doing real legal business.
You just went ahead and called me a training, and now I'm not doing real legal cases.
You're not doing real legal cases. You're doing like really mediocre paper.
A simple yes or no, Black Rock.
Non-profit
This is
work.
not hard.
Non-profit work. Went to law school for non-profit work. You've been able to pay off your student loan.
So please do watch the videos. I posted a lot of videos in the chat. Black Rabbi, I have a question. So, does Israel have a lot of support from Sephardic Jews?
Yeah, most of the army is Sephardic Jews.
So the IDF is like filled with the Sephardic?
Yeah, most of us Jews.
So where they're from usually? The Sephardics are from Europe?
From Morocco, from Spain, from different places in North Africa.
Okay, but they have the okay. But
And I want to compliment Morocco because, I was at the time doing some work with the United Nations, and I was there to see that how much progression Morocco has done in cultural reform there. Morocco has put Jewish education inside of their school books for the entire country. They've made tremendous inroads of sharing resources and artifacts and things like this with Israel. So Morocco is a friend, and Morocco is doing a great job of being an example of Islamic transformation as it relates to relations with Jews. God bless Morocco.
So, Rabbi, are you going to answer my question or no?
It was too dumb.
Huh?
I said it was too dumb.
so I do have a smart question for you. You wanna okay. So if the building is on fire, right? Then you got Netanyahu in a burning building, and on the other side you have Donald Trump. Who would you save? You can only save one person.
I don't like that rule.
Who would you save?
Say, I don't like the rule. I don't like the rule. I reject the rule.
You reject the rule. What do you mean rule?
The rule that I look at say.
It's a hypothetical. That's why it's
I know. That's why I reject.
So you can't say one person. Like you want a bully club for both of them?
I would say both.
One is a war criminal, and another one is a pedophile. Which one did you save?
But you know what? You're saying that I see two great men. That's what I say.
Okay, so you don't see a war criminal that's wanted by the ICC.
I see two, but those are fake charges.
And then you have Donald Trump. That's basically a fucking pedophile. He has said a whole bunch of shit about his daughter.
It's also fake charges.
Did you listen to what he said about his daughter?
You and I both know. You and I both know it's not real.
It is real.
You're wasting your time with silliness.
Yeah, but he has said not just one thing. He has said multiple things.
I understand what you're saying. My only point is the same. You and I both know it's fake news.
You and I both know that he has said some very problematic things.
And okay, big deal. Why do you? Either you're gonna join the American side, or not. Like all this like back and forth. I got some Muslim loyalty and the Muslims and Sharia and all this other BS. Join the American way of thinking. Okay, we're taking over. We're shaping the Middle East. Be proud of it. Be happy that Iranians and other Muslims in the Middle East are going to have a better future because of what we're doing. Right? So it's just just like grow up. You know what I mean? Like this whole loyalty to something. You know those Muslim countries don't respect you. They don't respect your background. They treat you like you're nothing in Saudi Arabia and all these other places. Why are you defending them?
They treat me like a
No, you know they don't. You know they don't. They got their own class system. They're
Hey,
just
what's
as
up, busy? You have to make.
they're just as racist as the white people in the
She said
South.
she would save the cat. She would leave both of them in the burning building. Okay, cool. Listen. I mean, they're both criminals. I mean,
No, you guys like Jews that want to talk against Judaism. That's
no.
And unfortunately, there's some Jews that like it.
Okay, you know what I learned? Like Rabbi, today I received a video, right, from someone that I'm not going to tell you about. It's from a rabbi, right? It's a rabbi video. It's about eating Islam. You know what he says? Was it him? Yeah, he said that we're not following the Torah. We're not following the religion.
Ban this breed person.
What did you say, Sam?
Yeah, check the comments. You might want to ban this breed person.
What did she say?
Just read it.
Sound, do real legal business. Do some real legal business.
Bree, by the way, stuff about Talmud, I don't want to dive into it, but it's the age is lower than the 7.
Bree, hold on. You and I talked about this other day. The fact that only 13.
Is she a Zionist? Is?
She pretty much is a Zionist.
Problematic, but.
Yeah, I think she's a Zionist. She does not want to say it. She's like, I don't want to talk about it. I'm pro-America. Literally, fucking America supports Israel. America is in bed with Israel.
Amir, let it go, man. Amir,
No.
Look, Iran. You gonna see Iran? They're gonna transform themselves and they're gonna join the peace coalition in the Middle East. And all this resistance talk that we've been talking about for decades is over. This is a new era. It's all because of the United States and Israel. So it's just, bask in the peace. All this I'm Muslim and we need to fight back and resist. All that's stiot. That's silliness in your mind, right? It's time to advance. We need to build a new world, an integrated world.
Amir?
And those old ideas of Islamic fundamentalism are holding us
If
back.
you didn't know better, and if he had less of a tan, you'd swear he was El-Normo, wouldn't you?
Yep. That's what he is. He just acts like El-Normo. He talks like El-Normo. He eats like El-Normo. He just eats chips every day.
I just had schnitzel, by the way. I just had schnitzel.
You know what? I think what people
Should have
forget.
had regular grilled chicken. Schnitzel is fat.
I think something people forget about America, and this is a key thing of America, was the Revolutionary War, where people took back control and recreated the Constitution, and included the fact that there is a possibility that the country may not act how we want them to. It's a reality. And that's why the people should be armed at any time. Maybe the country goes wrong. There's a possibility you can't trust the leaders at some point.
Yeah, we don't need you to tell us about America.
Yeah, but this is
focus on your country.
I'm not saying that you sometimes you never give up on the country, but you can lose faith in the leaders, and that's a reality. And sometimes, they don't have the best interest of America at heart, and that's the reality.
100% is the best interest of America. Bombing Iran is in the benefit of the United States and the Western countries in general. That's why they all participated. The working class people, let me finish the point. The working class people, they sit at home and they have no other purpose in their life other than pleasure. So part of the pleasure component is intellectual. So they give you these ideas, these sentiments of self-righteousness, of justice, of unity, and they frame it a certain way. And the simple-minded person says, yeah, free this and free Palestine and free these different things. No. Why the people who actually live in Gaza are suffering. The people in Gaza are actually suffering from these policies. The people in the West Bank are suffering, but you morons in the West, all you guys care about is feeling good about yourself. So you don't care about what's going on.
That's the man who's sitting there gorging on schnitzel. When are you gonna give it up?
What I don't understand is this rhetoric.
At the end of the day, get people they themselves are suffering, whose families are suffering, what to do and how they should do it. You don't exactly sound like the most emotionally mature person on the stage. I hope you realize that.
No, he's probably the dumbest person on the stage because, and I want to make this point out because he keeps on running away from the question. What are we talking about, Sam? Hey, look, Black Rabbi, you talk about how you want to support Jews, how Jews are superior, they have higher rights.
I never said anything about you. You made up all this stuff. I never said anything.
But you made these.
But I'm saying, but you just lie because you're an idiot. You just lie and you make up things and you just want to apply.
Anyways, stop getting emotional. Right?
The point I'm saying to you is saying you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a sensationalist. You're sensationalist and you're a liar.
What have I lied about? Tell me what have I lied about?
You just said that you said that I made up all these statements about Jews and being superior. I never said nothing like that.
You've
so
never
why is he making up lies? No.
Are you serious?
Wait.
No way.
Hey, you're a Jew that doesn't support Jews.
Oh my God, it's ridiculous.
Doesn't that make you a self-hating Jew?
This is like low IQ right here. This is like natural.
You just admitted to being a self-hating Jew.
I can see why you're a non-profit attorney. I can see why you're a non-profit attorney. I can see it. You're not a sophisticated guy, and you're probably lazy. You're probably lazy.
Yo, watch your mouth.
Here's the thing.
That's a bad word.
Like the quote-unquote pro-American voice here,
you're not pro-American, bro.
And all these people, right?
You guys are not pro-American.
When I asked them about a former president that has been was a very pro-Jewish, right? As used his presidency to advocate for Jewish rights within the country, all that stuff, whatever. They called it low IQ, right? Then you do the beautiful thing of saying you don't support Jews, even though you are a Jew, and by your own definition,
did anybody hear me say that? Did anybody hear me say that?
Here's the thing.
Did anybody hear me say that?
I'm gonna be very blunt with this.
You're just making up stuff.
I'm gonna be very blunt with this, Black Rabbi. Every single time I talk to a Zionist, I find that they are the most anti-Semitic people amongst everyone else, and then they project that shit on everyone else. When I'm talking about supporting Jews, right? When I'm talking about supporting anyone, right? Why is it that every time I have to ask a Zionist a simple questions about people who are actively supporting Jews, they don't support them, they must be anti-Semitic, all that stuff, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, you guys look like the dumbest people on the planet, right? So, again,
how can you say Zionists? How can you say Zionists are dumb and they're accomplishing all their objectives?
No, Black Rabbi, you're probably the dumbest person here. So
how are they accomplishing all of their objectives when they killed 1,400 humanitarian workers, when they killed their own folks walking around with white flags? They sound like a bunch of low vibrational people too. Sorry.
I disagree with that.
Sorry. Oh, you disagree with what? Them killing humanitarian workers?
I disagree that, that
did they kill humanitarian workers?
Yes,
okay. So what smart, able-bodied person
many of them were Hamas
something that heinous and dumb?
Many of them were Hamas too, just so you know.
You know what? When it's your child that they call Hamas, I want to make sure you say those words back.
No, they call my child nigger. That's what they'll call my child.
No, they'll call him a Hamas nigger.
Anyways, the point is to say the people that define themselves as Palestinian are being liberated, right? And it's people.
You cannot be liberated. Jews could not be liberated by Hitler. They could not be liberated, even if Hitler opened the door to every single concentration camp himself. Hitler could not liberate Jews because by definition, Jews were Hitler's target. Palestinians sadly have been the IDF and the state of Israel's target for 70 fucking years.
That's not true. The issue has been military resistance from people who define themselves as Palestinian post-1967. Okay, that's what
the issue is occupation. The issue is occupation.
Yeah, where's occupation?
The delirious belief that God himself is their personal real estate agent, which is garbage.
Where's the occupation?
You know what? Do me a favor. Let me find somebody. You said Calabasas, you said California. I have Native American ancestry. Just make sure your parents know that I'm coming. I'm coming for their house. Because 2,000 years ago, my Native American family members owned that land, and I'm putting their black asses out. They're going to be on a raft in the sea somewhere. Because it's my house and God said so. The fuck out of here. You know better than that.
I'm asking, where's the occupation at?
You heard me. They didn't have the right.
There isn't one.
They did not have the right to put civilians out of Gaza because they felt they could.
They haven't put anyone out of Gaza. People could leave voluntarily. They're not putting.
Excuse me. They vaporize those people, and you have to be Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder, and any other blind person to see that. You would have to be blind.
Yeah, but those people are Hamas. Those people are Hamas.
Okay. Remember that when they calling your child a Hamas nigga and there's a missile chasing his ass. Make sure you remember that. Because they're not past it. Sorry, not sorry.
Fair enough.
Everybody be Hamas. Oh wait, there was a doctor running down the block in a sweatshirt, in a hoodie. Oh, he must have been. A thug. Must have been a gangster.
You know, the only reason why you have connection because
why is it that all black
you parallel it to our experiences as African Americans.
No, I am not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're trying to weaponize Trayvon Martin. You're trying to weaponize Eric Gardner.
It was my imagination.
You're trying to.
It was my imagination.
You're weaponizing them to
I'm asking you, was
these
it
people
my
are soldiers.
imagination?
These people are soldiers.
Okay, I've never ever seen an innocent.
They're not innocent black people or Hispanic people coming over the border to be just to cook food and to clean the house. These are not what we're talking about.
I know. Hold your nose.
They would wipe you out and your family and say you guys are Jewish niggas that deserve to die. That's what they would do. They will kill you in a second. Yes. No, I'm not.
Okay, well, here's what I know.
They would want to kill you and your family.
The white supremacists that were once here in America now live in Islam. That's not fiction. That's fact.
Come on.
That's fact. That's why your black ass is having such a hard time getting married. Because they talk all that shit to your face. They're not trying.
The entire community is setting me up.
Give your black ass.
More than your own brother. What are you
talking about? My brother has been engaged 3 times. Are you serious? Not like you. Sorry, my brother's cute. At the end of the day,
that's fine. He grew up Jewish, and he's still either wasting seed or he's sleeping with someone else. So either way, he's a grown man. He's a grown man, and he grew up Jewish, and he ain't married with no kids.
He has 5 sisters, and he wants someone unlike you who looks like his mama and his sisters, and he's not willing to take some white man's crackhead 6-eyed daughter with a social issue and a psychological.
That's not Jewish.
Yes, actually it is.
No, it's not.
What happened to the person they gave you? How many kids did she have?
What does that matter? What does that matter? A lot of people don't have kids.
Talking about sounds like you wasted seed for about 3 years, my love.
No. I've been married. I've been married in Kedusha.
Right, childless.
Divorced in Kedusha. Remarried in Kedusha.
To a white
woman. And I converted.
To a white woman with psychological issues because they wouldn't give you anybody else.
She has no psychological issues. But the point is saying.
Yeah, she does.
No, she doesn't.
Yes, she married your crazy ass.
Okay, fair enough. But the point is just saying she's good, I'm good, and we're moving forward in Kedusha. The whole community is supporting. The community supporting me. They're supporting her. Yeah, it's fine.
Right. Yeah. At the end of the day,
but we're married though.
Why are you not marrying some great rabbi's daughter?
I'm the great rabbi. I'm the great rabbi's
daughter.
I'm the great rabbi.
Why are you not marrying some great rabbi's daughter?
Ask your brother that. You guys grew up. You guys supposed to be in it.
Listen, boo-boo.
I'm the convert. I'm the convert. I am. I'm dating.
Where are
high level
women lined up to marry the
here in Jerusalem? But I wasn't born Jewish though. You guys were. Your brother's in his 30s. No kids, nothing.
Dark-skinned men have it hard.
And you have a sister who married Kimmy Davis. A big loser. He would never be able to get married here.
Both my sister and brother-in-law are attorneys. Shut the fuck up.
He's a loser, you know that.
Right. This from the bum who's living off his wife for 3 years and now wants to try and marry someone else.
She never worked one day.
You haven't worked a job since you've been in Jerusalem.
I haven't worked a job for 20 years.
Right. Welfare
queen. I make money.
Welfare queen.
I own property.
Welfare queen. You are lying. The only property you own is your EBT card in your back pocket. That's it. Yes. Eat better tonight. It's not even a welfare card.
That's cool.
Pretend like it's an American Express black card.
Trust funds forever.
Trust fund. Yeah. Okay. At the end of the day, you better hope Ariel puts on a dress and marries your ass sometime soon. That's about
Ariel and your brother in the same status.
Actually, they aren't.
Yes, they are.
They aren't.
One raps.
My brother is born of a Jewish mother. Let's put it this way.
Prove it.
You mad because you're not going to be invited to the cookout or the wedding. Don't be mad.
To your brother's wedding?
Right, and you won't be able to bring your crippled, blind, deaf wife. That's the only person they're going to offer you.
Great.
Guess what? While you're singing Kumbaya, that everybody is in love and that everybody is together, they're looking at you like, what else can we get this stupid N-word to say to support our cause while we shit on them every chance we get?
Yeah, I haven't had that experience, but that's you.
I've watched you have that experience.
How? We don't even know each other.
Nobody takes you seriously. Nobody.
Who's nobody? Everywhere I go.
The three people.
Everywhere I go. I give cheer. I give cheer every week here.
People.
My house is packed. Every week.
Grammatically incorrect.
Every week. I have features in all the publications.
People need food.
I've never read about your dad. I never read about your brother. I never read about no one connected to you in Torah.
I would want to.
No one in Torah I've seen. Nakema Davis.
I would come to stay at your house. I would eat your food. I would shit in your bathroom, and I'd still tell you what a low-budget, low-vibrational person you were. I still would.
Yeah, whatever.
Because you're a disgrace.
You're not in the game. You're
a disgrace. You're washed up. Walking around, getting a 2-piece and a biscuit from Ariel. You're a disgrace. You got another man in Israel gazing at your butt cheeks. You don't even have sense enough to put your pants on.
Your brother.
Yeah, that part.
And not only that, he's not even at Zachariah's level, your brother. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, I got replays on.
I'm confused though. So, like, do you talk like when you're like, or if you're doing a Torah class or an online course, do you talk to this way to your students or to people trying to learn from you?
No. People don't learn to me. Talk with respect.
He's a grifter, buddy. He's a grifter.
So why wouldn't you use the Torah instead of trying to come at people and knock down their heritage?
It's a lot of losers that no one cares about that I come in contact with, right? Like, no one cares about SE or event. No one cares. They're not in the conversation anywhere, right? Because I'm on this app, people like her and Ariel.
Google my name and then Google his.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that, actually.
Google my name and then Google his. You know what he's known?
You guys are not even
known to be an Uncle Tom and a flunky. Ask any black Jewish person. I dare you.
Who cares about black Jews? Who cares about them? They're not even in the game. He's homosexual.
Name one.
They're not in the game.
No black Jews, but you're the chief rabbi of black Jews. How does that sound?
Because it's Israel's politics. That's it.
Oh, I see.
That's it. It's called high level.
Most black Jewish men.
You guys don't know. You don't know nothing about
black Jewish men actually can call themselves black. Talk about yourselves. Yeah, they call themselves black. They actually have knowledge of Torah. You can't even read 3 sentences.
We're above you. We're above you. You're not in the game.
What 3 sentences, Rabbi, can you read in Hebrew? You can't.
I don't understand what this hierarchy is when people are like come from Israel, or they just think that they're just superior. It's exalted.
Not that he thinks that he's superior. You know what the problem is? He was 27 years as a Muslim. He couldn't gain any notoriety doing that, so he thought maybe if he converted to Judaism, he'd be a big fish in a small pond. He actually hobnobs at times, if they let him eat the crumbs from their table, with people who are doing things. But himself, he's washed up, which is why he can't get married, because he has no income to put on a tax report at all.
I'm so confused. Like, if living in Israel is a gift and it's a part of the book of life, and you get to see the hand of God so much clearer, as someone would say, then why is it that
he's doing better
on Clubhouse to people he doesn't know?
Boom, that's a good damn question. That's a damn good question.
That's what he says.
He's such a great rabbi that he spends every day on Clubhouse. He teaches some poor people in India for 2 minutes, and then he's back on Clubhouse because he has that much of a life and that much
I'm glad he could book classes teaching the Torah, but he doesn't want to learn anything that the Torah has to offer, apparently.
You can't, he's not spent any time in yeshiva.
That's sad.
There's not a soul alive who would listen to anything he said halakhically. It's sad.
Like,
and you know
I'm going to book a class with you, and I'm going to try to learn some stuff after you told us how we are inferior to you and the other Israel Jews.
I never said that. I never said that. So
you said we're the higher, whatever. That's bullshit.
Mark this day on the calendar.
I said
next year
no one
knows. Talking the same shit.
No one knows who Ezzy is or her family.
Right. Okay. Please Google.
Yeah, but we know who
everyone knows who Sharif is.
Everybody knows who
including Ezzy.
Everybody knows who gay ass Sharif Hassan is. Like, in fact,
the bottom line is you guys are not. But I'm saying you guys are not.
Put it in the back. You know what? Let me put it in the back chat. Let me show you how often he as a supposed Orthodox Jewish rabbi, he likes homosexual activity on Facebook.
Either way, Ezzy, you guys are not a success story. You're not a success story.
Here's what you're doing. You want to talk about my family?
You're not.
I'm talking about
you're not. Yeah, but I'm saying you guys, including you, none of you guys are success story.
How about you talk about yourself?
But I'm just saying, you're the one. You grew up in this. I grew up. We went to Chabad. This, blah blah. But you guys are failures. You guys, your weirdo sister,
You're online with a
talking about anti-Semitic stuff at Kinko's.
You are literally with your head between Rob Shaday's
You guys are not a success story.
I mean, did you see that? His head is between some Congo rabbi's legs.
You're not a success story either.
He's being
he's not a success story. Yeah, because I know.
Can you imagine?
Yes.
If you're a success story, if you're a success story, I don't know what fucking.
Shut up and go back in the year.
I don't know what fucking.
Go back inside. Go back inside and get permission to come out.
You're such a fuck up. You're such a fuck up, and you know you're a fuck up.
You're a loser. You're
just a fuck up.
You're a loser. That's why you're in West Bank.
You are.
You're a loser. That's why you're in West Bank.
You're
a loser.
Right.
By God, you're a loser.
Don't you live in the West Bank as well, aren't you?
No, I'm interested. We're actually cost money to live at.
I have a few posters to go stick on some wall, okay? I have a few posters for you to go stick on some walls in some stores.
You have nothing you can do for me.
You're right.
You need to stay in your house and be safe. That's what you need to do.
Right.
And be obedient. Be obedient.
This is not the first time I'm teaching my kids.
Did you eat any chips today, Black Rabbi? Did you eat chips today?
A schnitzel.
Every day. Okay. Did
What
you fart a lot? Because chips is very gassy.
No, schnitzel.
Yeah, but it's very gassy. Did you fart?
No, because if he has to run into the
If you don't fart, then you're going to become more and more chubby.
But I'm saying, why isn't Essie or
Well,
why are they not success stories? Why don't they have like 5 kids and building? Like, why are you guys not there?
Do you own any buildings, Black Rabbi? Do you own any buildings anywhere in New York or California?
Los Angeles, yeah.
Yeah, you do?
Yep.
Do you want a $50 million fucking building in New York, motherfucker? Do you?
No, nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, do you? Do you?
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with anything?
Didn't he lives in
Yeah,
France, Los Angeles? He lives in the worst part of. He lives pretty much down the street from my place, right? He lives in the ghettos part of Los
Yeah,
Angeles.
you have like a tiny fucking room in some Haradim in a redeemed neighborhood in Jerusalem.
No, I live in a luxury.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Sure.
No,
Yes,
you
of
live
course.
You can't imagine that. You can't imagine that. You can't imagine that. You can't imagine that.
They gave him a room in the back of a synagogue, and he's pretending that it's a luxury apartment. He literally is a sober back 8 in a yarmulke.
My house is packed for Shabbos.
He is a sober back 8 in a yarmulke.
Yeah, whatever. You're not here though. You're not in the game.
He is a sober back 8, and that's why this time next year, you'll still be sorting through crackhead white women to try and find.
That's fine. That's great. That's great. That's great.
Okay, so good enough. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm happy with
Do you have $50 million in the bank, Black Rabbi?
We're part of the
Black Rabbi, do you have $50 million in the fucking bank?
community. But why are you yelling for him? But you're in the
No,
West Bank.
you're such a fucking,
You're
big
in the
fucking
West
success.
Bank. Yes,
You're just such a big fucking success, right?
Yes, I am, yes.
Use some fucking cow powder to fucking powder your ass. Fat ass.
But you know what? You're a loser in the West Bank and you're not really Muslim. You only sell out Muslims.
Leave his religion alone.
No, but he's like a sellout. He's not really.
He's
not like Amir. He's not like Amir.
You're a sellout as well. You sold out, man. You converted. You left Islam and then you what he's talking about.
The point is saying like this. The unity, there's going to be.
He was a Muslim longer than he was a Jew. He's got nerve to talk about somebody else's faith.
But as it were, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Anyway, just saying like
27 years.
Yeah, you're right. It's great. I traveled around the world.
Was he part of Nation
of
Islam?
27.
Was he part of the Nation of Islam?
No, you want to hear this? This is what cracks me up. He claims of his own admission that he was a Sufi Muslim. That's what he claimed. Well, you talk enough online. He claims he was a Sufi Muslim. But at the end of the day, he could not even recite basic prayers when other Muslim brothers asked him to. Who was the fraud? Who was the fraud? Can you imagine being a Muslim
I have an entire
and not being able to recite the first prayer?
In fact, I'm doing an interview. You're going to appreciate this, Amir. I'm doing an interview with JNS, which is a big publication, here in the Middle East, and I'm going to do it actually with my parents, and they're going to talk about them having 2 children that converted to Judaism and living in Israel, and as you know, my mom's a professor, and my dad's retired. So we'll be able to talk this whole thing out.
I do have some news for you. I forgot to share some news with you guys. This is very good news that came through. This revelation happened to me 3 days ago, or actually 4 days ago when Iran was shooting rockets. Guess what? They threw a rocket at Rabbi Shemuli's dildo shop.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did. It was all over Twitter. And I was in a shock. I'm like, Black Rabbi told me he had dinner with him, right? Rabbi Shemuli's dildo shop. I wonder, after shooting that shop down, were there dildos all over the
There was no dildo shop.
Yeah, they have a dildo shop, right?
Yeah, I know them. I know Khana. I know they're good, very close friends of mine.
See,
I actually know them. I don't know Ezzy. I know them. I know the Bateans very well.
Yeah. You see, he pretty much eats over there for free. He's a freeloader. He goes in there for free. He goes in there, eats their food for free.
Free. I'm the host. I host.
And do they give you the free dildo as well?
I could see him trying it. It's sad, man. It's really sad. It's really, really, really sad. This is how he spends his Arab Shabbos.
Like, how did your documentary turn out?
Which one?
The one where it's the City of God coming from Los Angeles. City of God.
It's in production.
Oh, it is? Okay. How's that getting funded?
It means he didn't pay his iPhone bill and he's waiting to be able to turn it back on.
Actually, one of the top Israeli directors doing it. It's a female.
The 12 people that bought your book on Amazon, I'm sure are real.
Yo, you know what's frightening? Like, if you listen to him long enough, you realize that he really has psychiatric problems. That's probably what was written in his divorce. At the end of the day,
no fucking kidding. Are you kidding me? Of course, I've been saying that for a long time.
Jenny, go eat some pork. Jenny, go eat some pork and drink some.
Imagine being in Israel, the place that you love, but you're complaining to Americans and big people all over the world that they're.
Elijah, they're selling pork at restaurants inside Israel. Can you believe it? It's supposed to be holy land.
They have Christians here.
It doesn't matter. Christians can abide by you because it's a Jewish state. You have Jewish supremacy inside Israel. The self-determination is exclusively unique to the Jewish people. It's not unique to the Arabs or the Christians.
In Israel, everyone has equal rights.
2018, they passed a law. You should look into it. It's called self-determination.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should look into it. Look into it.
I did.
Yeah, the self-determination is only exclusively for the Jewish people, not for the Arabs. Not for the Muslims.
That's a political thing. That's political.
No, it's not a political thing. It's a true thing.
The Jews, the Arabs that join and become Israeli Arabs,
and
they're also
America,
part of the self-determination.
And in America, right, if somebody's born to, Palestinian Israeli, right, they can't migrate over there. You know this, right? That's impossible. You know this, right? If they're born to a Jewish mother, if they're born to a Jewish mother or a convert like you, they're automatically able to do Aliyah and get the citizenship, right?
I'm not a convert.
Yeah, but people that convert to Islam or Christianity, they have a hard time going over there. They can't.
The point is the Israeli Palestinians that live inside of Israel have a very good life.
And they're going to be asked why their 2 children converted to Judaism. Isn't that what he just said?
Yeah,
you gotta listen to this long enough. He literally lies like he breathes.
Wait, that's lying? I'm lying to you?
You just finished fucking saying you didn't convert.
No. What I said is
like
the way he's saying it's not.
Fine. Nobody can believe a word you say ever.
It doesn't matter. You're not in a game. We're not in a game. If you're in a game, I'll be like much different.
What'd you say, bro? Okay.
Check your back channel.
Okay.
I'm saying if you were, I'll be much different.
By going back to the point, now if the building was on fire, Ariel was on one side, and then you had a girl on the other side, your, so-called wife, pretend wife, who would you say? Yeah, one person. You can only say one person. Pretend wife or Ariel? I don't know. You told us that you were about to get married to a new woman, but we still don't know who that person is.
No, I didn't.
Okay. So right
I
now
don't see
she's
anything.
pretend wife.
You sent it?
Yeah, I sent it.
I don't see anything. Send it again.
Amir, I just want you to just. And I'm saying this respectfully because you're an elder. I want you to be a man, right? And I want you to stand up for America. Western values.
He wants you to be a man.
I want you to be a man, and I want you to let go of this whole
Amir, how
fantasy.
Scary is it that he has nothing better to do on Erev Shabbat in Islam?
What time is it over in Tonopy?
It's 12:30.
Yeah.
Almost 12:30.
Nothing better to do. Because his house is so full of guests.
Well,
and he's hosting.
The difference is tonight I will be speaking in Baca at a singles event, actually, as a single man, but I am a speaker.
It's at the bunk.
So I don't have to prepare for Shabbos.
I heard Iran's about to do it.
But you don't know about that level, do you, Ezzy? You're not a speaker in the Jewish community, is you, Ezzy?
Right.
They never asked you to come and speak, did they?
Actually, you're wrong. And at the end of the day, the only thing they can't get me to do is be a Zionist poster child.
Stop. I am not.
Can I say something just for the club? I actually understand to an extent where someone like Kanye is coming from emotionally. And someone replies that the rhetoric he's using, statements rooted in hate and misinformation, are merely just harmful and dangerous. Words like his or Candace Owens encourage violence, discrimination, and division. I think that's the only thing that I probably agree with you on. But it almost sounds like you
I think you would be a follower of mine if you actually heard what I was saying, right? Like when you understand that I'm representing a new revolution in thought that's that's the opposite of the society that we all grew up in, that's created racism and separation and bigotry. When you understand that I'm pushing the opposite with real tools to achieve this consciousness, when you understand that, then you understand why I take the positions that I do. Right?
A clown is always entertaining.
Go back into your house. Go back into your house.
A clown is always entertaining.
Jenna, I'll send you a leaflet for you to come out. Okay, go back into your house. We'll drop a leaflet. Okay, great, come
That's
out.
very, very true. Very true. He comes from a clown car. Lord have mercy.
Either way, I have love for Ezzy. I have love for everybody. I don't know Ezzy. We've never met in person.
Could you stay off me? At the end of the day, find you a wife or an Ariel or something.
No. I'm good.
At the end of the day, go run somewhere. Go find a way to work off that damn chicken fat that you just put on your freaking back. Anything. But
on my back.
Sitting up here, yes, a moment on the lips, forever on the hips. You just finished saying you were smacking on chicken.
Are there black women in Israel though? Like a decent amount?
Say that again.
Are there black women in Israel?
Not that he knows. He doesn't like black women.
There's a lot of stuff.
But why
you have to lie? Why do you say lies?
Did you see the crack video? As in, like the one that was, recording him, and he was laying down in front of the wall like a whale, right? my whole thing is that girl was in love with Black Rabbi. Black Rabbi, she's his best friend. Did you slide into her DMs after you were done with the camera shooting?
You couldn't even call somebody.
Did it come with happy endings, Black Rabbi? Did it come with happy endings?
He wishes. That dude stays horny and hungry. You know how you have M&Ms? He's H&H. Horny and hungry all day, every day.
I love your brutality.
Every time you talk to him, he's smacking on some fried chicken or some greasy something else. It's a shame, man. It helped. Weight Watchers in Israel works. See him wearing a square yarmulke because his head has gotten so big he can't wear the traditional ones. It's like a giant.
You were prison guard, right? Before, like a police official?
Yes,
or something?
I was a CO.
Do you think Black Rabbi, let's say, God forbid, if he was to get locked up, you think he would survive in there?
No, he'd be somebody's bitch.
He'll have to drop the soap.
He'd be scrubbing other people's underwear. Yep. Every day. He'd be like, I was chief rabbi once. They'd be like, yeah, bend over, bitch. Tell me all about it. Here, have another
You're not started yeshiva here, right?
Have another schnitzel. Lord have mercy. I don't care about the success of your yeshiva. You actually have to know Torah to teach Torah. And we'll leave it right there. What happened to Rob Shady? What happened? Where's he at? You still getting beat like a dog on sex slave?
Scrub Prince.
I'm asking, are you still getting beat? Are you still getting beat by chains? You did that on you. I watched you. I watched you get beat by chains. Literally. Bent down in front of a black man, pause, and you got beat with a bicycle chain.
Easy, but every once in a while you do have to show some empathy towards this character.
Nah, man. Imagine a big, nasty, burly black man on his knees in front of another African with a whip and chains in his hand. That sounds a little freaky to me. But hey, if he likes it, I love it.
Mental illness.
What did you learn from that? What did you learn from that? Humility? Did he break you?
He wants to carry him back, so that's why there's some oppression.
Yeah, he got a documentary coming out. It's called Brokeback Black Jewish.
Well, if you keep at it this way, he's gonna fucking jump off the wheel.
Brokeback Black Jewish Rabbi! Next on Netflix. Except the Gary. Yeah. What's going on? I mean, you were supposed to tell us the news.
Too much, is it? The news is Israel lost and Black Rabbi's still here.
Damn.
Yep. Black Rabbi, you think you're gonna do another attack on Iran? I don't think so. It would have to be ground invasion.
Black Rabbi, when are we doing lunch?
He just ate your lunch. Didn't you hear him say he ate?
It doesn't matter. I'll take that.
Y'all not doing lunch. He ate your lunch. Come up to the table and it's just crumbs. I couldn't wait any longer. I really needed something to eat. You know, never know when you'll have to run into another bunker. Sick, man. I'm sick. Really sick. Really sick. So, any more talks from Trump? It's been kind of quiet.
So Trump, apparently he wants to give immunity to Netanyahu. Now, I just don't understand.
How does he do that, though?
Yeah, that's what I don't get. How does
I think Trump is trying to ease Netanyahu out of government eventually. That's what the whole immunity thing is, I think.
How does a criminal give immunity to another criminal?
Well,
that's crazy.
Well, we live in strange times, so.
37 count felon.
Ezra, you know I got love for you, right?
Boy, please leave me alone. Can you do me a favor?
What?
Can you go take your blood pressure medicine and leave me alone? Bye, go run around the block 3 times before showers.
That'll make me happy. Blood pressure medication?
See,
he takes blood pressure medicine.
Amir, this is why I question your intelligence as a human being, right?
No, but do you take it?
Do you really think I take any medication? Any?
Looking at you, 300 freaking damn pounds.
I mean,
did you get something you need to?
Did you get tested? Because you know a lot of people they found out that they had high blood pressure, cancer,
or because of their diabetes.
Or diabetes.
So Amir, really quickly. So Amir, you're a relatively honest person at times. So you saw a video.
How are you insulting him on his stage? Relatively honest? Go somewhere and sit down. Go somewhere and sit down.
I'm cool with
Goodness, on this man's stage, in his room, talking shit.
Captain Saberho, come down. So
go sit down somewhere. I'm Captain Saberho. Have you seen your ex-wife?
What's wrong with her?
Oh my God.
She's an honorable woman. Anyways, the point is just saying that
she lost all credibility when she married you.
Fair enough. The point is, you will never know who she is. She's in a whole different reality than us.
I'm sure.
Anyways,
that guy that's supporting you behind and left. Okay, so let me ask this question. Amir, talk about Trump. We were talking about Trump before you decided to bring your behind back to the stage. Amir, what were you saying about Trump trying to give Netanyahu immunity?
Yeah, the immunity part, that I just don't get it. How does America has influence inside the Israeli community? Because he's a criminal to the Israelis, you know. After that, he's a criminal to the Palestinians. He's a genocidal maniac, right? He's a criminal. And then after the Palestinians, he's wanted by the ICC, International Criminal Court, as a war criminal. Who else? He has committed crimes all over the place. He has given weapons to the UAE. UAE has given weapons to Sudan. And they've committed genocide in Sudan. More than 200,000 people dead. In Congo and a whole bunch of other places as well. Israel is pretty famous for giving out weapons, and recently gave weapons to ISIS, you know, to steal the aid from the Palestinians. And these ISIS members were selling the aid for 3 times the amount of money in the black market in Gaza, right? While people are, you know, starving and whatnot. And they would put the blame on Hamas, and they would just want to kill more people. Like within the last, I think, 2 days, they killed over, what was it, 40 or 60 people. I was in a shock.
When are the next elections in Israel?
That's what Trump is trying to do, right? He's trying to infiltrate into this whole thing. He won't. So his plan is to take him down, right? Give him immunity first, and then get rid of him.
like, out of the Israeli politics, because if he stays there, if he stays there, hang on a second, background. If he stays in the Israeli, the Knesset, the problem is to save his ass, right? He's always going to be at war, and that's what he did. If you look at the court date, right? His court date was about to, begin or whatever. He does an attack on Iran, and the previous times he's done it as well. You know what I'm saying? On Gaza or whatever, or the West Bank or whatever, or Lebanon. So he's pretty famous. And this
was
is
he
why
ever
he does not.
convicted though? Because I know he was in court. But was he ever?
He's going to court, back and forth, and he's trying to, what you call it. So he's scared. If he comes off the position power, he's going to jail directly to the jail. And Trump wants to save him. I think Trump is going to bring him to America. You think Trump is going to bring him to New York because that mayor said he's going to arrest him? He's going to use NYPD to arrest this stupid ass.
Amir, can we just be like intelligent people? What America is doing right now is BB definitely is going to exit. Okay, he's definitely going to exit. But the reason why
is he going to run away to America like his son did?
No, he's fine. Israel loves BB. But the point is just saying that the reason why this has to happen is because it's about new narrative creation, right? So once BB's out, now America say, oh, well, BB's not there, and they made peace with Syria, they made peace with the Gulf states, whoever the prime minister person is that they bring in.
Wait, hold up. They can actually arrest a sitting prime minister in Israel?
No,
and charge him and convict him?
Yes, there's been prime ministers arrested. In fact, there was a prime minister put in jail by an Arab attorney, by an Arab judge, actually. But to show like how much is not.
So with all of those charges against Bibi, when he was minutes away, now it makes sense. If being minutes away from being arrested, he all of a sudden now decides that he's going to engage in warfare on Gaza. That's deep.
He engaged in warfare because of October.
People, I remember all the people marching in the streets against Bibi. I do remember that.
It wasn't against Bibi, it was against judicial reform.
No, it was very much against Bibi. That's what the sign said.
It was judicial reform. That's what it was about.
So who would be the next prime if they didn't reelect?
It's not clear.
Who would be? Who are the contenders?
It could be much worse. That's all I'm saying. It could be a Schmolchwitz. It could be even a guy like Ben Gvir. Ben Gvir is probably the strongest politician in Israel, in my opinion. He has the biggest grassroots following. The kids are totally behind him, and
yeah, this is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't get better with BB leaving. It doesn't get better with BB leaving.
How would we know he's been in office so long?
No, because the issue is that the cabinet is ultra right. So whoever's going to secure
to see what happens next.
Whoever secures the seat is going to have the.
He said baby ain't going nowhere. It's so interesting.
So Black Rabbi, did you read today's today's newspaper? I mean, yesterday's Times of Israel. Do you know that he tried to make a deal with the judge, Netanyahu? Did you hear about the secret deal?
No. Put it in the back chat. What did you do?
Amir.
Shut up! He's talking.
Let me put the.
Amir, you know the reason things that they're accusing of corruption, right? Like taking expensive wine, cigarettes, these types of things. These aren't real charges. You know what I'm saying? Like these are like false red flag witch hunts, like they did with Trump in America. That's what Trump's point is.
Like they did with Trump in America. Really?
What's wrong with your voice?
I think the ICJ is going to be the fact that he starved down.
Oh, he's insane.
So there it is. I put the the secret deal that's on Times of Israel. And
Amir, you realize the Times of Israel, their job is to create separation between and the Israelis.
He's not. Times of Israel is an Israeli publisher which was created in 2013. He's an Israeli publisher and he's Jewish. So there's nothing anti-Semitism about anti-Semitic about this.
I didn't say anything about anti-Semitism. I said
imagine if I were to pull up Al Jazeera, you'd be like, oh, that's Jew-hating thing. If I were to pull up other mainstream media,
anything that you say to a fragile person is going to be an excuse to talk about something else instead of the issue.
All men are fragile in front of it.
And I bring up Times of Israel, they can't say that because it's Times of Israel.
No.
He's actually sitting up here saying that Netanyahu did absolutely nothing but steal some cheese and wine. Like who does that?
He received gifts, but the point is saying that the
Well, he's not good. He's not.
Did you watch
anything else other than stealing wine from
you? Have you seen BB Files? Baby Files, have you seen it?
I just want you to be.
No, actually, if he would shut the fuck up, you'd be able to talk.
It's on my Telegram. If you have Telegram, you can watch it. It's from 2024. The documentary was made by his friend. It wasn't available anywhere. I just downloaded it from from one of those bootleg websites. It's good quality, and I shared it on my Telegram group. It's pinned to the top of the Telegram. You should watch it. It even talks about Hamas contract, like how he allowed the funding to Hamas.
Wow. Okay. I'll definitely.
And it's funny that how his wife gets interrogated. He gets interrogated by the cops inside Israel, and the wife is bullshitting. Same thing with this guy. This guy is like, maybe yes, maybe no. Like, he does not give straight answer at all. Like, such a liar.
Who doesn't give straight answers?
Netanyahu.
Okay. So
and the wife is the same shit.
Yeah, but Amir, do you understand? The politics in Israel is so dirty that, like, people who are even associated with Netanyahu, that they're arresting them, put them in jail, wanting them to switch. This isn't like, Israel's not a normal place for politics. It's like 1,000 times more intense than America. Like, America's spread out, the power's not condensed in one area. It's a whole different mechanism. But the point is saying that the Israeli people, we would not be alive today if it wasn't for Bibi. Bibi saved all of us. Bibi saved the Western world. There's no politician strong enough to deal with the politics of America. America lies, America manipulates, America lies, and America manipulates, right? And they put Israel and people in Palestine in tremendous harm because of the United States policies. And so Bibi's had to counter that by taking all the punches, not just internationally, but even domestically. I've never seen anyone as strong and vigilant as Bibi Netanyahu. Like, he inspires me, completely as a leader, and I believe he's saved more Muslim lives than any Muslim leader.
Were you get inspired by a war criminal? I didn't know that.
No.
You're a fucking liar, dude.
Bro, give me my reparations before you talk to me.
I won't put you in the ground before I give you reparations.
Oh, you will?
Easily.
Yeah, I want to see you try that right now.
Okay.
I'll show you the difference what melanation does. You know what I'm saying? Come
That's
in.
what you
the fact that you get
Why are you running the line?
you
You ran on your wife on him. Stop it. That's probably what he did at night. Every night. Wife, I'm going to show you what melanation does.
Hey, Amir, you see Amir, you hear the fantasies? You hear the fantasies that come out? See, when I started speaking,
oh my God!
Amir,
I was fast as lightning.
Amir, when I started speaking, fantasies started coming out. People started having thoughts. Usually has to do with intimacy, right? And
well, I mean,
I just want you to keep record of it. I just want you to keep record of it.
Black.
You're just mad that my people were slaves before your people were.
Oh damn. Oh damn. Oh damn.
As he get him.
Nah, don't even.
Raka served in the Iraqi war. He has served in the Iraqi war. He's suffering from PTSD. How is your PTSD going for you?
A lot better than the black guy who's a victim still in 2025.
Calm down, stop being racist. As he get
him.
I'm so wrong, man.
Hey, Doc, no offense, but you need a facelift, bro.
Hey, what? No offense.
You got a lot of darkness around those eyes. You got a lot of darkness around those eyes.
You need to go get you some little Kim, treatment so you can look white.
As he get him. Get him. What you doing? Get him.
All right, we're gonna take a brief.
Why you gotta do this? But why you gotta talk about death? You gotta fix that, man.
I actually am the cure against death.
I'm just saying, you can see it. You can see it in your face.
Yeah. That's because your mom sat on it. I'm just a little pickled. Give me a glass of water. I'll be pickled right back up.
Hey, all I'm saying is, man, you gotta.
Hammer don't hurt.
You got.
Oh! Can't touch it. Can't touch this.
Okay.
Can't touch this.
We're gonna stop for a commercial message.
Are you drunk, Doc? Are you
Every time.
I think Doc is drunk. Doc, are you drunk?
No, I literally just woke up like 10 minutes ago. I'm drinking my first beer of the day.
You do have alcohol. You do have alcohol next.
First beer of the day.
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying looking at, if that's him in this picture, he's seen a lot of death, and it's like you can see.
Doc, why don't you go get some help, man?
For what?
You're suffering from
dude, does it sound like I'm not happy? I can bust teeth on your fucking ass every damn day of the week.
You're not, Doc, you don't sound happy. You're going through PTSD.
You sound like a pussy that wants to tell me how to run my life. And I'm twice your age, bitch.
No, I think you need to go see a doctor, Doc.
Hey, he told me I need to change my skin tone to be white.
Stop.
No, hey, I didn't say you need to skin change it. I said you act like you little Kim. And you just mad that you black.
Okay.
His handle is
Calm down, stop being racist, man.
This is the type of stuff I gotta deal with.
His handle.
But Black Grandpa, you did call a bunch of people in my room like with racist slur before, right? You did it to Cynic, and Cynic went crazy.
I never said.
You said it to Edward. You called him a white man, right? Like
I am definitely racist, and I am definitely aggressive.
Dog, calm down. Stop being racist, okay? I know you're drunk.
Everybody's racist. Everybody's a bigot. If you don't think you are, then you're a liar.
Thank you. How's it going?
I'm trying not to.
Yeah, he's poked you like 18 times. Like it's just like he does it.
You 18 times.
No.
Eze is a beautiful woman on this planet Earth. Black, you're just a bitch ass trick.
Oh damn! Oh damn!
But you know, this is the same type of white man I have.
Get it out, Norton. Get it out.
And refer to him as his nigga.
Talk to me about your racism, baby. Why do you consider yourself a racist?
Because I'm a bigot. I prefer the things that I prefer, and you prefer the things that you prefer. You know,
and what does that look like? Now, I want to make sure I stay clear. What does that look like? What are the things that you like? Whiteness?
No, I'm pussy, fishing, pussy.
In that order.
Golf, pussy.
But what does that have to do with racism?
Maybe fishing again. Like, what do we need to do? It like on the 7th day I rested.
I understand. It sounds like there's some connection between pussy and fish in your mind.
And God.
Wait, Doc, and I'm saying this with all like.
Doc supports Israel and Black Grandpa. Why are you?
Okay, I'm not attacking him. Relax. He's not Jewish. But the point is this.
Actually, I learned about Netanyahu. I learned Netanyahu is actually a Christian.
Do you really want to know? You want to really tell me what I am without you knowing who I am?
Do you know what Netanyahu is? Netanyahu is an evangelical Christian, by the way.
He could actually looking at this picture. He could.
No, the translation that he uses. I learned this this morning from a different video, right? Guess what? I learned that Netanyahu actually the translation that he uses is actually comes from evangelical Christian. Did you know this?
Okay, so I just want to give Doc a little.
So and he doesn't wear yarmulke.
You want to give me what?
Shabbat.
Are you gonna play Justin Tim with me there, Black?
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is that because I'm saying normally when I'm on here because Amir antagonizes me, I end up like going in this trolling thing.
Well,
I'm being serious.
Amir is a wannabe fucking Muslim.
Why you say it with the accent? Anyways, the point I'm saying to you like this.
This is what it is.
Wait. What is the thing? So this is my only advice to you, and I think it would be a big thing. I can see it through the picture on your face.
My advice to you is to shut the fuck up before I put a bullet in your face.
Okay, now we're
I mean, that's what I said when I was in the Middle East.
I think, Doug, do you miss those days when you were killing innocent people in Iraq?
I killed somebody 2 days ago, so I'm pretty okay.
Do you miss those days when you were in Iraq, when you served in the military, you were killing innocent people? Do you miss those days?
No, like I said, I killed somebody 2 days.
I mean, you gotta be careful so you're wrong with people saying stuff like this.
No, I know, but this guy is mentally not okay. Calm down.
Are you sure about that? I literally just woke up, and I'm waking up, and you want to
just keep on drinking, go on mute, and just keep on drinking, just mute up.
That's alcoholism right there.
Oh my gosh, I'm so scared that you called me an alcoholic.
No, you don't have to be scared, bro. You
get help.
I don't know if that's on disability.
That's what I was trying to give him advice and say that even though he just threatened my life, just so you guys heard that.
Bro, you threatened my life, Black Rabbit.
I didn't threaten your life. I said, bitch, you want to keep running your butthole? I'll put a bullet in your face.
Calm down.
You said no.
I didn't say I was just gonna.
Yeah, let's put you down for a second. Let's put you down, Black Rabbi. You gave me threats multiple times. We have the clip on it. We have the clip.
Play it. I want to hear it. Remind me.
You said you want to kill me and do what you literally said to dogs everybody.
You threatened my mother.
Okay. Eze, when I said, right, this was my statement after Teddy made a statement. My statement was, if your mom, right, if I was to send this clip to your mom about how you think about when you're Gaza, this is what I said. May Hashem curse me if I'm lying, okay?
No, say Allah.
Amen. Yeah.
Say Allah.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and Hashem curse me, okay? If I'm lying, right?
Okay.
Right? This was my statement. I said, if I were to send a clip or email this clip to your mom, because your mom is famous, you're like a celebrity in Los Angeles, how would she feel by listening to your disgusting comment about one of your Gaza kids? If you look at one of your Gaza to be terrorists, you would be super pissed that I did not send this guy over there. I did not send my son to call people terrorists and whatnot. It's little kids.
Infants. I heard him when he said that.
Yeah. And he got.
And you did say that. And you did say
that. No, I did not say that.
I heard you say.
I did not. Amir knows I didn't say that.
Yesterday.
That's the bad part about you. You gotta remember the things you say. You said that infants were trained to.
Yes, I said that. That's a big difference in them being terrorists. It's a big difference.
You asked me why they were.
No, because when you say that,
he asked you why were they killing infants and babies.
That's what I said.
And you said because they were terrorists. You said that.
I'm saying to you, no, I didn't say that. But what
yes,
I'm saying to no, I
wait
did
a minute.
not.
Amir,
I never said that.
Did you say that?
Amir, did I say that?
You really did. You don't realize
you're under your swear. You're still no. Amir, you're still under your swear. That's number one. Number two is, did you ever hear me condone death or murdering of Palestinian children? Have you ever heard me say that?
Killing Palestinian?
You contradict yourself.
No, let him say it. Why are they killing Palestinian infants?
They're collateral damage.
What?
Nope, you said they're training them to be terrorists.
Sure did. I heard him say it. I was so pissed I didn't know what to do. Yes, I heard him say it.
No, I'm saying those are two separate things. There's two separate points to combine. Number two is there is children, they have cartoons, they're training children in the West Bank and in Gaza to want to murder Jews. That's what they're training.
Jews aren't training to kill Palestinians.
Wait, that's not deflect. This is deal with one thing. If you want to talk about another,
right? But somebody watching a political cartoon
don't make
worthy of death.
No, that's my point. That's my point. So
we made
Ezzy, don't conflate.
Russians.
Okay. Yes, Ezzy, don't conflate the fact that I'm saying these young children.
Doesn't make somebody.
Don't. That's what I want to clarify again, so I don't have to keep hearing this ridiculous statement from Amir. Do not conflict the fact that I'm identifying that child soldiers are being created in Gaza with the fact that I'm justifying the fact that they should die. Okay, that's not what's happening here. Those are two separate issues. And
so you don't feel they should die?
Absolutely not. I have Palestinian relatives. You know that.
You Palestinian relatives?
That Palestinian relatives.
Since when?
Yeah, my mom's brother married a Palestinian woman, and she and I've had black friends too. Yeah, my cousin Nassim, Jihad, and Jalal.
You just want the tiger with them.
So I'm connected to the Muslim experience very much. Just because I'm Jewish doesn't mean like I'm disconnected. I think Islam is bad. I think I'm a Haji. I'm a Haji.
You wish you were.
I'm a Haji.
Haji.
I'm a Haji.
Stop disrespecting these people, please.
Can I ask a Black Rabbi a question?
I'm a Haji.
Black Rabbi.
Yes, my Caucasian brother.
Do you remember the Palestinian?
I is a nut, man.
Do you remember the Palestinian girl who was nominated for the Cannes Film Festival for like a documentary?
Yeah. I'm trying to get in touch with her actually. Yeah.
She was killed. You're not gonna get in touch with her. She was killed like within 2 days of that happening. Do you think that that's a coincidence that she just happened to be in the vicinity of a Hamas militant and that she was collateral damage, or do you think that that was a targeted attack?
Nah, man, that's the thing. When you look at when you see the temperament of Israelis in Israel, their issue is not like that's why they allowed Hamas to build those tunnels. They're not there like on top of the Palestinians like white people were with black people in America, right? The issue is that any form of militarization, any form of violent resistance, or any of these types of things, these are the problems that Israel has with certain Palestinians. The vast majority of Palestinians are regular people like me. They go to work, they come home, they have their falafel, they have a pizza, they watch TV and go to sleep and wake up and do the same thing. But there are people who are radicalized, and from the time they were born have been taught to kill, and those are the people that Israel has issues with. So when you hear about people getting detained or locked up in Israeli jails, it's not because Israel just wants to be mean. It's a prison industrial complex like we have in America. It's like, no, these people are soldiers. These people are trained for hostility. So they incarcerate them, and they isolate them from the general population. But that's only in Gaza and the West Bank. That is not the issue in Ramallah, in Jeddah, or any other place in proper Israel. That's not the case. That just doesn't exist. Palestinians live a great life here in Israel.
Did you sidestep my question? I was asking you if you think it was a coincidence, or do you think that they targeted it?
I'm saying it was a coincidence, and I'm giving you a broader scope that there isn't aggression against Palestinians in Israel in that way. The only issue is against militaristic militants. That's the issue Israel has with people militaristic, and not only that, Palestinians have an issue with them. That's why there's close to 10,000 Palestinians in the IDF.
Israelis have issues with them.
Yeah, but I'm saying not only Israelis, I'm saying Palestinian Muslims. There's close to 10,000 of them in the IDF that volunteer. It's not even mandatory for Palestinian Arabs to join the IDF. They volunteer to join it.
But if you're in Israel, how are you not like? Wouldn't it be smarter to actually talk about what you can do over in Israel rather than what you can't do in Palestine?
I don't understand that question.
Like, there's an issue that people are taking with the IDF and with the militarization of the IDF. Why is that something that you like? Why can't you discuss those things that you could actually work on and fix over in Israel rather than doing something that you maybe possibly can't talk about or can't really tangibly work on over in Palestine?
The thing is, the challenge that it is in the West, and it even took me a good amount of time here, even in Israel, to really understand the landscape of this geopolitical issue, because it's not as cut and dry as, Ukraine's and Russia, or, other conflicts, Taiwan and China. It's not as clear cut in that way. Like, Palestine is... Yeah, so it's like, every city here, every Arab city has a different set of politics. They're not in unison together. The Israelis have a different set of politics.
Like, if you were to speak out and denounce the idea as a black rabbi...
Why would I do that? Why would I do that? The IDF has saved my life.
But I mean, the raping and the like, that's all. Like, they've saved your life, but they've also killed innocent people. The same reason as to why, like, yeah.
Well, I'm just saying that still, like, again, the difference between, and that's what I was trying to tell Ezzy, the difference between the African American experience and how they try to parallel it, why it's not accurate, is because the people of who we refer to as Palestine, these people were already militarized since the 1920s. So when Israel decided to accept the land offer from the United Nations, and the Arab leadership denounced it, they created an environment where now the language became, oh well, the Israelis are occupying. No, the Israelis just took the land that was given by the United Nations, that was given.
You also sidestepped my question. I'm saying, if you were to actually denounce the IDF for raping and killing, slaughtering kids on the other side, how would that go over?
I don't think the IDF rapes.
Oh. Okay.
I'm just trying to.
The point. I'm just saying, as an American,
part, but I guess the killing part is somehow up for.
The killing happened is part of collateral damage of war. That's what happens.
Right.
War
So,
happens.
but
how many children die? How many children have died?
The militarization of. Hold on. You're hyperfixating on the militarization of one side, not denouncing or talking about the other side in which you reside.
Fair enough. I mean, if you want to, right. That's what it's about. But
that's why
one side. But the Israeli. Wait. No. Okay, you can say that all you want. But the point is saying the reason why I'm making that issue is because in this narrative, the Palestinians, or what we know, the Palestinians are being portrayed as victims to this oppressor, and that's not the case. These are both two military movements, right, that are here to secure land. The issue is that the Palestinian leadership denied land, and then they said, "Hey, we're going to deny the land, and we're going to just resist." The Israelis took the land. That's it. There's no occupation. There's a clear thing.
What do you mean there's no occupation?
The land was given to the Jews in 1948.
Right, but you've also openly talked about on the stage about people on the people, like settlers with armed, like armed to the teeth, like. So, what do you mean there's no occupation? You're in fucking Tel Aviv, right?
No. You're missing the point. That's the point that I want to make. The point is saying that the way that the Palestinians have construed the narrative is that they say to you, "Oh, we're being occupied," right? And you say, "Wow, you're being occupied." And then you look at Israel and you see Jews and Jews building and this whole thing, and you see a big border between Jews and certain Palestinians, and you say like, "Oh, well, they're being occupied. Look at Tel Aviv. Like you just said, Tel Aviv's not occupied land. The only issue that exists in all of Israel that you could say some type of form of occupation exists is in the West Bank. In the West Bank, exactly, and that's it. Everything else is fair land that was given, and the spiritual. So there's no occupation. So when you say Tel Aviv, no. But when you fine. But when you say Tel Aviv and these other things, you're giving the impression to the person listening that the fact that Jews are in Jerusalem, that they're in Tel Aviv, that they're in Haifa, that they're in the south and north, that we're somehow taking something that doesn't belong to us. But in fact, yeah, it does.
No. I'm saying that the settler colonies that are happening. And people getting kicked out of their homes.
In the West Bank.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Why can't you just concede that? Like, yes. So, but you're willing to run around that instead of just being like, yeah, you're right. It is fucking occupied. Yes, of course.
No. Okay. No. What I'm saying is that there's a big discussion around settlements, and I know a lot of settlers, right? And I hear their position, and I hear other people's position, and I do disagree with some of those actions of taking houses and just walking up and taking people's stuff. No, so right. I don't agree with that. But the point is saying that
you don't agree with my question.
But that's not all the settlements. That's not all the settlements.
Why couldn't, what would happen to you if you denounced that in where you are right now?
First of all, I love the IDF, number one, okay? Number two is seeing the IDF has saved my life personally, countless amount of times. I would not be here right now if it wasn't for the IDF's protection. Number three is the fact that, I mean, it's like, why would you denounce something that's actually liberating the Muslims in this area? The IDF is liberating.
Okay, no, yeah, that's all I needed to hear. liberating Muslims community here.
Yeah, but that's not the narrative you hear. You want to believe that it's an anti-Muslim movement, and that's not what Israel is. Israel is not anti-Muslim.
Bro, kicking Palestinians out of their house, forcing them out, right?
That's pretty fucking anti-Muslim. Those are isolated. Those are You want to tell yourself that, but the only people
tell myself that. But that's what's happening.
But it's not reality. You've never been here, so you're talking out of your ass.
Wait. How do you know that I've never been?
You've never been because you wouldn't say what you're saying.
Oh.
Okay.
I've been to Jerusalem 2 times.
Is that what you're saying?
It's bullshit.
So why are you saying what you're saying? There's 100,000 Palestinians working in Jerusalem every day.
So you're saying, but you were trying to run around you were trying to run around a whole sentence about how the West Bank may or may not be occupied. I don't understand this. I don't understand how you're over there and somehow you still want to hold on to this idea that this is symmetrical. Like there's nothing symmetrical. You don't know anything about this. The Palestinians are suffering because of Hamas, the PLO, and Fatah. And your dumbass is sitting up here arguing for them. They don't care about you. They don't know you. You don't know them. You're just sitting up here running your mouth. The Palestinians are trapped. They've been giving the definition of Palestinian. These people were Jordanian and Egyptians. They were forced to take on the idea of
Palestinians allowed to tell you
but this is
hold up. Are Palestinians allowed to tell you what they themselves? Hey, shut the fuck up and listen, because there's plenty of Palestinians on this stage who don't agree with you.
No, that live here? These are fake Palestinians.
Don't agree with you.
They're fake Palestinians. Real ones to understand exactly that they don't have freedom.
Yeah, I know. I'm very fair. I am very fair.
This guy claims he's a Jewish wife.
Right. I'm very fake. Yes.
These guys are drunk.
I know. Yeah, of course.
You don't get to dictate to Palestinians what they and their families are suffering. You sound like a clown.
Convert to Judaism. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, we do. Yes, we do.
So the rest are the fake Palestinian, but you are the real Zionists. So you have.
The truth is.
No, you're the truth is in the head. The truth is you're fucked up in the head, and you're running around. 1/3 of Tel Aviv is down. You don't want to talk about
1/3 of Tel Aviv, but you hit one building.
That IDF has
You hit one building.
What if more there you are, the IDF is protecting you. Everybody should ask.
And you guys are celebrating.
He has done. What the fuck you have done that IDF is protecting you? That's
imagine if Los Angeles. Great. Imagine if Los Angeles had an army and they attacked the rest of the United States.
You're doing too much. And you're being grossly insensitive.
Doing reality. In fact, I talked to a group of African Americans.
You're not helping. You're hurting.
Fair enough. I spoke to a group of African Americans this week, right, on a podcast, 2 different podcasts, and I told them, and I told them like this: the true Palestinians are actually Africans who migrated to Palestine and during the Ottoman Empire, and many of them converted to Islam. Those are the black Afro-Palestinians are the real Palestinians, and the Arabs stole their agenda. Okay, so that's what I'm going to be pushing in the West.
Everybody saw when they were
Palestinian
the black girl on the street, they couldn't even go in the bunker. That was on the Al Jazeera. It was showing nobody allowed the black community to go in the bunkbusters. That's how we did. Not only the black, even the brother Fayez says the Indian had to complain, make a phone call why they are on the street, why they are not allowed to go in. That's how fucked up you guys are still. Get that straight, that you guys not count over there.
And you still simp for them and want to commend them and thank them for, which is fucking wild, man.
Why did you decide to convert to Judaism, Black Ram?
I would say go back to being a Muslim. It makes more sense.
You converted from Islam to Judaism? Come on. Black Rabbi, what's going on?
Do you remember what you said
like when you had an altercation with Chucky in my room, right? The first time. Do you remember?
What's that?
Please, Black Rabbi, are you there? Black Rabbi, I think
He went back. No, he went to get another piece of schnitzel.
Schnitzel. Wow.
Piece of fried chicken.
For someone in the chat who's the right Steinhardt, come up in chat, please. I'd love to hear your voice.
Hey, come on,
Come up on here.
I don't understand how someone can sim so hard for Israel when that is, the way that G broke that down is exactly what's going on. For you to pretend that for you to come on Clubhouse and say that everyone else is a second-class citizen of America, but you can't even get into a fucking bunker in your country. And then the hypocrisy is just...
Pretty sad.
He's not Israeli, though.
I believe he has Israeli citizenship now. He probably has dual citizenship, I think.
Hey, Luna, what's up? Anybody else, if you guys want to come on up? Matt, do you want to have a conversation? Matt is a pretty big MAGA supporter.
He's also a Zion.
Yeah, come on up, Matt. Let's have a conversation. Let's, go back and forth. What do you think about this whole Zionist project?
Although I don't know if he agrees with the extermination of Palestinian women and children, but it's possible.
I'm not even concerned about that. I'm concerned about his Black Rabbi. He understands the fact that what are the rulings and the practices believed by Muslims as far as people converting out of the religion. Why Judaism?
I'm still bugging out over Bibi's criminal trial and what that's going to look like over the next few months. He's willing to engage in criminal warfare because he already has charges pending. Is that what that's about?
What is your denomination of faith?
Actually try to...
Who, me? Or someone else?
No, Netanyahu tried to ask the court to extend his case, because, when the war is going on, he gets called, right, while he's at the courthouse, so he told the court to give him extra time, and Attorney General, she's like, nope, she's standing up because she hates all of these people. One woman standing up against Smotrich, standing up against Netanyahu, against Ben Gvir, because they all have been involved in some sort of bribery and corruption charges, and they want to fire her. And there was a survey that came out. Majority of the women that actually are part of the Knesset, right? They have been at one point they have been sexually assaulted. They're touched in some shape or form or whatever. And then you have another report that says 61% of Israeli men do not look at forced sex with their acquaintance as rape. So you got a lot of these problems inside Israel. Black Rabbi, what's going on?
I mean, I don't think he's there.
I think he fell asleep.
Denomination of faith.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute him. He's gonna start to snore. Anyways, what's up with you, G? G, is everybody happy in Iran with the ceasefire?
Well, that's saying happy is a different word, but the fact that, don't take my word, let's hear from the Steve Bannon that he said Israel took a lot of punches. They were getting hit so bad that they had no choice to ask Trump. Basically, he says they had to back Trump, and Trump had to back Qataris, and Qataris had to back Iran. That's the Steve Bannon, exactly what he said. That shows they were taking punches. They backed, and it came to the negotiation. And it's not nobody has signed anything. Based on my knowledge, has nothing been signed, or it doesn't look like a ceasefire or sign or anything. At any moment, this can go off. So saying that people are happy, nothing is over. They have attacked Iran. It's a payback for the bitches over there. They should have never done that. So they brought everything on the table. Every surprise they could have in their mind, in their pocket, whatever, with the help of all American and NATO. Because this operation was not only Israeli. This operation was exactly by NATO and American involved directly and indirectly. The rest of the NATO was completely indirectly, from the supplying the weapon, intelligence, fueling the jets, and so on. And nobody can deny that, because Iran has already tons of proof of that. Other countries, they were helping them during the fueling jets and all that, and plus the satellite information and all that goes up. So Iran wasn't in a war with Israel. Iran was in a war with the NATO. So coming to find out, they tried to do this in 3 days. That's what their plan was, because there was 3 days before the negotiation. Bibi thought he can break that 6 days war that he did with the other countries in the Arab, so he can put a nice tactic for Iran, to be proud for Iran. Did it in 3 days. I was hoping to uprise the people against the government. You see, when the G comes on the stage, this black rabbi goes to the bunk buster. That's almost every time he does that. I'm glad.
Hey G, have you heard that the IAEA has no cooperation?
Yeah, it stopped.
Yeah,
it stopped with Iran. That passed already. Thanks God. Thanks to these Zayos. They did it to themselves, and the rest of the countries around the globe, they are watching this. Why Iran put a pause? Iran didn't come out. Iran put a completely pause, so no one can negotiate it. And now they are begging to come in to check everything, but Iran says fuck up. Iran was part of the NPT. Iran was under the heaviest inspector, watching everything, documented. Everything was cooperating until they didn't want it. So now Iran stays out of it. I think it's a lot better. They should have done it long ago. We appreciated what the parliament passed, and most likely Iran comes out of the NPT too. This is the beginning. That's why the Westerners start, panicking. They're gonna do the same like Israel. Doesn't open to the society, to the public, to the international community to come and check. Iran will do the same thing.
I wasn't even trying to go hard on black. I just think that it's really wild to me that people, you know, like to put Black Rabbi in his name, that's how he wants to be known. So that's how I'm gonna lay it out. Like, to be a Black Rabbi in Israel, and to not be able to get into a bomb shelter, and to still be so hard-lined on all that shit. It's confusing to me. It's just confusing.
He's not a citizen though. He converted to Judaism, right? And he moved.
Why is it confusing to you? Why is that confusing?
Well, because he came on Clubhouse trying to say that Americans right now are all second-class citizens and this and that, and no one. But you know, when you're over in Israel and you can't really condemn any of the things that's going on because your lifeline to that country is faith itself. You have to kind of play even if you lose faith, right? Like, you have to just keep up like an act, or even if he genuinely believes in all the things that he's saying.
No, Black Rabbi is a sad case of mental illness, so just don't take him too seriously. I know he's a mentally ill person.
It's just a little sad, that's all. And I genuinely mean that. Like, I genuinely, it's like I almost want to figure it out as a case study, but at the same time, I don't know.
Did I miss anything in the last 10 minutes? I left.
No.
You guys heard what I asked him, right? About the photographer who was nominated for the film? And then he was like, yeah, I'm trying to get in touch with her. And I was like, yeah, she got killed. And he didn't even have a reaction to that. He just kept on talking.
Yeah. Dude,
that was
what's her name?
That's like, her name is Fatima. What's that?
He spits out lies like, just like, in a very natural way. So I was trying to get in touch with her. He's full of shit. But Israel does target journalists and artists and so on and so forth, and people who are influential, and they feel threatened by those people and they kill them all the time.
Yeah, Fatima Hasuna was her name. The title of the film she was working with was called Put Your Soul on Your Hand and Walk. And he mentioned something about them only targeting military or militarized people. But Israel themselves have openly bragged about and stated that they have targeted and killed members of the ministry of Hamas. Which is not military, but the guy who is in charge of bookkeeping or whatever it is, and those aren't military targets, and that guy was killed with 15 members of his family in a single strike. So I mean, I don't know how you can justify 15 civilian deaths as collateral damage when your target is just a guy who does bookkeeping.
Yeah, to hear that and then to not say anything is a statement in itself, for sure.
You know how many doctors that they went in Palestine for the helping the kids, the family, for in the UN they came to give a statement that they were over there with the team and all that. They saw the innocent kids, young children were getting shot on their heart, exactly on their head. These are the words was coming out of an American doctor at the UN was testifying this. That shows purposely they were getting shot because it was so direct hit that it was I can bring the link and all that, and it wasn't the UN speech. Nobody can
I know you're
deny that one.
Yeah, I know.
He was a doctor from the California. I believe because based on what I read on that time, I tried to see he was a doctor from the California, and pointing. The writer was pointing. I saw the speech, but also I read an article more about him that he was in the north, somewhere in some city north of California, but definitely wasn't an American. He was a doctor and all that. He testified that horrible genocide purposely they did it. Nobody can deny what they did it. And this guy come here talking about IDF. IDF is a killing machine over there. Nobody can deny that one.
I believe that those exact words were that the shots to the heart were so precise on these children that he couldn't place his stethoscope more accurately than where the bullet went.
Look, we Palestinians say, how do you know a Zionist is lying? And it goes with their breathing, they're lying.
Yeah, when he speaks, right?
They perfected the art of propaganda to a very, very fine degree, but that has been unraveling over the years, especially over the last 2 years.
That's one of the things about this war is it's become so transparent that they're not fooling anyone now. And I think Zionists that on another level they don't deny it. Like especially here on Clubhouse, we talk to them and they're like, yeah, no, the children are enemies. We want them all dead. And they just come out and say it.
Iran denies any meeting with the U.S. next week, and that's when Trump told the whole press corps that he was going to have a meeting, a substantial meeting with Iran. Iran's saying no, we're not.
Iran denied it. They said IAEA can go to hell. All of these other, but France came out and they sort of like gave Iran a threat that it's not a good idea. It's not this. I think France can go F themselves, right? Because after and I'm sure that these people, because it's American entity, I'm sure Israel probably has a dirt on one of the officials from the IAEA, so they didn't have a choice but to release the name of the nuclear scientist. And that's how these scientists got assassinated. And Israel doesn't allow inspections, right? Why does Iran would allow the inspection? That's the part I just don't get. Like the hypocrisy, and the democracy that we have in America, it's full of hypocrisies, man, all over the place, And this so-called democracy that we have in America, it was basically built, I would say, probably on slavery and dead bodies and stuff. Every time we try to go in, we go invade a country, we kill a bunch of people, take over their resources, and we plant our puppet in there, and then we come back. Oh, he was a terrorist before, he's no longer a terrorist. Like, look at Al-Jilani, he's Al-Qaeda leader. Trump is basically shaking hands and doing a whole bunch of shit. So who's the terrorist? Tomorrow they're going to do the same thing with Hamas. Trump is going to do the same thing. He's going to shake hands with the leader of Hamas. Oh yeah, good job, we're done. We're no more fight. You're no longer terrorists. You'll have the hegemony. You'll have your autonomy, and it's crazy, man.
Is there any more information about the Iranian scientist that I don't know if it's confirmed, but there was like a alleged assassination from Israel with the drones.
Yeah, fine.
G,
What's up?
G, do you want to say something? Would you say something?
Oh, I was just saying so long.
So, G, did you want to say about the drone thing?
Oh no, I was gonna mention first. Assalamu alaikum to almost Iran during that 12 days captured almost a spy from 50 different countries, and then French doesn't get to come and say why Iran is getting out of the NPT. First of all, Iran is not getting out of the NPT, not yet at least. It's on the pause, and Iran has put it 3 conditions to be fulfilled before Iran comes in. Let's see what they are. I had them somewhere that shows the 3 conditions. If I could just get it. So it's based on the fact. Someone go ahead and please, you guys go ahead and until I find that. Because I know off of my head 1 or 2, but I want to find all 3 of them. Let Sam talk. He just joined our end.
We have Victory as well. Victory, welcome.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning. I ain't gonna be here long. I just wanted to, chime in on the topic, man. Like, I like that topic right there.
Which one's the criminal, do you think? Netanyahu or Trump?
I don't think Trump is the criminal, honestly, because, man, look, and this is just it. Like, everybody knows what America's based off of. Everybody knows what America's, foundation was, And so to sit there and say that man's a criminal is just, preposterous, because it's like everybody in America is, brainwashed into thinking that, the way that we're supposed to live and the way that we are and what we are and the differences and all that matters, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's all the brainwashing technique anyway, you know what I'm saying?
Victory, what do we do about the 42 counts before he became president?
Yeah, man, like, that's all things that, came out in the open, but at the same time, in a place where everybody is on foreign land and everything is unspoken for, they know how to get around these things, bro. They know how to, because there's certain things, about like birth certificates and everything like that. Whenever you have money and all that, you get the benefit of knowing, how to maneuver around with these judges and everything like that. These lawyers that say these things, bro, that can get you out of situations. You know what I'm saying? And it's all knowledge. It's all knowledge, because everything's based on a bullshit foundation, bro. Everything's based on bullshit. So if that doesn't bring the people together and, against the fucking government, nothing will, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
So it's okay, according to you, a criminal, pedophile president we have in the government, 34 counts, right? Felony charges against him. So you're okay with the having a criminal, becoming a president of the United States?
No, man, I'm not okay with, him being a president. Actually, I'm just saying,
Victory. Why are you trying to deflect and defending Trump?
No, I'm not defending Trump. I'm trying to tell you that this country is based on bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So it should teach everybody that if this motherfucker is our president right now, this has got to be some bullshit, right? So we need to come together as a people and create our own shit and overthrow this shit, because it's the fucking America's a republic. It's a corporation, bro. Everybody has to buy into the corporation literally when they're born. Literally when you're born, they tell you that if you don't register your child, you're going to pay a $10,000 fine, okay? And that's most people who do home births or whatever the fuck. A lot of people don't do that, bro. A lot of people don't do home births, like, you know, you know what I'm saying? You know what a home birth is, right? Yeah. But, like, you know, so they trick you into buying into this corporation, bro. So as American people, you know, if we don't understand, you know, the simple magic behind all of this shit that's going on, motherfuckers like Trump will be, you haven't seen the worst of a Trump yet. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be a Trump times fucking 5 in the next 20 years if America doesn't wake the fuck up to what the fuck is really going on. And the reason that we're having this conversation right now, you know what I'm saying, is because you guys are aware of maybe of what the fuck is going on, and you're trying to do the same thing I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm basing it off of. I'm not defending Trump. Fuck them motherfuckers, man. Like I don't defend that bullshit. But I'm saying this place is built on bullshit, dog. And like,
yeah,
you got
two-party system is gonna change, man. It's gonna change.
Yeah, that shit. Fuck a two-party system. We need to have no party system. None of that shit. You know what I mean? Like, bro, this whole democracy is a joke. Let's just be straight up. A democracy is a joke. A democracy is a mob vote. It's saying that if 51% of people say you a fucking murderer and fucking 49 don't, god damn it, you a fucking murderer. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? You could not do anything. You know, so that shit's a joke, bro. Like we need to have a better system, but people need to come up with a better system, bro. And that's all And I don't know the better system yet. You know what I'm saying? But as a people, we need to come together and create some shit that's better than just, you know, simply voting against a vote, man. Like that voting shit is crazy, man. Like it's good and bad at the same time. It's giving you a choice, but it's not at the same time. It's all a trick, man. Everything's just a fucking mind fuck, dude. Like it's called government. Like government needs to control, and ment is Latin for mind. You know what I mean? So like mind control, bro. Control the mind. It's the government, bro. Like this is what they do. This is how they get money, by fucking having us on our motherfucking toes every goddamn day. You know what I mean? Like still, you know, you can have $1 million and you still be on your motherfucking toes every goddamn day. Because there's somebody over you that will fuck over you in a second and end your life or end your kid's life. You know what I mean? Like they don't end your life. They'll come for your family and shit like that. You know what I mean? So that's just what it is, dog.
Hey, what do you think about the new mayor of New York that's about to become a mayor?
Is it the black guy? Is it a black guy or the Jewish guy?
No, it's the Muslim guy.
Yeah, the Muslim guy. I think I just seen that, man. Like, I don't know, man. It's weird to me now because it's like, what are they trying to portray now? What are they trying to portray now? Like, you know, now we got a black Muslim, you know what I'm saying, mayor in New York.
He's not black.
Oh, he's not black? Oh, okay.
He's like Indian, right?
Oh,
no, he's half Pakistani and half from Africa.
Okay. Well, yeah. So basically, they're gonna say a black fucking because he's black. You feel me? He got some black in him. He's black. You feel me? And I'm gonna land in a second, bro. Like, where the fuck are they trying to portray now? You know what I'm saying? Think of it like that. Don't think of, you know, oh my God, maybe this is gonna. No. What are they trying to portray now for New York? What image are they trying to portray now?
He's trying to do. He's trying to do childcare, free childcare. Or affordable and free childcare, and he's trying to do free baby rent control and help with like children.
Why not teach these girls not to have sex at all, or give them a better way than going to have the baby, than having the child?
I'm not sure where he is on the pro. I think he's pro-choice.
Not even the fucking abortion shit. Like fuck the abortion.
Just sex ed.
Yeah, like even that, you know what I'm saying? Like giving them a way out or a fucking program, you know, like, bro, like it's so much shit that's deeper than just, you know, it's deeper than rap, dog. Like it's deeper than rap, man, and it's so deep to the point to where you don't know where to start, you know.
I mean, it's just he won his primaries, and now it's him versus Mayor Eric Adams.
Elijah, breaking news at.
Breaking news. What's up?
Taiwan, China, 29 warplanes.
Yeah, I'll pull the article. Hold on.
29 warplanes. But Ariel's here. Ariel, you want to come on up? Let's bring him up. Let's see what he has to say today. He's always bullshitting. Let's see what he has to say today. Ariel, do you think Trump is a criminal or Bibi's a criminal?
Based upon public opinion, yes, but public opinion matters not in the face of the court system.
So, based upon ICC, Netanyahu is a criminal.
If he's convicted, do they have the power to come and arrest him? No, they don't.
It doesn't matter. But forget the public opinion. It's not subjective anymore. It's objective, right? It's coming from the ICC, International Criminal Court.
If a body does not have the power to execute their verdict, that means they have no power.
Okay. Do you think he's a criminal according to Israeli Supreme Court?
Have they passed their verdict?
Not yet, but Attorney General is after him, and he has to go to court every time, I think once a week or so.
Okay, so then that means we have to wait until due process.
So he's a suspect.
So we have to wait until due process is over, then we can make our decision. Well, actually, it's not our decision. Hold on, please. It's not our decision. It's the decision of the court. And once the court makes their decision, it is what it is.
So if the court decides he's a criminal, he's a corrupted official, are you gonna finally acknowledge that yes, he was a criminal?
If the court acknowledges that he is a criminal when he is convicted, what I say doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. Would you acknowledge and concede to the point that he is a criminal?
In the event that he is found guilty, that he's a criminal.
Yeah, in the event that he's good, he's a criminal according to Israeli Supreme Court, and he'll have to serve time in the jail, then you will concede to the point that he is a fucking criminal. Then you'll have to come out of the closet, whatever closet you're hiding in, that yes, he was a criminal, he is a criminal, and he's serving time in Israeli prison. So he's a criminal not only locally, he's a criminal internationally as well, according to ICC.
ICC doesn't have anything to do with the Israeli court system.
Josh, sorry, I just wanted to tell Josh that the thing that I wrote in the chat it wasn't confirmed. So they're saying that it's fake bullshit, misinformation. So I just wanted to put that up.
Yeah, that's too crazy to be real. And I just want to say real quick, Ariel, did you know that your camera roll is exposed?
I mean, have fun with it, I guess. Do whatever you please.
No, I was just being nice, because sometimes people don't realize that it takes the full... Whatever. Alright, whatever, I don't care.
Yeah, me.
But anyways, a state that doesn't respect or abide by international law, then you would be hypocritical to say that Hamas is not abiding by international law. So you understand that, right? And then that would technically make Israel a pariah state.
I understand your point of view, but your point of view is that of someone who's a non-factor.
the area, did you know that Netanyahu was begging for a ceasefire?
Does Ariel live in Israel?
Yeah, he's got an Israeli citizen. He recently got hit by a door in the West Bank, by a Palestinian door. And a lot has happened to him, you know. He has abused a Palestinian child as a border patrol. He has killed 13 Palestinians. So, yeah, he's done a lot of stuff, you know.
I'm flattered that you will follow my life so closely.
Did you make it to the big show in Gaza ever? Did you serve in Gaza?
What's the big show?
Well, you know, the West Bank it's like bullying little children. You're kicking down doors and forcing women to strip down. But Gaza, there's some boys in Gaza who will throw an explosive down the hatch of your APC and kill 7 of you all at once. That's the big show.
Okay, well, I hope that you, I guess by your zeal, get to participate.
He's very dry. He's very dry. He doesn't want to refute anything. He knows that it's true.
Did you know any of those guys?
Hey, Pearl, come on up. Pearl, if you want to come on up as well. So,
Have you spoken to Point on there?
yeah. He used to come up, I think he's scared of me now. He's hiding in the bunker. We have Menton here as well, Menton. Walaikum salam.
What's happening?
Nothing, we have Ariel here who's trying to pull on the side. He's trying to act like he's a Palestinian. But he's from Detroit, you know. Just because he has an Israeli passport, he thinks he's a Palestinian.
Who is the black dudes?
Black rabbis? He'll be back. He got bashed by Ezzy. And he'll be back. We kind of cooked him really badly.
I don't want to be Palestinian. I have enough problems already.
You can't be Palestinian. You're from Detroit.
I don't want to be Palestinian. I have enough problems already.
You cannot be even if you want it.
Technically, anybody can be Palestinian because I'm Palestinian. We're not even Palestinian.
Technically, we're not Palestinian.
I don't claim to be.
So, Menton, are you there, Menton?
Whose house did you steal?
I mean, well, if you call paying 60,000 USD stealing, I would have to say my own.
I stole it from someone.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Stole it from someone.
Where are you
from?
from?
Paying the 60,000 to?
Where are you from? Connecticut?
Australia.
Oh, that's nice. What part of Australia?
We stole it from black people in the bridges.
Okay.
I'm in a stolen name too, actually.
Oh, then why are you still there? Why don't you leave?
What should I do? I'm not committing genocide.
Neither am I. Congratulations.
And who are you paying the 60,000 to?
Beg your pardon?
The guy. Who are you paying 60,000 to? The guy that stole it.
Paid it to the realtor. I paid it to the realtor.
Are you renting?
The realtor.
I know, but are you renting or it's your own house?
What's mine?
Oh, have you seen his house?
Why are you paying something?
Have you seen his house, bro? He can't even stand straight in the kitchen.
Does it have a bunker?
He lives in the ghettoest part of Israel. I'll put that small documentary in the chat for you guys.
Yeah, Amir,
Does it have a bunker?
keep sharing my content, Amir. I appreciate it.
Is there a bunker in your house?
Yes, there's 2 actually.
When the bomb, are you in Israel right now?
Yes, ma'am.
So when the bombs were coming, did you hide in the bunker? What'd you do?
I kept on eating my cereal. Nothing interrupts the Captain Crunch.
I'll put the link in the chat. It's about 6 minutes long, the documentary. And as you can see, he lives in the ghettoest part of Israel. Can't even stand straight. It's a TV program. And he gets his views from the sticky notes from the, on the wall.
My neighbors are having a party. Can you hear them?
Why aren't you invited?
Not invited.
Oh,
They
that's sad.
sound Israeli. They're Israelis, they're racist.
Oh, well, what did you do?
What do I do? They're racist.
I mean, what did you do? How did you find out they're racist?
Because I'm a black Jew and they don't like me.
Oh, well.
I have to be white.
Why is that your problem?
They're racist towards me because I'm a black Jew.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
You guys are fucked. Why do you leave your stolen land and you pay $62,000 a year to live at a place that's stolen?
Who pays 62,000 a year?
You said you paid $62,000 US a year.
No, ma'am, I did not. I said I paid 60 USDs for my house.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Oh, is that all you paid?
Yeah, I bought it.
That's cheap.
I bought it. Yeah, I bought it.
That's so cheap. That's cheap. In Australia, you can't buy a piece of land for like $1 million.
Wait, well, move over here. Your money will go further.
No, I can afford here too. But that's how much it costs. At least we're paying the indigenous land. Something like, wow, what's $62,000? Nothing.
Well, apparently it's only what you have. That's okay. Everybody's different.
I think he's a liar because there's apartments inside Israel. They actually go for $500,000 a month. They're expensive.
This for an apartment.
The government subsidizes, right, up to for I think $300,000 or $250,000 dollars or something, or $200,000, right? And I think this guy is a bullshitter. Even Jindib is a Palestinian. He'll tell you that he's a bullshitter.
He's a poor Palestinian. You left that part out. He's poor.
He's so poor, that's why he offered you a job. Because he looked at you as a homeless. You look like a fucking homeless. If you guys watch his documentary, he lives like a homeless.
It could be right. Because when you steal something, it doesn't have much value. So you sell it cheap. That's why I think maybe he's right. Maybe he only paid 62.
And he said he beat up a Palestinian child as a border patrol, killed 13 Palestinians. I was testimony.
Yeah, share that too.
I'll put the link in the chat, guys.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Why did he kill a kid?
He beat up a Palestinian child as a border patrol. I put the link in the chat for you guys.
Why did he do that? That's horrible.
Yeah,
Why would
it's
you
horrible.
beat her? Why would you bash your innocent kid?
I feel he's innocent, but he's Palestinian. That's racist.
Because a child is innocent.
Oh, so yeah. That's fine.
Doesn't matter where they're from. It's a child. They had no choice.
Oh,
In any of your bullshit. A child is a child. Doesn't matter. Under 18 is a child.
okay, that's fine.
Is your dad? Did you really? You bashed up a kid? Did you really bash up a kid? Did you really hit a kid?
Bash him up.
He beat him with the switch, you know.
What if someone does that to your son?
I don't have any kids, and if I had kids, they'd be far more well behaved than that ignorant little boy.
So, you know the chosen people, when you go to hell,
How could he
then
be
God will
chosen?
show you
He's
his.
from Detroit. He's from Detroit, Michigan, America. He traveled over there 8 years. He converted to Judaism. He converted to
What a fucked up. Seriously, if I was born a Jew and I actually believe I'm chosen, I'll definitely be an atheist because it's fucked up.
But you said you were a black Jew. Did you lie?
Yeah, a black Jew, that's different. I'm third class citizen. But if I was a white Jew, I'd be like, fuck this, I'll be an atheist.
But you literally just said that you were a black Jew. Did you lie to that? Are you ashamed of your identity?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Also, the least you could do there is change the title if you're going to talk about me. Because I'm not interested in talking about me. I'm interested in talking about myself.
Anyways, where's the Persian fucking Zionist?
Persian
Are
one?
they?
He was here earlier. They started shouting. I had to move him down. All the guys
That
that
guy-
comes in just start shouting.
He's not a dentist. Like, you're a dentist, you're
He's
educated.
a dentist. He's a dentist.
No, really?
Yeah. I have his information now, and I know him for about 4 years. I know him way before I met you in one of the rooms.
Yeah, but you gotta have a bit of brains to study to be a dentist.
He does have a brain, but when he comes down to Iran, he's got a dead brain. The brain goes dead. Because
Yeah, I guess
yes, these
just
people,
like
it's just like a Zionist, bro. No matter how much evidence you give it to some of the Zionists, they ignore everything.
yeah.
But everything else, you can have a conversation with. I can have about something else, like how's life, how's the weather. You know, they'll give you a straight answer. But when it comes down to Israel or Palestine, nope, forget it.
Amir, you're not even Palestinians.
It doesn't matter. You know, respectfully, it doesn't matter. Just stay in your fucking lane, man. So that's what it is.
Yeah, take your own advice.
I guess so, because there's
My
like,
Indian, Californian friend.
Yes.
yeah, there's like Hindus that worship mice, you know, and then there could be like, you know, doctors and stuff within them, and they're so stupid, and they'll still do such a stupid thing, you know.
And look
Although
at
they
the
have a
Syrian,
brain.
8 years, 10 years inside Israel, you have a lot of people like these. This state called Israel, it thrives off mentally unstable people like this guy, Black Rabbi, a whole bunch of psychopaths, right? That will fall for any trap. The indoctrination is to the next level. The Jewish supremacy inside the state is disgusting.
What? You sound scared.
Amir, what?
Did you watch the video I sent you? How all the black people that couldn't go inside the bunker?
Yeah, I saw it.
That's crazy.
Amir, you sound scared. What are you scared of?
Amir, do you think that, how long do you think that it will take El Normal until he, works for the idea?
Bro, his son, I spoke to his son, okay? Elijah, he brought his son here yesterday, day before yesterday, right? and he put his son on the thing. I brought him up on the stage. The room was pretty small, and as if me and Del Romo going back and forth because I like to talk with facts. It's sort of like it's very hard for him to beat me on any of these facts. He makes them lies like no tomorrow. And then he put his son on the thing. The son starts saying, "Oh, you need to go get a life." I said, "Do you support Israel?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Do you support the more than 17,000 babies killed inside Israel thanks to Israel?" And you know what he said? He was about to answer. Alnomo just muted the mic. He did not want his son to answer. His son is only like 20s, early 20s.
Right. That would be.
So I'm telling you, the kids inside America, the Jewish kids, more than 30 to 40% kids, they actually stand with the Palestinians or Hamas. They do not stand. Same thing happened to this other Zionist that comes in here, Nikki. Same thing. She'll come in here. She's Bibi's cousin, Bibi that comes into this room. She would come in here, right? And then one day I asked her, "Oh, can I talk to your son?" And she put her son on the phone. And then we were going back and forth with the facts. And then I said, "Look, the Muslims protected the Jews. They brought the Jews back into Jerusalem, right? This is according to historical facts back in, under Caliphate. And even according to Jewish scholars, they agree on this. That's a fact. Because the Christians, they kicked them out. And I brought all these facts, and guess what? She started shouting, don't indoctrinate my son. Don't do this, that. Some of these people are scared. You know what I'm saying? Their kids are, smart. They know what the right is, what wrong is.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's upset.
Change their ways eventually.
If I was El Norma, if I had El Norma as a father, I would absolutely turn out to be a blue-haired, septum-pierced arrogance.
I heard his son is part of the LGBTQ community. That's what somebody was telling me.
Well, maybe that's why he has such a weird, because he doesn't really back LGBT at all. He gets really weird about
No, he made, there's 2 or 3 documentaries he made that's on Latino homosexuals or gay documentary.
El Noro or his?
Yeah, El Norma.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Latino gay men.
He made documentaries?
Yeah. Latino gay man. He's a producer of documentaries.
It's that's weird, and it's like looking at have you watched them?
Bro, I'm not into gay shit. Come on, man.
I would be really interested to see how he talks about that kind of stuff.
No, he doesn't. He's a director, so he directed it. I'm sure there's probably somebody in there.
I see what I mean.
So he was a producer, director, I think.
But still, producing something is like, you're going. Anyway.
Yep, that's true.
I just always like, I'll mention my kind of like whatever orientation, I guess you could say, to him, and because sometimes he'll do this whole thing where he likes to say bag it a whole bunch, and somehow that still makes him feel like he's more correct in the conversation.
Yeah. That's what it is, man. But anyways, yeah. I think this room served its purpose. It's been running for what, past 7 or 8 hours? No, it's I think 10 hours.
We've been moving on all day.
I opened the room late, by the way. I think it was open at 6. It's been running for about 10 hours, I think. Let me check. A lot of people got triggered. About 9 hours, about 9 hours. A lot of people got triggered, butthurt by this room. Right? We had good conversations. We found some new information on what's happening. And Pearl, by the way, the Iran won. Israel and America lost.
Is there anything new? Any updates?
The new updates is Iran suspended the deal. They're not going to be working with the IAEA, you know, the one that investigates inspects the nuclear rate. So what Iran is accusing them of releasing names of more than 14 scientists, you know, that were assassinated by Zionist entity, right? So they decided not to, put anything on paper anymore. They're like F you. And I think they have arrested a whole bunch of people that are suspicious, working as Mossad or whatever. And I think they even executed a few people, right? And Trump said he's going to give them $30 billion to start having a conversation, just to start having a conversation about nuclear program. $30 billion.
That's nothing. That is the craziest thing in the world.
And he wants to release.
I'll take it. Fuck them. Take the money and then just pay them.
No, but that's going to be in good faith, right? You have to do a contract. And he wants to. So Trump wants to help them build the nuclear weapon program. Can you believe it? Like the country that he has sanctions on, he wants to help them build a nuclear program.
How about he removes the sanctions?
And that's good. And he's gonna release. He wants to release extra, I think, $6 or $7 billion to, out of their. I think they have almost $200 billion. What is it called? Under block, right? Sanctions on Iranian dollars, right? So he said I might be able to release another $6 or $7 billion from your account, from their own money, but the $30 billion is going to be from Americans, tax dollars. After what he did, he fucked it up. He violated international law, and even in America, they want to investigate this whole thing. Why did Trump do this? Because to attack somebody else, somebody's nuclear facility, is in violation. It's on international law. And the report came out. They targeted an empty facility. They didn't. There was no uranium over there.
Are they giving any money to Israel to help them rebuild?
So in relation to Israel, Trump wants to help Israel. Trump wants to give some sort of immunity, so he doesn't face charges inside Israel. There's 3 corruption charges on him inside Israel, right, that he's facing. And if you look at it, every time there's an attack on Gaza, Lebanon, or whatever, it's always around his court date. He has to go to court like every week, once every week or once every 2 weeks. So the Iran attack that he did, that was around his court date, so he just did it, right? And he thought that he could win this, it went on, and Iran just, you can't freaking attack a dinosaur when you're a little ant.
But is America helping them rebuild? Like they have a lot of buildings.
I don't know.
They've lost a lot.
I'm sure Trump is probably going to pass the bill, another $20 billion, $10 billion for no fucking reason, another more tax dollars, beggars. But I think some of it might be short. I don't know. It's always under attack. It's always under attack. Nobody likes Israel, man. And so that's what it is.
Do you know how much they've lost in this war? How much Israel lost? A lot, right?
I ran over it earlier. It's more than, I think, $4 or $5 billion.
Oh, is that all?
Yeah.
I was looking for more.
No, I mean the lives lost, about more than 40 people lives lost. What else?
I thought it would be more because they even hit all those planes and stuff, and those big, huge buildings and the Pentagon, and I would have thought it would have cost them a lot more. But I was reading something, and they said they're having they're like in a financial crisis now because of this war. They'll have their lost. I didn't get the figures.
So, Amir, that three conditions that Iran put for the IAEA to come back to the NPT, it's one is they have to guarantee the security of the Iranian atomic stations and their scientists working there. Number two, have the Iranian complete the rights of the Iranian as being part of the NPT, been recognized and fulfilled, and including enriching uranium. Number three is do not threat the Iran by a snapback. That has to do with the sanction. Like every time they're trying to scare Iran, oh, there's more sanction and all that. They're calling them a snapback. That snapback is part of the JCPOA deal back in the days. If they feel like something is wrong, they can push that and bring even more sanctions, like they have not done. So looking at these three is basically what all Iran wants: the rights of the, like just like any other NPT countries that are in it, to secure the site and their scientists, and having the fulfill their rights, being part of the NPT and enriching the uranium. Being part of the NPT, if doesn't give the Iranian their rights like other countries they have, basically Iran says, am I stupid, or why should I stay in it? If my scientists are not secure, my sites are not secure, getting bombed in. And why I'm in there if I'm not getting, based on NPT, my rights to enrich the uranium? Why? Why should I stay even in there? This is the things that they can't even provide that. Iran had to get out. This is very fun. And the other thing, Amir, you mentioned about the Trump wants to give the money Iran. Yes, he offered that, but not enriching uranium, just a facility without being able to enrich uranium, just like, having a lab over there enriching. But no enriching uranium, absolutely. Why Iran should be part of the NPT? Based on the NPT, you can be enriching uranium from the 3.5 up to 90%. If you just showing it, your needs are. Countries based on peacefully, they have a right to enrich uranium, and that's why they are part of the NPT. Why Iran should they stay over there? Why should Iran get the money from the Trump and not enriching uranium? These are just funny jokes they're putting out there for the public, but in actuality, in reality, it's just a hoax. It's just simple. Iran is not going to take it. So the game here is over for them. And I think the Iran voted already. I'm so glad they did it. So Iran is going to play the same card that Israel has been doing. Stay on the shadow, on the gray, not knowing what Iran is doing. Same thing like Israel is doing. So that is it.
Yep. Anyways, anybody else want to chime in? And I think that's gonna end the room.
Yeah, you should just end the room.
Anybody want to say something? Hey, yeah, same music, Mayor.
Elijah, are you Palestinian or just a born American?
Port American.
Oh.
What about you?
I'm Israel. Free Palestine, right?
I was born in America.
You're in
migrated to Israel 8 years ago.
He cannot land in New York, bro. After Mamdani wins that mayoral role.
He first has to defeat Mayor Eric Adams, but that will absolutely happen.
The power of the mayor, so the power of the mayor overrides the power of the governor.
He can arrest because the NYPD actually go under the mayor.
So the NYPD does the bidding of the mayor. Is that what you're telling me?
No, they can arrest them. I don't care what happens. At least 3 hours.
Yeah, you could definitely.
Okay, so let me just make sure I make sense of this. So you're telling me that the mayor has the power to arrest. Hold on, sir. Let me ask a question. So I appreciate you so much. So you mean to tell me that the mayor has the power to tell the police force that they have to arrest an international dignitary, who's the president of the country?
Someone who is actually at the International Court of Justice indicted. And
so you mean to, so just to make sure I understand you correctly, you mean to tell me,
are you deaf?
Mayor? No, sir, I'm not deaf. I'm just confused because last time I checked, hold on, my friend. Hold on. That's because I'm confused. I'm trying to understand how this works.
Fucking Zionist. That's why you're confused.
I got you. Okay, I got you. Very good, sweetheart. Thank you so much.
No, you're not confused. You're totally stupid. That's what you are.
I'm totally stupid. Okay, cool. No problem. Got it. My father was a mayor, by the way. He couldn't tell the police what to do. That was the job of the police. That was the job of the police commissioner.
Right, but if there's a warrant out for Netanyahu's arrest, then he can't.
A warrant out for Netanyahu's arrest by the state of New York.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the jurisdiction is.
So if you guys can pull that up, then that means we have something to discuss. Otherwise, this is political conjecture and emotional appeal.
Yeah, look it up yourself. You might learn more.
I'm from the old school.
I don't know. That checks barely. We could research. Look that up. That's interesting.
Yeah, let's look that up.
Look for him and why he's lazy, playing somewhere drunk.
And here's the funny part about it. Let's say that you get found guilty by a trial of Mexicans, right? Govern Mexico, and you live in Cincinnati. Does that mean that you're guilty? No. What you think that the Mexicans are bored?
I recognize his voice. This is the black dude in Israel. The security guard, right?
Nope, not a security guard.
They look down upon. Yeah, they call him slave. While you smile.
You just called me a slave, and that's cool.
Bro, they don't regard you as a human being. And you don't
regard me as a human being, and that's fine. Because nobody knows who you are, and to be honest, nobody cares. You got anything else of the grouping reality you want to talk about? We just want to jump topics.
What time zone is it?
14:21.
Okay, so you're board Israeli, and I'm the board American. You're board Israeli, and I'm board American. Before you were saying it, but you were wondering if I was.
Are you asking me or are you telling me?
I'm telling.
Okay, cool. What else can you tell me? Can you tell me what color drawers I got on right now?
No, I'm pretty much done telling. Well, before you wanted to have a conversation, but you wanted to tell me something, and now I just told you that you're a board Israeli.
What do you think that goes on over here that affects your daily life over in America?
You mean the tax money that was being sent to Israel?
I was about to say, is this the whole tax dollar thing?
Yeah.
So have you petitioned your government, or have you just stopped paying taxes?
Petition my government.
How's that working out for you?
It's a process for sure.
Okay, well, where are you in the process, and how's it working out for you?
Decoupling money to Israel is a pretty difficult thing to do, but we'll be working on it. Why? Or would you be like upset if America wasn't you were like third hand and joint operations overseas? Or?
Now we're talking. I'm still talking about taxes. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about how would you feel if America stopped letting Netanyahu be, what he is, which is like a war criminal.
You would then have to prove to me that America is letting him be a war criminal. But you're so enthralled with your whole tax situation, I don't think you have time for both.
It sounds like you just want to pick an argument on the stage, so we could do either that, Or we could get back to the thing that you wanted us desperately to Google. That's up to you.
We can talk about whatever you'd like to talk about, sweetheart. It's fine by me.
You called two people sweetheart on stage. What's wrong with you, bro?
Yeah, he's a.
It's a term. It's a cultural term of endearment.
Elijah, you didn't see him chase after Black Rabbi? The Black Rabbi that was in here?
No. They're both not getting in a bunker in Israel, so they got
Elijah, the story is, he saw Black Rabbi urinate, bro. Did you know that? He said it in front of Eze, and he said it in front of a whole bunch of people. And the second story, the video that I have, he was so pissed off because Black Rabbi actually found a girl to get married to, right? This idiot could not even hold a girl or find a girl, right, to date or whatever. The girl that he liked, Black Rabbi took it right in front of him. Black Rabbi, I guess he knows how to talk to women, but this idiot doesn't know how to talk to women or guys, right? So what he did, he was emotionally attached to Black Rabbi. He found out he was chasing he saw Black Rabbi on Facebook or Instagram check in, right? Because you could check the address where they check in, which restaurant. He saw Black Rabbi check in at one of these restaurants. He goes over there, he takes out his camera phone, starts recording the man who records another man. And then he walks him all the way to, Black Rabbi is walking towards his house. Black Rabbi is like, yeah, this happened inside Israel. Like, who the fuck does that to another man?
Oh, is that why he's
Elijah, do me a favor Elijah, do me a favor.
Wait, is he in here because Black Rabbi was in here as well?
Yeah,
no.
That's why. He follows it on that.
And
when Black Rabbi speaks, he doesn't speak because Black Rabbi told him, don't speak in front of me.
Hold on 1 second. So here's what's funny. We have a saying here in Israel. The saying is Israelis are stuck on the roof and Americans stupid by choice.
Respectfully, fuck. Just respectfully, fuck their sayings.
So you're
Find a mirror and look at yourself and use that.
I'm actually looking in a mirror right now at this moment, and I'm very handsome.
Oh my god, dude, he sounds like he's 23 and he's not getting pussy. Just like, what is this conversation?
Just watch him. So the guy that's recording, that's Ariel, and the other guy that's on the camera is Black Rabbi. But Black Rabbi gets really pissed off and he curses the shit out of him. Who does that? Ariel, do you not have any shame, no self-respect? You took out a phone to record him, record another man, For what? Because you were emotionally attached to Black Rabbi?
Amir,
he stole your girl?
Amir, it's called recording another man.
Yeah, because... Yeah.
How do you not know English? How do you not know English?
Yeah, men. And you have this, because he stole your girl, right? He stole your girl.
He did.
Weren't you fighting over a girl?
You just told me that.
Yeah, with Black Rabbi. Isn't Black Rabbi like an old dude?
Yeah, Pearl, check the video. Ariel was, recording this person all the way to his house. This guy is Ariel.
Amir, you're telling me what happened, but you're asking me questions. So let's just go with your narrative.
I'm not asking you any questions. I'm talking to Pearl.
You're literally just asking me a question.
Was it a black girl?
I don't need to ask you anything.
Yeah, just make it a black girl.
I know you're disgusting.
Which girl?
Was a black Jew.
Which girl? Pearl. It's actually a white chick, right? It's a European chick that he was into, and Black Rabbi was into. Black Rabbi was able to snatch in front of him, right? I mean, he just stole it. He just stole her, and he used to spend a lot of time with Black Rabbi before he took his girlfriend, right? And he was emotionally attached to Black Rabbi. So have you slept with Black Rabbi as well? Ariel, have you slept with Black Rabbi as well?
This is crazy over in Israel. I can't.
This is crazy. I'm the person you're talking about. I don't even.
This is the pinnacle of retardate. Like,
it ain't retarded.
Travels all the way over there just so you can chase after men.
That's.
I'm just finding all of this.
You're telling me that I'm a bored American. This motherfucker's got fucking a camera phone out and telling me like.
Honestly, I'm just as shocked as you guys are.
Shut up.
Why would you do that? That's weird.
How do you say respectfully then something?
Respectfully, shut your bitch ass up, bitch.
Oh yeah, you're a good one.
Good boy.
So you're saying this guy and Black Rabbi like the same girl as a white chick, but then Black Rabbi was able to win her over, and this one got jealous, so he started stalking Black Rabbi.
Yeah. It was a matter of
that's the story. That's what they're talking.
I put another video in the chat, right?
Where did they meet? On Clubhouse or in real life?
Yeah, this guy literally, he was kissing to the camera because he was practicing.
That's the guy. That's the guy you're talking to. Like, click on that next one.
Yeah, this guy, his name is Ariel, the one that you're talking to right now.
The least you can do is change the room title.
I need to spread awareness to my people. I need to spread awareness to my people.
So Amir, how are you finding these, how are you catching strays in this room?
Brother, we have connections. We have connections to all the way to his family lineage. Do you know that Ariel wasn't even allowed to see his dad? Did you know this? When he was getting buried because of his because of this Israel and his whole converted.
I mean, well, you can ask me because I'm right here in the room, or you can ask me.
His sister and the mother didn't even allow him to see his father. Like, what kind of a disgusting person this guy could be?
I mean, you can ask me.
Why? Because he became a Jew?
But they just because he had some interpersonal relationship issues.
Yep. And for some strange reason,
is it because of
relationship issues?
Is it because of Black Rabbi?
And they always are.
Is it because of Black Rabbi? Is it because of Black Rabbi?
You need to tell me that we've been on Clubhouse for a couple of hours and 2 black Israeli Jews have now infiltrated the chat, and they don't even like each other, but they both found themselves over here on this side of the aisle, and now they're telling us about how terrible it must be to be an American.
And they're fighting over a white chick.
You guys, nobody's fighting over a white chick.
Yeah, go back to
you are.
Nobody's fighting over a white chick, I'm sorry.
First they're black and they're Jew, and then now they're trying to get a white chick.
Maybe they can get one when they get into a bunker.
Because they don't allow the blacks in the bunker, so if they get a white girl and have a relationship with the white girl, then he'll be allowed in, maybe.
Imagine real segregation, and then calling America this
Do you guys want to hear something else? So his first account had 1,200 followers, right? He got clipped because some girl opened a room on his name because he borrowed money from a woman, right, on this app. Right. And he clipped his account, and then he comes into my account. The only house he followed was my house, right? This was the first house.
How much?
What happened to your account? And it was about, I think, 2,000, or somebody said 2,000, I think.
That's a lot.
So somebody said that this guy, what was it? So I asked him a question. I said, what happened to your old account? He goes, yeah, I can't log in. It got suspended, whatever. I'm like, okay. When I connect the dots, I'm like, yep, you got clipped by that woman that you borrowed.
Yeah. Don't borrow. She had to take.
She dogs.
She had to take the 2,000. I know, but she had to put the 2,000.
Pearl, he said, Amir, can you pay her if I give you the money? He said, I'm gonna pay you double, 4,000. I said, where's the money? I'm still waiting. It's been over a month. No money. My cash app is empty. I need money. Where's the money? So I can pay her.
You know what happened? Look, guys. Look,
he doesn't have money. He's a beggar.
He paid 62,000 US dollars for the stolen unit, so maybe he was 2,000 short. You have to steal that from someone else.
They don't have money over there in Israel. Like, what are you guys doing?
Do you guys know why Amir lives by himself?
How are you guys making money over there, though?
Do you know why Amir lives by himself in assisted living?
They just steal land and they sell it.
No.
And they charge 62 US dollars.
Does anybody want to die for that?
That's how they make money. They steal a piece of Palestinian land and then claim it as Israel, and then sell it to someone else, and they make money.
Yeah. You guys know why Amir lives by himself in assisted living? Can we talk about that? Because I know why.
Yep.
Why?
I'm a 70-year-old man. I live in a assisted living house, but you don't know if I own the whole building. That's another
I
issue.
know why you live. I know why you live by yourself, though.
He's separated from his 63-year-old wife.
No, it's because he got a restraining order against his wife because his wife sent him to court because he's abusive.
Oh, wow.
His children don't even come to visit him, which is super sad. The Indians are very communal people, and they don't let just anybody take care of their elderly. So there's a reason why he lives by himself. This is.
I thought you guys don't sound
How do y'all know so much about each other? This is great. Y'all met.
He doesn't know. He's just making a bullshit.
I mean, you don't sound
He's pissed off because I have evidence. I have the receipts. He doesn't have the receipts.
Look,
as a
female,
public. It's on social media. You just make up the story.
So I do want to tell you guys, I actually look at it as like a sad, sick child, right? In front of me, he's like a young boy, right? I told him, I know they didn't let you see your father getting buried, right? You're welcome to come into this room. That's fine. And he gets pissed off every time I call him my son or whatever, right? And he doesn't know if I even have, if I have kids. You don't know, Ariel, you don't know if I have kids or not.
Why are you trying to make that? I don't want a familiar relationship with you.
Assumption.
Because I can be, and because every time I come in here, you guys make me the center of attention. And Amir works for me. His job is to post my black content. That's what he does. He works for me.
Are you getting outvoted though?
But he works for me though. So I get a part of it every time I come in here. I bet you pardon.
He just decimated you on the fact that you fucking owe a woman money, and you haven't even said that was incorrect.
But see, here's the thing though. This is what I
wait, hold on. Do you owe a woman money from this app?
As far as she's concerned, I do, but I don't even know.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it is wild. It is wild. I don't even know who this woman is. But apparently, they have some clubhouse. You guys, it's true. It's true. They have some clubhouse. It's true. We all know that.
So guys, I want you to keep one thing in mind. This is his third account. I wonder what happened to his second account and his third account. What happened? Did you borrow more money from different women and men?
Can Point come on, Point?
You tell me, man.
I did send
Point to come on.
He doesn't want to come up.
He makes me laugh. Come on, Point. Come on.
He does not want to come up.
Why?
I don't even see
I borrowed to the tune of 90,000, and I made sure I took it from homeless orphans and single mothers.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what I do. It's my profession.
Ooh.
I actually don't live in Israel. I live in the States.
So he truly did qualify here because he knew that he was going to get centered, and he just wanted to start fighting.
He comes in here for attention. By the way, I believe Elijah.
Single money.
Whoa, what was that? Did somebody fart it? Did you fart the area? It sounded like a big ass fart.
I'm confused. What does this have to do with Trump and Netanyahu?
Alright, I think I'm gonna hit the bed. I'll talk to you guys later. We're done.
Good night, Hamid.
Good night.
Bye, Hamid. Good night.
Somebody please free. Please free.
Boom, boom, Israel. Fuck Israel. Fuck it.
Listen, this is what happens to you. Give me James chapter 1. This is what's happening to you. Verse
Yes, sir. James 1 and 22. But be ye doers of the word, and not hearers only, deceiving your own selves.
That's why you couldn't answer him. Because you're just listening, and you're not doing what needs to be done. So you're deceiving yourself every time you come in the room and you haven't retained the information. Read the next verse.
Verse 23. For if any be a hearer of the word and not a doer, he is like unto a man beholding his natural face in a glass.
It's like you just looked into a mirror. You got up, you looked at the mirror. That's the glass. Read on.
For he beholdeth himself.
You saw your reflection in the mirror. Read on.
And goeth his way.
And then you walked away from the mirror.
And straightway forgotteth what manner of man he was.
You can't even explain that you're an Israelite, and the Bible is only for the Israelites. So that's why he said it's like you look in a mirror, you see a reflection, and then you walk away and you don't remember what you saw. Okay, so this is a reflection of you. There's a disconnect where you're in this room repeatedly over and over and over, and then when you leave, it's of no relevance to you. That's what it's saying here. Read the next verse.
Yes, sir, verse 25. But whoso looketh into the perfect law of liberty.
Because we're showing you the laws and the things that govern us being an Israelite. Because God gave liberty is freedom. They were trying to hold us down with lies. You looking into the perfect law of liberty, freedom to know God and to serve God. Read on.
And continueth therein.
When you get off here, you're supposed to continue in it. You're supposed to be writing it down. You got kids? Retro?
Yes, sir. I have a son.
Okay, what if your son asks you, Dad, what's that thing you're listening to? You can't tell him, I don't know. What if his mother asks, what is this that you're listening to? You can't say, I don't know. Okay, read it again.
But whoso looketh into the perfect law of liberty, and continueth therein, he being not a forgetful hearer.
That's you. You're a forgetful hearer. You're not supposed to be a forgetful hearer. Read on.
But a doer of the work. This man shall be blessed in his deed.
That's the only way you're going to get a blessing. Because you got some people that they just like to come in the room and listen. Some people have been coming for a long time, and they don't know how to explain nothing. So this is just entertainment for them. Okay? This is just entertainment. You're going to wind up in this category. Ezekiel 33, verse 30. You don't want to wind up here.
Ezekiel chapter 33 and verse 30. Also, thou son of man, the children of thy people still are talking against thee by the walls and in the doors of the houses, and speak one to another, every one to his brother, saying, Come, I pray you, and hear what is the word that cometh forth from the Lord.
Come and let's hear what's going on in Clubhouse. There be a lot of smoke in Clubhouse. These guys be going back and forth. Read on.
And they come unto thee as the people cometh, and they sit before thee as my people.
The stage is packed. It's 1,300 people here. Read on.
And they hear thy words.
And they come and listen all the time. Read on.
But they will not do them.
They're not doing nothing that it says. How could you do it if you don't even remember where it is? When people question you and ask you, why you don't do Christmas? Why you don't do birthdays? Why you don't eat this? Why you don't wear that? You got to be able to show it to them in the Bible. If you're not able to show it to them, that means you're not applying what you heard, as it said right here. Read it again.
And they come unto thee as the people cometh, and they sit before thee as my people, and they hear thy words, but they will not do them.
They just come and they listen, but when they're gone, they ain't doing nothing. They can't explain nothing. Read on.
For with their mouth they shew much love.
Oh, you guys, the way y'all broke that Bible down, ooh, I ain't never heard nothing like that. Wow, I'm an Israelite. Much love. Read on.
But their heart goeth after their covetousness.
Your heart is someplace else. Because this is what you should be coveting. This is what you should be writing down. This is what you should be taking notes. You should have a Bible. This stuff should be highlighted in your Bible. Read on.
Verse 32. And lo, thou art unto them as a very lovely song.
It's just a new song that came out. You like it for a while, so you're sick of hearing it. Read on.
Of one that hath a pleasant voice, and can play well on an instrument.
Yo, these guys are good. I ain't never heard nobody break the Bible down like that. Woo! Where's Judd at? Where's Silverwolf at? Where's Benjamin at? These guys are good with that Bible. They play well on this instrument. Read on.
For they hear thy words, but they will not, but they do them not.
Okay, because how do you not do them? Because you're like, I don't know where it is. I don't know how to show. I know I heard it somewhere. I heard them repeat it, but I don't know where it is. I can't find it. Watch this. Read on.
Verse 33. And when this cometh to pass, lo, it will come.
Because what we've been telling y'all, that judgment is going to come. So it says, when this comes to pass, and lo, it will come, because the people in the back of their head, they don't really believe it. That's why they're not taking it serious. Read on.
Then shall they know that a prophet hath been among them.
Meaning when it's time for judgment to come to you, you're going to say, damn, I should have listened. I should have took this more serious. Because to get a job, you follow all the instructions at work. You make sure that you got everything done. You know where the stock room is. You know where this is. You know how to fill out this paperwork. Whatever the job is. You know this invoice. So they put you there. You do that because your incentive is a paycheck. But this is the most important information to retain, because if you don't have it, you're going to die. And you're going to suffer. So that guy that challenged you, that was a test for you to assess your spirit. Because you've been in here for a minute. And these are just basic stuff we go over every night that you should have been able to roll off like nothing. Even if you didn't write it down. You should know where we show you. Christ said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. You only have I known of all the families of the earth. Okay? There's a lot of scriptures that we say every single night without fail. Because of people that ask the same question you just asked. So be mindful. This was a test of your spirit. I mean, my mic.
Thank you, everyone.
Alright, so who we got next? We got okay. Oh, I don't know, man. I didn't bring it up a little bit. Bring it up, man. Alright, so the topic is who are the true prophets of the day? Who are the Israelites? It's at Jeremiah 28 and 8. So the prophet we talking about. The moderators, you got anything you want to bring out? Alright. Let's see what this group's talking about. Yeah, read that.
Jeremiah 28 and 8. The prophets that have been before me and before thee of old prophesied both against many countries and against great kingdoms of war and of evil and of pestilence.
The Christian church ain't bringing out no scriptures about no war, no evil that's happening on the earth. They're not connecting this about the famine, about there was then this that happened. They ain't have no words. You can't find none of it. They had all them. They was doing all that hailing before. They always know how to heal people when ain't nobody sick. Now the whole world is sick. No pastors is alive. See? Read that again.
Yes, sir. The prophets that have been before me and before thee of old prophesied both against many countries and against great kingdoms.
Against great kingdoms, meaning what? America's a great kingdom. France is a great kingdom.
What Christian church prophesied against countries? Yo, we the only one that I ever witnessed to prophesy against a whole country. You know what I'm saying? And then the Lord showed his hand right then and there. To the Lord. Read that again.
The prophets that have been before me and before thee of old prophesied both against many countries and against great kingdoms, of war and of evil and of pestilence.
That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what the prophets do. They ain't speaking about no prosperity in the sense of individual prosperity. You sow a seed and you get it. Not the prosperity we gonna get is when we all get up out of it. That's what we talking about. You got more on that?
Verse 9, the prophet which prophesieth of peace, when the word of the prophet shall come to pass, then shall the prophet be known that the Lord hath truly sent him.
That's it?
That was it.
Okay. Alright, they've been talking about peace for centuries. Yeah, the change gonna come. The change gonna come. We shall overcome. So you see, you get a blessing. Ain't nobody get no blessing. Everybody shuts the hell up. Now come on stage so we can deal with this topic right here. We got the moderators on. Where it is. Let me see who we got. Let's see. Right? We're in the chat. Somebody was in the chat asking, saying a whole bunch of stuff. There's one of these listeners. Can't remember. Somebody talking about, we'll look at it. Okay. Oh, yeah. Along the truth. It says, hey, the other day that Paul started the Roman church, and Luke is not a disciple of Christ, he is a disciple of Paul. Okay, let's see what this is. I'm gonna invite them on stage. Her name is Mega. Mega, come on stage. Let's hear about it. Bro, let's see what else. Anybody really got anything? Let's see. I don't know who's confused about that in 2025. A lot of people are confused about that. It's that in Isaiah 30 and 20. But a lot of our people, they go to church, they really trying to get right, but they can't tell the difference. They can't tell the difference of who's who. They think, church that their grandparents is going to, they always going to this church. They think that's what it's about. A lot of our people are loyal to nonsense. They stay loyal to their church, even though they know that they ain't doing what the Bible said. But they put their faith in man. That's it. Let's get that real quick. Jeremiah 14 and what is it, 5 or 9? First be the man.
Gotcha. Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 5. Thus saith the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man, and maketh flesh his arm.
Right, there you go. What's going on, man? Yeah. Let me get some of that. All right, good look. Hear one more time.
Thus saith the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man, and maketh flesh his arm.
Yeah, that's the first. The Lord said we first was doing that. He said, cursed be the man that trusteth in man, and maketh flesh his arm. Meaning, our armor, our strength is supposed to be from the Lord, His word. That's supposed to guide us. You know what I'm saying? Not a man. You know what I'm saying? If a man is guiding us, it got to be through the Spirit of the Lord. It got to be based on what the Bible is saying. But a lot of our people, we just put our trust in man. You're like, oh, this is such and such. My uncle, my grandfather, whatever, we get jacked up. You know, that's what it is. Read that in Isaiah 30 and 20 though.
Isaiah chapter 30 and verse 20. And though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet shall not thy teachers be removed into a corner any more.
Right, reality.
But thine eyes shall see thy teachers.
You want to see it. Thank you. Thanks. Pardon me, y'all. Alright, good looking, thank you. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, read that.
And though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet shall not thy teachers be removed into a corner any more. But thine eyes shall see thy teachers.
You're going to see the prophets. You're going to see us marketing. You're going to see us on this. You keep popping up on your social media. You're going to see us on Clubhouse. You know? Read.
And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee, saying, This is the way, walk ye in it.
Right, because the way we was walking in before, we was walking in the wrong way. We was walking in the wrong way. So you're going to hear correction being told. You're going to hear the correction of God coming out of the mouths of the prophets. The teachers are going to be correcting you, telling you what you're doing is wrong, and show you the right way. You're not just going to say you're wrong, and then when you ask them, all right, what should I do? No, just follow God. You're like, nah, we're going to tell you exactly what to do. A lot of people come on this stage talking about, you're not, you need to stop that, you keep reading this Bible. All right, what's going on? What should we do? What you got for us? Nothing, man. You better look inside yourself, man. You gotta do you, man. Hey, shut up. Shut up. You know? We got the order. What's going on with the order? We got B, we got Monies on here.
Shalom, shalom, leadership.
Come on, bro.
So on the topic, the true prophets are the ones that's doing the work, which are the Israelites. And I can double back that on the topic I didn't get to speak on yesterday, because look at it like the Christians are the modern day Pharisees because they want to be seen. Like the prophets know that they have to do the work. This ain't nothing easy. I tried to like you know how AO always say it look easy on TV. Like it look easy when you see it, but this is a study well seasoned. Like God done start putting coals up under niggas. Like if to say it's tried through the fire, I don't know what the other side look like, because I don't know that I'm even worthy of that. You know, so I gotta stay humble at all times. But to see y'all day in and day out do the work, it's a different kind of spirit that the Most High put on these men. Because I know suckers when I see them, and I know the real thing when I look at it. Like, men know. And I think that's a lot of things that the audience doesn't understand. Men know men. I can look at you and tell you ain't put together like you supposed to be. And if I'm coming from the Bible, ooh. You know, in my city, one of the harshest cities on the planet, you know what I'm saying? It's baby, what they call Chirac in D.C. I just need me a counselor. I want to get in the new brothers chat. I need help, bro, because my heart hard. I just need help and guidance. I'm seeking it. So I mute my mic.
So, hey, before you I forgot one more scripture, Mark 4:16.
Mark chapter 4 verse 16. And these are they likewise which are sown on stony ground, who, when they have heard the word, immediately receive it with gladness.
Like a lot of people that come in here, they didn't know they was Israelites, they didn't understand the Bible. Now they're hearing that there's somebody when they thought there was nobody. Read on.
And have no root in themselves.
The root is you're not studying. You're not rooted in this. You're not writing nothing down. You don't remember nothing. You have no root in yourself. Read on.
And so, endure but for a time.
You're not going to be in here for the long run. You just came in for the fun, but you ain't going to endure in the long run. Read on.
Afterward, when affliction or persecution ariseth for the word's sake,
somebody question you, who's that Bible for? Where could you show me it's for the Israelites only? Read on.
Immediately they are offended.
Now you're like, I didn't know how to answer them, so now you're offended. Because you couldn't give an answer. Read on.
And these are they which are sown among thorns, such as hear the word, and the cares of this world, and the deceitfulness of riches, and the lust of other things entering in, choke the word, and it becometh unfruitful.
Meaning, you're not putting this word to your future. You're only thinking about the stuff around you right now. You don't understand that this thing's more serious than what you do. Because everybody make an excuse why they don't come to school, their job. We've heard it all. They make that their priority. So they heard the word. They know they're Israelite. They're not rooted. Someone text them, they get afflicted, or something else distracts them, and they just don't know what to do. So y'all don't want that to be you. All right? That was it. I'm mute my mic.
So, Ayo, are those the ones that fall by the wayside, or are those the righteous rarely that get saved? Because I can't distinguish like the difference. I don't know that deep. I mean, I'm still in the middle.
You know, the ones that fall by the wayside are the ones that are not taking notes, not studying, not fellowshipping, not being around learned men. They just want to listen, and that's it. They're not doing anything else. And a lot of people, even in the audience, are like that. Because the room be packed, and what's the percentage of people? That's 1,000 people. How many people come up and ask questions? Very, very few. That's why Christ said many are called, but few are chosen. Okay, there's a lot of people that were called to this room. That means nothing. You gotta make your calling and election sure. And like I said, when I learned this, it was 1997. It's going on 30 years, and every single day I got questions. So that's how I know most of the people is full of shit. Okay? I know the Bible pretty good, but I don't feel confident enough where I don't got questions. So how y'all coming here every single day and nobody got no questions? That's why Christ, it was the same thing when Christ walked the earth. That's why he said Matthew chapter 16 verse 28. Read it.
Matthew chapter 16 verse 28. Verily I say unto you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
You're gonna die when Christ's kingdom is set up. He said there be some standing here. I'm showing you it's the same. There be some in Clubhouse that's not gonna taste what death is like until Christ returns. Christ said 2,000 years ago, there be some of you listening to me right now, you're not gonna taste what death is like until it's time for the kingdom to be established. Okay, because there was people when Christ was there was people doing the same thing that they doing in Clubhouse. They think that this is just a listening part. There's no way you can get all this information and not come with a list of questions. And another way you'll know is, because when you hear it, you're telling everybody. And then when you're telling the other people, they got questions. That's why I had to study. Because when I first heard it, I tried to tell my dad, and he ripped me apart. Because he read the Bible. He was forced to read it, so he knew, he memorized the stuff that was there. So every scripture I took him to, he knew it. And I couldn't explain it, so he ripped me apart. So after I got that ass whooping from him, I said, you know what? Ain't nobody ever going to be able to do this to me again. So I started to take notes. I started to write things down. I made my own study guide so that I was able to go back and forth. So you people that are just listening, you're not living the life because you're not telling to your wives, your kids, your daughters, your husbands, your friends, okay? And you would know because you would have questions. Eventually, somebody's going to ask you a question you don't know, and you're going to come back here and ask. I know that because the new people that come in here, they got questions, okay? And they don't come back because this is not for them. But you people that come all the time, when you get tested, you're going to fall into those categories that Christ just mentioned. When affliction comes for the word, you're going to get offended and you're going to leave. That's what Satan wants. Okay, so the people that last, the ones that endure to the end, as Christ said, is because Malachi chapter 3, verse 16. This is why these are the ones that's going to endure to the end.
Malachi chapter 3 and verse 16. Then they that feared the Lord spake often one to another. And the Lord hearkened and heard it. And a book of remembrance was written before him for them that feared the Lord.
So, if you fear the Lord, you're speaking often about this, meaning you're asking questions. Your fear is what makes you start to ask questions. Nobody don't want to say, I don't know. Okay, so that's why the Lord is having a book of remembrance for them that fear the Lord. I don't have casual conversation. I don't talk to my neighbors. I don't have no friends and I'll be like, yo, what's up? Do it. Zero. Y'all check my phone log. There's nobody I talk to outside of men of God.
So, sir, may I
don't have no casual conversation.
Based on the information that you are giving to me, now, I don't mean to cut a man off in his speech. I know that's not. But may I ask a question? Okay, so after coming to the school for a period of time and after studying the information and downloading what God's saying and not man's plan, right? I took the communion. Now, mind you, I got worldly after that, which I'm about to get into. I took the communion thinking that it was a brotherly thing. I didn't know that it was a commitment directly to Christ, right? Now, I've been coming beforehand and people been telling me, don't take it unless you know what you're doing. But when I knew what I was doing and I fully committed myself, nothing in my life has been happening like it's been happening. Anytime that I move inside of the commandments, if nothing goes right for me, I'm not allowed to exist in sin because I know better. How do I come to the brotherhood? I don't think that God give me visions. He don't view me different because he hear not sinners. But because I'm cognitive and I know what I did wrong, I get the response. Like, you don't play with certain things. That, I think it's Corinthians 11. I can't quote it. I don't know. But I think it's Corinthians 11 because I do listen to men. That's not nothing you come to this school and do when you're around the prophet. Like, these ain't regular men. I don't care how gangster people think they are or who stuck in the streets or I got a question, but I know that they can't answer it. And y'all playing with y'all eternal soul when it comes to this, because I tried to prove them wrong for 5 years and none of that did nothing for me. I came to the school and I was accepted. Like, protocol was protocol, but I was accepted as a student. And I don't think people understand when you touch a prophet and God tells you he gives every one of us abilities. When you understand what's happening and you deny it, you putting yourself in a position that's going to damn your eternal soul. These are not the men that you play with. This is not a hobby. You choose to bear your soul and put your life on the line behind Christ. If y'all don't know what they saying, I'm sorry for you, but it's like wrong. It's not pretend. It's not pretend. It's scripted. They just accepted they roles. What you gonna do? If you don't like the way that the question is posed, you need to check your manhood. I apologize. I'm long-winded.
So I thought you said you had a question. That sounded more like a statement.
No, I apologize.
I got a question.
Hey, hold on, we'll get to you, mama. No, but if the order, if you had a question, just restate the question part. That's all.
No, my question was for AO. I think I asked it. I don't know if it'll be on the replay. I ain't trying to prove no points. I just, when a counselor in the school that I'm mostly connected to, I could never get in the new brother chat through the Telegram or none of that. But that's more of an internal thing. It ain't really towards the topic or saving the souls that's in the room. So I ain't want to be bigger than the program.
So you said something about you was in the school, but something happened. Did you get put out for reason?
Nah, I didn't get put out or nothing like that. It's something happened where I tested God and He showed me that He don't play. It's like, if I gave you these abilities, I need you to turn it back in. Like, my life ain't my own.
So have you never do that. So have you started going back to the school in your area?
Yeah.
How long you been back?
Consistently, probably for about, I want to say a week and a half, but I had some other stuff that I know we can't talk about on here going on. And I know it came from me taking that communion and understanding what that contract meant. AO went through it thoroughly. Without me even coming on stage, he went through it thoroughly. Like, you're telling Christ that you're acknowledging Him and go hold it down until He come back. What type of man lies to his king? Like, you not honorable? Rip me apart. And it wasn't even my conversation. But as a man, you got to tell the truth at all times. And I sized myself up based on the scriptures, because we got to know ourselves, right? Like, it's the Bible is the only thing that made me give up. I'm listening.
This is what you do. Continue going to the school. Talk to the brothers there. Get yourself built up. Continue to go to school. Continue to be consistent, bro. Continue to be consistent. Give me Romans chapter 8, verse 35.
Romans chapter 8 and verse 35. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation, or distress, or persecution, or famine, or nakedness, or peril, or sword?
So don't let anything separate you from the love of Christ. Get to the school. Stay consistent. Get built up. We all go through things.
And that's the only thing that I'm asking from leadership is, can y'all help me find a way to actually get to where I'm not an individual, like, because the life that I'm coming from, all I know is sin. I just want to be around righteous brothers that I can bounce what I'm going through off, so I got a connection to the school even when I'm not necessarily there. And I'm not saying missing the new moons or missing the Sabbaths. I'm saying, like, even when I'm at work, can I text a brother on Telegram and be able to, can I have a family outside of the sinful one that I was born into?
So that's the thing. That's why you got to get around and be consistent in the school. You got to prove a friend. That's the only way that's the only way that's going to happen, is you have to make the effort to always constantly be there. Matter of fact, get Sirach chapter 6 and verse 36.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 6 and verse 36. And if thou seest a man of understanding, get thee betimes unto him, and let thy foot wear the steps of his door.
So you gotta constantly always be around. Constantly be there. Make sure you don't miss any more Sabbaths, bro. And eventually you'll get to that point where brothers will give you their phone number. Where brothers set you up, and you'll be in the new members check. You said you only been back a week. Things don't happen.
Because I had legal trouble with the law, so I couldn't physically be there. So nothing was stopping me other than physical part. I could have shown up, but I couldn't leave where I was at.
So now that you're back and you're able, don't let anything
come in the way of that again.
Oh yeah, I'm making haste, cause I did the evil real quick. I wanted the fast money, I wanted the women real quick, I wanted everything real quick. I'm gonna run to God and I'm gonna wait on my answer. I'm bearing down the doorsteps. But that's why I want to get in the new brother chat, because it's like I didn't physically remove myself from the congregation. Life was happening. Well, after I took I'm listening.
Life don't just happen. Like you said, you did the sin, so you did physically remove yourself from the body. You did that.
Yes, sir.
So you gotta own that. You gotta own that and repent. So in your repentance, you gotta be patient. And
so even if they found me innocent, that's not a trial. Like even if I didn't do what I was accused of, and I just kept my mouth closed and I went through my trial, that's not a trial. Or was I wrong for not doing nothing at all?
Yeah,
I can give you the paperwork.
Hey, you don't have to give me any paperwork, but it is a trial, and part of that trial is you being patient now and showing the Most High that you're gonna keep coming around. You got the opportunity now. Read the next verse. Read verse 37.
Verse 37. Let thy mind be upon the ordinances of the Lord, and meditate continually in his commandments. He shall establish thine heart, and give thee wisdom at thine own desire.
So when you see a man understanding, you get to him be times, and once you're there, you gotta meditate on the laws day and night, and you'll be established. So just be patient, bro. You'll get there. Be patient and be consistent. That's how you do that.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, money face. You said you had a question. What's up, bro?
I was wondering when you preach like black and white, such as like Jesus and all that, and black people and all that, isn't that kind of defeating the purpose?
Haven't you been in here before with that same question? So you literally gonna lie to me because I was on stage with you before when you came in here with the same type of question. So that's how we dealing deceitful.
I didn't ask that question. I never asked that question.
So when we were talking about the color of Christ matter, did you not pose the same? You might not ask the same question, but you pose the same premise. Did you not?
No, I didn't.
So you didn't come up here with color doesn't matter, because that's what you're coming with right now.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said color didn't matter.
So you said you started off talking about black and white, and that defeats the purpose.
Defeats the purpose of spiritual and being in flesh. That's not what I asked.
Okay. So let's go to Romans chapter 9. Romans chapter 9. Start at verse 1.
Romans chapter 9 and verse 1. I say the truth in Christ, I lie not. My conscience also bear me witness in the Holy Ghost, that I have great heaviness and continual sorrow in my heart. For I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh.
According to what?
According to the flesh. Who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption, and the glory, and the covenants, and the gift.
Hold on. It says, to whom pertaineth the adoption. The adoption is Christ dying on the cross. The glory is the kingdom of heaven. Read.
And the covenants.
The covenants, the old covenant and the new covenant. Read.
And the giving of the law.
The law was only given to the Israelites.
And the servants of God.
And the promises. Servants of God. And only the promises of everlasting life and rulership were given to the Israelites. Read.
Whose are the fathers, and of whom, as concerning the flesh, Christ came.
Wait a minute. Read that part again.
Whose are the fathers, and of whom, as concerning the flesh, Christ came.
So now, here's what the disconnect is. When it says concerning the flesh, it's not talking about skin color. It's talking about the bloodline. The bloodline of the Israelites matters. So it's not talking about a spiritual Israel. It's talking about a physical bloodline. That's why you read genealogies. You read the genealogy of Christ. You can read it in Matthew. You can read it in Luke. You read all throughout Genesis, there's genealogies. There's genealogies and chronicles. All throughout the Bible, it's talking about a family. How do you determine a family? Through genealogy. That's the flesh. So it's not talking about a spiritual Israel.
Christ didn't come to Gentiles.
He did come for Gentiles, but those Gentiles were the ones that went off. Listen. Those Gentiles were the ones that turned away from God and went off into Gentile customs and ideals. Like right now, you're in a Gentile state of mind.
So Gentiles, when they became believers, did they stay Gentiles?
Hey, reader. Hey, can you come out for a second? Money, you got other noise in the background. Reader, do you have your Zondervan on you? Get Gentile in the Zondervan.
Yes, sir. This is the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary, page 195, the definition of Gentiles. It says Gentiles. Usually it means a non-Israelite people.
So Gentile usually means a non-Israelite people. But if the word usually doesn't indicate all the time, so sometimes this can be Israelites. So an Israelite can be a Gentile, but a Gentile cannot be an Israelite. A natural Gentile cannot be an Israelite. A natural Gentile cannot get the kingdom of heaven. But an Israelite that's in a Gentile state of mind can repent of that and get the kingdom. Give me Revelation 21 and start at verse 10.
Revelation chapter 21 and verse 10. And he carried me away in the spirit to a great and high mountain, and showed me that great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God, having the glory of God. And her light was like unto a stone most precious, even like a jasper stone, clear as crystal, and had a wall great and high, and had 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels, and names written thereon, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel.
So this is the holy Jerusalem descending out of heaven. It had 12 gates, and 12 angels standing guard at those gates. And on the gates they had the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. So my question to you, Money, is what gate will the Gentiles walk through? Because those angels are there to have restriction. They're preventing access and granting access. So what gate would the Gentiles walk through to get into the kingdom? That's my question to you, Money. If you're speaking, you're on mute, bro. I don't know what you just said. I barely hear you other than you asked me what gate will the Gentiles walk through. That's what I asked you. So go to Revelation 22. Read verse 14 and 15.
Revelation chapter 22 and verse 14. blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates into the city.
So those are Israelites that are keeping the commandments that can walk through the gates, one of those 12 gates into the city. Read.
For without are dogs.
Right there, where it says, for without are dogs. Those dogs there are the other nations. So they're on the outside. They're not getting in. That's the thing. Natural Gentiles are not going to get into the kingdom. Israelites that are in a Gentile state of mind, that repent of that Gentile state of mind, can get the kingdom. But you have to repent and understand that you're an Israelite. That's the only way you're going to get the kingdom, is in the faith of Christ and keeping the commandments as an Israelite. You got that money? You got any other questions for me? All right, let's go move on.
Yeah, I got a question. Money, why you hate Israelites? Money, don't go quiet now. Talk to me, bro. Why you hate Israelites?
Too much pride.
Hey, if you want, you might need to disconnect from Bluetooth or something, bro. Your audio pretty bad.
I think he said too much pride.
Explain that. What you mean?
We do know everything. And you come in this room and you find that out every time you come here. So because you can't win no argument, you in your feelings like a bitch. That's your problem. You come in this room, you run your mouth, and you take the L every time. So you're like a hurt woman. Now you got too much pride. You're like a hurt woman. You come in this room every time, and you get embarrassed every time. And we show how stupid you are every time. So rather than humble yourself, you say you hate us. Who cares? We don't care. Don't come to the room. You get embarrassed every time you run your mouth, we shut you down. So now you hurt. So I don't like you. You have too much pride. Yes, we take pride. And knowing we're the Israelites and we know the Bible, and you wicked niggas and you dumb Christians, y'all don't know nothing. When you ain't just like, hey, you say you we supposed to be emotional to him because he don't like us because he always got the answers. Keep your emotions. Tito, get me some tissue. Go cry someplace else. Go down with the white man and tell him why yellow makes you sad. You sad, so what?
Hey, should we listen? I'll go ahead.
No, go ahead. When that dude coming here, he's not sincere. He's been coming here for a minute, and all he comes to do is to see if he can confound us or make it look like he knows something. And every time he come here, he get dismissed. He get dissed and dismissed. So now what is he going to do? Say he hates us.
I don't like you. I don't like you.
I'm not here to be liked. I'm here to be right. Okay? I'm not here to be liked. I'm here to be right. Alright?
Well, this is what I was gonna ask. Should we listen to a Crip?
I say this is a Crip, though.
That's what I'm saying. Should we listen to the gang members who have only propagated the hurt and harm and sold drugs in our community and poisoned our people?
Hey, moderator.
The Bible.
I never told you to listen. I never told you. To hell with him. Only talk to him if there's nobody on stage. When there's new people, don't even talk to him. Just act like he's not there. To hell with him. That's the new order. When he pop up and there's other people waiting, do not engage this guy. Talk to new people. Don't waste your time with him. He been in here long enough. You don't like what we talking about? Go to another room. We don't need your company. We don't need you here. Go someplace. Go kick rocks with no socks for 10 blocks. See you next week.
Yeah, we had Nana Amen had a question earlier. Unmute your mic for us.
Yo, for 10 blocks is crazy though.
I had a lot of questions. I don't know. I might be moving away from the topic, but I was curious as to what your take was on what happened with the Middle East between what's going on between Israel and Iran, and could it be that the so-called Jews that are in Israel, could they possibly be fighting against some Israelites that might be numbered among the Palestinians?
No. What's going on is Matthew chapter 24, verse 3. Read it, read it.
Matthew chapter 24 and verse 3. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming, and of the end of the world?
So you are witnessing the end of the world. A nuclear war is coming, and Christ told us what to look for to see that that nuclear war is coming. Read on.
And Jesus answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you.
And all of you have been deceived. That's why in this room, our primary focus is to get you to believe. Read on.
For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ.
That was after he died. That wasn't when he walked the earth. They revived his name in lies. The Roman Catholic Church set up the Pope Alexander VI of Rome, got his son Cesare Borgia to come in Jesus Christ's name and teach you that Christ was a white man with blonde hair and blue eyes. So Christ said, after I die, people are going to use my name in lies. Read on.
And shall deceive many.
And that's why you got black people saying, it don't matter what color he is. It mattered to white people when they made him look like them. It's ignorant Negroes that say, I don't care what color he is. Or it don't matter. White people have enough sense to say, hell yeah, it matters. Because he don't look like us. It's ignorant black people that say it don't matter what color he is. Or who cares? Read on.
And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars.
So after the Roman Catholic Church stole the identity of Christ and God and the people of God, wars started. We already have World War I and World War II. World War III is coming. Read on.
See that ye be not troubled.
We're not troubled because we know this. Read on.
For all these things must come to pass.
There's no way you're going to stop the wars. God says they have to happen because he wants billions of people to die by fire. A nuclear war is coming and a lot of people are going to die. Read on.
But the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom.
And that's what we're seeing. You got nations fighting, now kingdoms are getting involved. America, England, Britain, China, kingdoms are getting involved now. Russia. Russia's allies with America's enemies. So starting off with little nations rising against nation. Russia's a kingdom, America's a kingdom. Russia got bombs pointed at America. Eventually, diplomacy is going to break down and everything is going to burn in your town. This is what we warning y'all about. It ain't going to be no peaceful resolution. The war is going to begin in the Middle East, and then nations, kingdoms are going to get involved. Okay? Kingdoms are going to get involved. That's why everybody, white people are turning against Israel and saying that they're committing genocide. Okay, and they're taking over, and this is hostile. So we just sitting back because we know what's in the Bible. So eventually other kingdoms are going to come to the defense of Palestine. Kingdoms are going to come to the defense of America. And what's going to happen? Whoever got nuclear bombs, they're going to shoot it at each other. That's why the last book of the Bible speaks of the end of the world and people being burned by fire. Zechariah chapter 13, verse 8, read it.
Zechariah chapter 13 and verse 8. And it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith the Lord, 2 parts therein shall be cut off and die.
So that means for every 1,000 people in this room, 700 of you are not going to make it. If you cut a pie into 3 parts, more than half is not going to make it. God has given the statistics. Read on.
But the third shall be left therein.
1/3 shall be preserved with God's word. They're going to be left therein. Read on.
And I will bring the third part through the fire.
What fire? The nuclear fire that's going to happen when nation rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. That's what the war in the Middle East for. It's to fulfill prophecy of what Christ said. Malachi chapter 4 verse 1.
Malachi chapter 4 and verse 1. For behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven.
You Christians, you don't believe that because your pastor don't teach that. Y'all gonna find out what it feels like to be a rotisserie chicken. You human beings are gonna feel every time you put something in the oven and you go, ooh, that's hot. You're gonna find out that heat. Read it again.
For behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven.
Watch this, read on.
And all the proud, yea, and all that do wickedly shall be stubble.
Where your body is, you're just gonna see a pile of stubble, because that's how intense nuclear fire is. Read on.
And the day that cometh shall burn them up, saith the Lord of hosts.
That's what God wants. In the beginning of the Bible, he judged the earth, he drowned everybody. He said, I'm not going to use water. He said, the next time it will be by fire. I want to burn them up. Why? Read on.
That it shall leave them neither root nor branch.
Because he's going to cleanse the earth of the wicked with fire. The same way in the beginning, he cleansed the earth of the wicked with water. Read on.
But unto you that fear my name,
you people that are afraid, you people that come in the room and you got questions and you're afraid and y'all want to hear, unto you that fear God's name, read on,
shall the Son of Righteousness arise with healing in his wings.
You're going to get healing. You're going to get saved because you believe in the word that you heard. Okay? That's only for 1/3. More.
Can I ask you a question? I want to know why these European people decided to claim that particular land that they're calling Israel and say that they have a right to it because they're the people of the book. Oh, I mean, why?
Because that was the smartest thing to do. If I know that these are the chosen people of God, and I know that they're being evil, and they turn their back on God, I'm going to come out of my caves, because that's where Caucasian came from. They came from the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia. I'm going to come out of my cave and make evil Negro slaves. That was the smartest thing they ever did. Okay? A book by the 13th Tribe by Arthur Koestler, he said that this is the greatest hoax ever played on mankind. Okay, to take the identity of the true people of the book and then teach them people not to know where to look. Black people don't know where to look. They put themselves in a position of power superior to everybody else on the earth, where before they was living in the dirt. So that was a smart thing, to steal God's identity, to tell people that God is for them only, and then stop black people from reading the Bible and put them in a position of riches and superiority on the earth.
Okay.
If I was them, I would have done the same thing. If I was them, I would have done the same thing.
So we're saying they stole the identity of the people of the book.
Christ said that. Revelation 2 verse 9. Read it, read it.
Now, wait a minute, I might have to come back. I might have to come back because I'm running out of charge on my phone. But I did want to ask, could some of the Palestinians be true Israelites according to their heritage?
Yeah, there's some Afro-Palestinians there. We making contact with them. You got Afro-Iraqi also. Our people are scattered everywhere. They're reaching out to us. They believe in what the Bible says.
So these people that stole the identity of Israel, they're actually getting people to sympathize with them, and anybody that's against them is considered anti-Semitic, but in fact, they might be fighting against people that are actually Israelites.
Yes, that's their job.
When they are not.
Their job is to cause confusion, and they're doing it very well. Okay? That's what devil means, deceiver. And their job is to cause confusion. So what they're doing is according to Bible prophecy. They stole God's identity, they stole the Israelites' identity, and they stole their land. But they didn't understand God's plan. They're only going to be there for a short time, and then war is going to come and they're going to be destroyed.
And what about the Palestinians that are there?
The Palestinians that are not Israelites, they're going to get destroyed also.
Okay, well, thanks for answering my question. As I said, I'm running out of charge here, so I might get blanked out. Thank you.
All right, Winter.
Shalom. I have a couple of questions, but I feel like the questions that I'm about to ask, they're gonna sound silly. So one of them was about like congregating on a Sabbath. I know one of the sisters, she was up here maybe a couple nights ago, and she was talking about how she doesn't have a car and she doesn't know how to get to the Sabbath, and that was my whole thing. I also don't have a car, but she was saying something about Ubering, and I was like, we can Uber to the Sabbath, because I know the scriptures does say that we're not supposed to buy or sell. I just want to know, like, can we or no? I just kind of need to know what I need to do.
We're in captivity, okay? And the Israelites had to pay tolls. They didn't just move freely. So we're coming together to worship, as it says. So do we stay home and do nothing, or we come together and worship? You understand? So you can leave your house and get to where you're going, but not go to any stores and buy stuff or sit down in a restaurant to eat or go shopping in a mall. You leave in your house to get to a place of worship. God is not going to go up. Stay home and do nothing. That don't make no sense. Acts chapter 13 verse 44. Read that, reader.
Acts chapter 13 and verse 44. And the next Sabbath day came almost the whole city together to hear the word of God.
So the way you're thinking is how black people think. That's not how Israelites who knew who they were was. It's that almost the whole city came out their house to hear the word of God. Okay, so yes, we're in captivity and we got to work around certain things. But the primary focus is you're not doing things because you want to break God's laws. Okay, what you're doing is you're trying to be in compliance, which is to worship. So if, let's say we thought your friend thinks, and on the Sabbath we stay home, how you would know how anybody in this room now would learn. If we say, I'm not going out to spend no money, let's all stay home, how would the nation wake up? That makes no sense. Okay, on the Sabbath day, the men were out and about spreading God's word. And the people were coming wherever they had to go to hear God's word. Moderator, I mute my mic.
Yeah, I thought about all of that, and I was like, well, maybe because I asked my husband, I was like, maybe we should go. Like, I feel like we should start going. And he was just.
Let me just say one thing real quick. Even if you got a car, you got to pay for gas. If you buy gas for the Sabbath, some people, like when I go to New York, I gotta pay a toll. Sometimes when we go to camp, we gotta pay for parking. So it's like things gotta be paid for. Get that moved.
And that's against our will. That's forced enforcement. The toll is forced enforcement. Okay? That's against our will. It's not something we want to do, but this is not our kingdom. It's just like when they asked Christ, does your master pay tribute? And he said, yes, he does. There's things that we have to render unto Caesar. We shouldn't have to be paying no toll to move around. But that's forced enforcement. They forced this. We cannot break that law. We got to be in compliance with it. But we don't use that to say, well, we can't do nothing, God, because we're in captivity. Okay, so y'all got to be mindful of that thought process. Is your husband saying he don't want to go, or you want to go, and he's like, no?
It's more like I want to go, and I'm like, but I know the scripture says this, and he's like, well, you shouldn't break what the scripture says, and I'm like, yeah, but I don't know. Like, I feel like we really need to be going because we're supposed to be congregating, and I'm tired of sitting at home. So I know.
Who's making the decision not to go? Is it him or is it you?
It's him mainly. But
okay,
I just
just think. If we all thought like him, nobody would know the word of God. It just makes no sense what he's doing. If we all sat at home, if we all just was like, no, we're not going nowhere, we're not doing this, we could make 1,000 excuses. The word is spreading and it's growing everywhere, and God is making it prosper. So do we think like him and sit home on the Sabbath? Hell no, that don't make no sense. And he's putting your house in danger. Okay, he's putting your house in danger, because as it says in Malachi chapter 3, verse 16, we just read it, read it again.
Malachi chapter 3 and verse 16. Then they that feared the Lord spake often one to another.
Meaning every Sabbath they came together to worship. That's what it means, they spake often. You should be doing nothing else but on the Sabbath fellowshipping, like I show you in Acts 13. The whole city came out. Nobody was staying in their house. Read on.
And the Lord hearkened and heard.
And God is listening to the people, the dialogue that we have on the Sabbath day. Read on.
And a book of remembrance was written before him for them that feared the Lord.
Your house is not going to be in that book of remembrance, because y'all stay home on the Sabbath day. Y'all don't go out to keep the Sabbath. So when the books are open, there's not going to be no memorial of your family coming together on the Sabbath. That's for all of you people who stay home. God said he has a book of remembrance for the people coming together in fear of the Lord. We come out on the Sabbath because we're afraid of not fellowshipping. You and your husband are comfortable not fellowshipping. Okay, so I'd rather God sees me being afraid of staying home than staying home because I'm afraid. That makes no sense at all. I'll mute my mic.
I know. I'm just trying to figure it out, because I'm like, well, I'm supposed to reverence him, and then I'm like, I'm trying to follow the I'm trying to follow the rules, but I don't know what to do. Yeah.
You could prepay. You could get your Uber before the Sabbath. You could look. There's many ways. You can set up an Uber ahead of time, pay for it before the sun go down for Saturday. There's many things you can do. You can get an Uber in advance. There's so many things you can do. It seems like Ayo was saying, yeah, you do gotta reverence your husband, but you gotta do your best to communicate.
I'm sorry. Yes. Could you get Acts chapter 5 and 1?
Acts.
I'm gonna show you this that said I have to reverence my husband. Read it.
Acts chapter 5 and verse 1. But a certain man named Ananias, with Sapphira, his wife, sold a possession and kept back part of the price.
Because there was an agreement to help the church out. But her husband said, nah, we ain't gonna give him, don't tell him the full amount what we got. Let's keep some of it for ourselves. Read on.
His wife also being privy to it.
Read it again.
His wife also being privy to it.
Read it again.
His wife also being privy to it.
Read it again.
His wife also being privy to it.
Privy meaning she knew what her husband was doing. She was privy to it. It wasn't like, I don't know, I didn't know that he was defrauding the church. Read on.
And brought a certain part and laid it at the apostles' feet.
So they had an arrangement with the church, but the husband said, yo, we breaking that arrangement. We just gonna give them this. Read on.
But Peter said, Ananias, why hath Satan filled thine heart to lie to the Holy Ghost, and to keep back part of the price of the land? Why have Satan filled thine heart to lie to the Holy Ghost, and keep back part of the price of the land?
The devil got on the husband. Read on.
Whilst it remained, was it not thine own?
It was in your hands. Nobody forced you to do anything. When it remained to make the right decision, you had all ultimate power and authority to do the right thing. Read on.
And after it was sold, was it not in thine own power? Why hast thou conceived this thing in thy heart? Thou hast
what
not
made you decide in your heart? What made you decide in your heart to go against the church? Read on.
Thou hast not lied unto men, but unto God.
Because a lot of times y'all think we just a bunch of niggas, but you don't realize you're offending God. Read on.
And Ananias, hearing these words, fell down and gave up the ghost.
Killed him on the spot because he thought his way was the right way. Read on.
And great fear came on all them that heard these things.
Watch this.
And the young men arose, wound him up, and carried him out and buried him. And it was about the space of 3 hours after, when his wife, not knowing what was done, came in.
She probably came with her bag. She had her new shoes. She had all the stuff she was buying with that extra money. She ain't even know her husband was dead. She came back home and she did not know her husband was dead. Read on.
And Peter answered unto her, tell me whether he sold the land for so much.
So he gave her a chance to come clean. Watch this. Read on.
And she said, yea, for so much.
Because she felt just like you feel. I'm going to reference my husband. My husband's doing this, so I'm going to follow him. Let's see how God deals with that. Read on.
Then Peter said unto her, how is it that ye have agreed together to tempt the Spirit of the Lord?
So don't always, you women like to say, especially black women, I'm reverencing him, I'm reverencing him. You don't reverence somebody when they're in wickedness. He said, how the two of you agreed together? Meaning he was telling her, how could you be so stupid to go against God with him? Read it again.
Then Peter said unto her, how is it that ye have agreed together to tempt the Spirit of the Lord?
Agreed together is what women think I'm reverencing my husband. He says to do this and I'm going to do it. Read on.
Behold, the feet of them which have buried thy husband are at the door, and shall carry thee out. Then she fell down.
So in 1 second, she heard, your husband's dead. For something that you agreed to. She didn't have time to realize, oh shit, I shouldn't have listened to this nigga. As soon as she heard that she made a dumb mistake, Peter tells her what? Read on.
Then she fell down straightway at his feet.
So he first told her, you should have never followed him, and then you're going to die right now. Just like that. God don't play. So you reverence your husband in the commandments, in the laws of God. The laws come before what your husband got to say. So I don't know, maybe you're new, y'all don't understand how this reverence thing works, but your husband is not supposed to, 1 Peter 3 verse 7.
First Peter chapter 3 and verse 7. Likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge.
Meaning everything that you tell your wife is supposed to be knowledgeable according to the word of God. He can't just make things up. Read on.
Giving honor unto the wife as unto the weaker vessel.
So you're supposed to be knowledgeable to carry her through her weakness. Not tell her stupid stuff and she go and follow it, and when judgment comes to your house, both of y'all get judged. Read on.
And as being heirs together of the grace of life.
Because y'all working together with doing this. So if he mess up and you follow him when he mess up, it says being heirs together to the grace of life. I showed you where they did not get grace and they died, Ananias and Sapphira, because she followed what her husband was telling her. And your husband, if your husband is going against what the scriptures say, you're going to pay. So I just hope you understand that. Moderator, I'll mute my mic. Do what you like.
I just want to say thank you, because the correction that was given is definitely needed, and I'm so glad that I heard it. So now I can move accordingly, because the next couple questions had something to do along those lines, but you already answered it. So all praises. Thank you.
Hey sis, read verse 1, Paul, because you don't want to get yourself in there. Read verse 1.
First Peter chapter 3 and verse 1. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands.
Remember, like A1 said, when it comes to God's laws, it's about to explain how you help your husband see clearly the right way. You don't follow him in Jesus, but this is how you help him make or see clearly what the Bible is saying, or different options to do right. All right, read.
That if any obey not the word,
so
they also.
Right now, your husband is not enforcing or making sure y'all get to the Catholic, right? You know, and it might be out of, him not knowing the different options, but this is where you come in at, right? As to help me. Read.
They also may without the word be won by the conversation of the wives.
So remember, you don't usurp authority over your husband, but through the conversation, y'all sisters know how to get stuff out of your husband. Y'all know how to try to, help try to have your husband see things differently. Y'all know how y'all do that. But the scriptures talk about doing it in the right way. You understand? This is the spirit you got to roll and read.
While they behold your chaste conversation coupled with fear.
Mm-hmm.
Who's adorning?
What, being out of order with God? Read.
Who's adorning? Let it not be that outward adorning of plaiting of the hair, and of wearing of gold, or of putting on the apparel. But let it be the hidden man of heart, in that which is not corruptible, even the ornament of a meek and quiet spirit.
So you bring this to your husband, like, yo, my Lord, we got to keep the Sabbath. Like, there's no way we're going to be here. We got to figure something out. This, that, and the third. We ain't going to be, it's no way. Unless we just trying to not keep God's laws, I'm going, I got to go to the Sabbath. So you got to figure something out. This ain't going to work because we breaking the Sabbath day. Yeah, we got to pay, but if we had a call, we would have to pay also. So you bring it to him reasonably in a righteous, woman way. And if the man is a man of God, he's going to, see clearly in your assistance in helping him see clearly, and he's going to make the right decision. If he, if it goes a different way, you still got to do what's right. So and this is not just for you, but sometimes sisters, think that they're going, be reading Bible scriptures and yelling at their husband. That don't really work. That don't work unless, but yeah, that don't work. That's not what that's not the way God designed it. It says you in your godly woman spirit, you bring this awareness to him, and you just you know how you gotta do. Make it happen. But yeah, there's many options for y'all to keep the Sabbath. The spending money to get to the Sabbath is like, you're not, like Ego said, you're not spending money to go travel and have fun, do your own pleasure. Because of us being in captivity, get that right there in Baruch. Read.
Baruch, chapter 3 and verse 8. Behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where thou hast scattered us.
Right, God know we in captivity. Read.
For a reproach and a curse, and to be subject to payments.
We what? What God said?
And to be subject to payments.
So that's obvious. We subject to payments. So if you're going to go keep the Sabbath, let that be what it's about. You're going to go keep the Sabbath. So it should be clear with those two scriptures, Baruch 3 and 8. The scripture, I hope you wrote the scriptures down that A1 gave you. And yeah, make it happen, sis. But stay in the spirit, though.
Thank you.
So I tell your husband, come on. He can come here. If he got any questions, he can come on as well. But yeah, I'll be my man.
I'm sorry. You was saying that my husband can come on. He does. Actually, sometimes when I'm not in the classroom, he has it on his phone and we listen together. So we know what we're going on, but I be having to ask questions and I ask him. But like everyone was saying, something about like me probably being new, and I am new. I just started listening not too long ago, maybe about a year and a half ago. So I don't really know but so much. But the things that I do learn, like if I have questions about it, I usually tend to go to YouTube or just like go online and go to the website and try to figure it out. Because I, like the girl the other day, she was talking about her being shy, but he had brought out a scripture about like how you're supposed to talk to people, and I was like, okay, well, you know what? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, the scriptures say, when a woman got questions, she's supposed to ask her husband. So, when you got questions, ask your husband, let him, look into it, and, let him look for the answer. That's gonna help everything stay in order, and, because then it's going to be like, you're going to be having information that you're giving to him, because you got information from, you know what I'm saying? He's supposed to be on here asking these questions. You could be there with him. You could be like, hey, my lord, can you ask about this question? And then he'll find the answer and he'll, get the answer for you. That way it's not like you're getting information that you don't got. And that's, you know what I'm saying? Especially if he's already beyond it. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. My phone acting up. But yeah, I agree.
All praises. All praises. Mo better, you got it, Mo? Oh, man. Shalom, man. Joseph. And the G.
Shalom. I'm on the way to work right now, so unfortunately I can't.
Shalom, everybody.
Yes, sir.
I'm on a meeting right now.
You already know. Yes, sir. All right, we got Angel. We got, Soraya. My bad, sis. I cannot forget my sister Soraya. So.
All praises to the Most High. Good morning, everybody. Shalom. I'm sitting here because I'm recovering from hand surgery yesterday, but I'm listening, and I just had to come up and say a few things, and I'm going to answer the question first. The true prophets are the I to the U to the I to the C. The men
of God, because there are many and they do the work. Now, the ones in the church, they're not doing nothing but staying in their four walls. There's four walls, and you gotta come out of your four walls. There must be work being done. For you to be a prophet, you gotta be doing the work. You can't just prophesy to the same people every Sunday. You gotta be doing the work. When I walk up in the school, the most thing, I come with a smile come on my face once I walk through that door and I see my brothers. Because those brothers be moving and they be working all day from the time if I go to 6 o'clock class till I leave. All I see is work being done. We sisters, we get to sit down, of course, and congregate with one another, but the men do the work. Now, I'm going to tell you, I came from out of the church into the truth. And
there's going to be a big push against him. Eric Adams, current mayor, is running as independent, and Donald Trump's going to push hard for him to win. So social media drives everything nowadays. Andrew Cuomo didn't use it.